Mr. Speaker.
E te atua kaharawa, ka tuku whakamoime te atu mātou, mōna karakea ko waihotia mai ki runga i a mātou. Ka waiho i o mātou pānga, whai oro kato ki te taha, ka mihi mātou ki te kingi me te uinoi atu, mo te arihitanga i roto i o mātou whakaaroarohanga. Kia mohio ai, kia whakaiti ai tā mātou whakahaere i ngā take o te wharenei. Mo te oranga, te mangaronga, me te aroha o Aotearoa. Āmene.
Amen. Members, I've received a letter from Dr. Lawrence Shunan seeking to debate under Standing Order 399 the incidents at a Gisborne school where a student was burned by a lunch provided under the government school lunches program. Not every injury sustained at a school can be the subject of an urgent debate. The authentication provided by the member does not provide information about any further actions being taken by the government, except that a wider investigation into the incident is underway. An urgent debate is a way of debating actions by the government. The absence of action or the existence of an ongoing situation do not warrant an urgent debate. The application is declined. Call on the clerk to deliver petitions.
Petition of Murray Richard Tingy requesting that the House urge the New Zealand Defence Force to ensure that ambulances only have Red Cross emblems which comply with Article 38 of the First Geneva Convention.
That petition stands referred to the Petitions Committee. A paper has been delivered for presentation.
Government response to the referral of the petition from Ren Mon Lee.
13 Select Committee reports have been delivered. That paper is published under the authority of the House. 13 Select Committee reports have been delivered for presentation.
Reports of the Economic Development, Science and Innovation Committee on the 2023-24 annual review of the New Zealand Tourism Board, the 2023-24 annual reviews of Ag Research Limited, Landcare Research New Zealand Limited, the New Zealand Institute for Plant and Food Research Limited and New Zealand Forest Research Institute Limited. 2023-24 annual review of the Accreditation Council, the Real Estate Agents Authority and the Research and Education Advanced Network New Zealand Limited. 2023-24 annual reviews of the Broadcasting Standards Authority, the External Reporting Board and Cordia Group Limited. 2023-24 annual reviews of the Financial Markets Authority and the Takeovers Panel, and the 2023-24 annual reviews of the Institute of Environmental Sciences and Research Limited, the Institute of Geological and Nuclear Sciences Limited, and the National Institute of Water and Atmospheric Research Limited. Reports of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee on the 2023-24 annual reviews of the New Zealand Trade and Enterprise, the Ministry of Defence and New Zealand Defence Force, New Zealand Antarctic Institute and the International Treaty Examination of the New Zealand UAE Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, an agreement between the Government of New Zealand and the Government of the United Arab Emirates on the promotion and protection of investments. Report of the Justice Committee on the Victims of Sexual Violence Strengthening Legal Protections Legislation Bill. Report of the Petitions Committee on the petition of Galen McKerith, and report of the Social Services and Community Committee on the Responding to Abuse and Care Legislation Amendment Bill.
The bills are set down for second reading. The International Treaty Examination is set down for consideration. Now the bills have been introduced, we come to oral questions. The first in the name of the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Does he stand by all of his government statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yes, especially our action to unlock infrastructure investment. The Waikato Expressway is a great example of the impact that modern, reliable infrastructure can make for families and for businesses. And now we're bringing the same experience to Northland. More jobs, more growth, more connectivity and more opportunity for every New Zealander living north of Auckland. It's no surprise that I saw today the Northland Corporate Group said the Expressway is, quote, exactly what our economy needs to drive growth, create jobs, reduce costs and enable export expansion, quote. We're serious about economic growth and ensuring that Kiwis can get ahead, and delivering infrastructure like the Northland Expressway is just one part of that vision.
Supplementary question. Why is he willing to wait until term 2 for the chaos David Seymour's caused to the school lunch program to be fixed, given kids are going hungry, lunches are still arriving late or not at all, some of the food is inedible, and in the worst cases, kids are being physically injured by exploding lunches?
Well, the incident we saw last week was unacceptable and not something we want to see at all. I think the Minister has fronted really clearly on that, actually suspending those type of lunches. And importantly, he is working his way through the issues to make sure that we get better quality food and better on-time performance.
Supplementary question. What will it take for him to finally step in and fix the mess his government has made of the school lunches program, particularly given the one minister who actually seems to want to get it sorted out, Erica Stanford, is being ignored by David Seymour?
Again, this is a minister that's working incredibly hard through some very challenging issues to make sure that we get our food back to scratch and to make sure that we deliver on time and full. There's some improvement happening. There's a lot more that needs to happen. And as I said, the minister is wanting to make sure there are improvements in place for Term 2.
Supplementary question, Mr Speaker. Will he guarantee that one of the 3 partners in the school lunch collective going insolvent won't lead to any kids going hungry? If not, why not?
That is what we have been assured, that despite the liquidation, that the school lunches program is not at risk. Obviously that's a commercial matter, but our key thing is to make sure that we are getting what we have contracted for and that is delivered.
Supplementary, the Honourable David Seymour.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that yesterday's on-time delivery for the Healthy School Lunch program was 99.74%, and is that better than the delivery of the vaccine rollout, which someone forgot to order?
The first part of the question might be answered.
If I can answer the first part of the question, the answer is yes. It's been good to see improving on-time performance. Now we need to see what's delivered in full, and I've got every confidence in the Minister to do that.
Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Why has the number of rough sleepers in Auckland increased by 53% over the last 4 months? And is it a coincidence that occurred at the same time his government kicked 690 Auckland households out of emergency housing?
Well, I am incredibly proud of our record on housing. Unlike that last government, we have stable rents. We have 4,000 to 5,000 people off the social housing wait list, which went up 4 times under Minister Megan Woods. And importantly, we've taken 2,000 kids out of motel accommodation and got them into proper homes and houses through community housing providers, KO. I'd put our record up on housing against yours any day of the week.
Supplementary question, Mr Speaker.
That was the day's worth of barracking all used up in one question. Calm it down. Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Well, does he agree with Tama Potaka that the link between people getting kicked out of emergency housing and a rise in homelessness is, quote, not anecdotal, it's real, end quote? And if not, will he provide evidence of where the kids in emergency housing actually went?
As we have said before, we have taken 2,000 kids that were being raised in motels under the last government, and we now have them in proper homes and proper houses through community housing providers and KO. I thought that member would actually want to celebrate that and actually think that was a good thing.
Supplementary question, Mr Speaker.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Is the Prime Minister aware that when the Leader of the Opposition says that people have been kicked out of motels, what he actually means is that they have been offered the opportunity to go into social, transitional or private sector housing and are therefore in homes?
That is how I understand it, and importantly, 80% of the people...
Hang on, I'm dealing with a point of order here. The Honourable Kerry McNulty.
So the Prime Minister is not responsible for what the Minister of Housing believes.
The question was, has he seen reports? So that brings it into line. The Honourable...
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I am proud that 80% of the families that have been moved out of emergency housing have been moved into proper houses. That's where you should be raising families. I think we should be celebrating across the aisle here that 2,000 kids have been moved out of motels into proper houses. It was a debacle under that previous minister who did nothing on housing.
Supplementary question, Mr Speaker. What happened to the 20% who haven't been moved into sustainable housing?
The message very clearly is that if they need our assistance and help, we are there to help and assist them. They haven't needed it. You didn't know 50%, you had no idea.
Hang on. Rima Nakli.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance and asks, when will the Treasury's next set of economic and fiscal forecasts be released?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, each year Treasury does two sets of forecasts, one to accompany the budget and another at the half-year update. In an election year, as a bonus, there's also a pre-election update. Looking ahead, the next Treasury forecasts will be those that accompany the budget on the 22nd of May.
Supplementary. What will the new economic forecasts show?
Well, Mr Speaker, broadly in keeping with other published economic forecasts, I expect the Treasury's forecasts to show a return to growth in the December quarter of last year, then picking up over this calendar year. Consistent with other forecasts, they are also likely to show unemployment peaking in the first half of 2025 and then declining. The Treasury is currently working through its detailed forecasting process. What I would say is it's a hard time to be a forecaster, with a lot of uncertainty around the impact of other countries' economic policies and responses.
Supplementary. What will the new fiscal forecasts show?
Well, Mr Speaker, again, the Treasury is still working through their process and the government is still working through our budget decisions. What I do know from previous updates is that within the overall fiscal picture, some elements will show an improvement over the previous forecasts and some will show a decline. For example, the outlook for global bond yields means that finance costs are likely to be greater than they were at the half-year update. That is to say, Mr Speaker, the costs of servicing New Zealand's debt will be higher. And given my experience of forecast revisions last year, I am not holding out hope for an overall positive fiscal surprise. That seems unlikely, but it is still early days. As with the economic forecasts, there are many risks that could affect the fiscal forecasts.
Supplementary. What will her approach be to the new forecasts?
Mr Speaker, the government has a deliberate medium-term approach to fiscal consolidation, and we've always said that we will not overreact to movements up or down in the forecasts. We have set budget allowances that drive spending restraint and require savings to fund government priorities. Nonetheless, the government will look at options during the lead-up to Budget 2025 and consider whether the new Treasury forecasts warrant any further action.
The Honourable Barbara Evans.
Kia ora, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance. Does she stand by her statement that, quote, "we are taking steps to ensure that we will grow faster than we otherwise would," unquote? If so, what is her growth target for jobs and incomes?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, I may well have said that. It sounds like something I would say, but my office has not been able to access the verification, so I don't know the context, and am mindful that that member has quoted me out of context and incorrectly in the past. To the second part, the government has a target for inflation, but no explicit target for other economic variables. Needless to say, my ambition is to deliver policies that support more job creation and higher incomes. We did.
Supplementary.
A point of order, the Honourable Winston Peters.
If someone, as Cipollone says, Honourable Cipollone says, should have gone to the clerk's office, and we did, and the answer was no verification, then I want to know whether that question has been accepted for this House without verification.
Point of order, point of order.
If I can just clarify for members, we did seek from the clerk's office what verification was offered. They said that that was for Labor to determine whether they would share that with us. Labor were not forthcoming in sharing it with us prior to question time commencing.
Hang on.
Speaking to the point of order.
It's getting to a bit of a dates and scones argument, which I'm not very keen on, but we'll hear from you.
Speaking to the point of order, I appreciate the Minister's concerns that Labor was not forthcoming. However, we did not receive a request for the authentication for the RNZ March 18th, 2024 interview that we used for this question.
Good. Let's move on. You've got another sup?
Yes, supplementary. Why then are there 6,248 fewer filled jobs than this time last year, according to Statistics New Zealand?
Well, Mr Speaker, as we have gone through in this House again and again, Unfortunately, when inflation is left to go out of control and interest rates are hiked very far, that has a negative impact for both economic growth and for job creation. What I would highlight for the member is that the number of people unemployed today is markedly similar to that which was predicted in the pre-election fiscal update. So members, for your reference, in Q3 and if we go to Q1 for 2025, the number of people unemployed predicted at the pre-election update was 165,000. The half-year update confirmed exactly the same number. So if the member wishes to say that this is a result of government policies, I would commend to her that she then explain why the previous Labor government were predicting exactly the same levels of unemployment.
Is she therefore committing to grow the economy faster than it otherwise would, as stated in a Radio New Zealand interview, than the annual growth figures of 3.4% for 2026 as forecast by Treasury in the half-yearly fiscal update?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my ambition in all of the policies that we deliver is to drive our growth rate and therefore job creation and income growth higher. I have, however, within my arsenal a small piece of humility, which is to say that while our government should be driving policies on a daily basis that will help the growth outlook, we should always be mindful that there are factors that remain outside of our control, not least of which are global economic conditions and the decisions made by other governments. And while that member is welcome to say that those factors somehow wouldn't affect her, I'd suggest she consult with the new spokesperson for jobs and incomes as to what her view is.
Oh, great. You guys talking.
Supplementary. Why then have the Treasury or the Reserve Bank not upgraded their forecasts, given her claims that the government will grow the economy faster?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I outlined in my Patsy question, the Treasury actually update their forecasts twice a year, at the half-year update and at the budget update. And the member can look forward to updated forecasts at the budget.
Supplementary. How can she claim that she will grow the economy faster than we otherwise would when current job statistics, Treasury and Reserve Bank forecasts do not reflect any of her claims?
Because, Mr. Speaker, of two things. The first is, as I have outlined to that member laboriously, the forecast rate of unemployment is markedly similar to that which was forecast prior to the election. Second, Mr. Speaker, I can stand here with great confidence and say that a Labor-led government at this juncture in history would have done more economic vandalism.
No, you can't say that. You can talk about this government, but not any previous government, other than reference to matters that directly affect the portfolio. Question 4, Grant McCallum. Well, that could be a mistake talking out loud like that too. Grant McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Transport and asks, what announcements has he made on the Northland Expressway?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
I thank the member for that excellent Patsy. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was thrilled to announce alongside the Prime Minister the government will formally open registrations of interest for the first stage of the Northland Expressway at the Infrastructure Summit later in the week. This marks a significant milestone in this government's commitment to build roads of national significance around the country. Connecting Northland to Auckland in a new, resilient, safe and efficient new expressway will unlock growth, boost productivity and drive higher living standards.
Supplementary. What benefits can Northlanders expect from this Northland Expressway project?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Northland Expressway will unlock the true economic potential of the North. And the right analogy, sir, is the Waikato Expressway delivered by the last national government, which was a game changer for Waikato and Hamilton. And the Northland Expressway will do for the North what Waikato Expressway has done for Waikato. This is an investment in the Upper North Island area, sir, the economic powerhouse of the country, with 53.7% of our population and 55% of GDP. This is an investment in growth and productivity.
Supplementary. What feedback has the Minister received on this announcement?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, It is great news, and that's been reflected in the feedback. Chair of the Northland Regional Transport Committee says it will be a real game changer. The Northland Corporate Group Co-Chair Andrew McLeod says it will be transformative for the Upper North Island. Without it, the ability for Northland to support Auckland from the north via logistics, energy, food, forestry and construction will remain underutilised and barricaded. And of course there is an NZIER report into the Northland Expressway which shows significant economic benefits.
Supplementary. When does the government plan to begin construction on the Northland Expressway?
Well, Mr Speaker, formal procurement will begin this week on the first section. Registered parties will be invited to submit a formal expression of interest with a request for proposal in mid-2025 for up to 3 shortlisted bidders. Preferred bidder expected to be announced early next year and a PPP contract finalised by the middle of the year, with construction expected to begin soon afterwards on the first section from Warkworth to Tahana, expected to start in late 2026. And we will be getting on with the other sections of the expressway, particularly around the Brindurwins, which is a very important corridor to look at as well.
Yes, that would be a good description of the contribution being made by the member. Chloe Swarbrick.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Prime Minister. E tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, and especially our actions to get our healthcare system focused on patients, not the back office bureaucracy. We're already spending a record amount in health, but last week Minister of Health Simeon Brown announced a range of new actions we're taking to make it easier for Kiwis to see a doctor. We're training more doctors and nurses, we're paying them more, and we're creating more opportunities for them to work in primary care serving the community. And we're putting more funding into GP clinics so they can enrol more patients, and we're introducing a 24/7 digital platform so that Kiwis can see a doctor when they need it. Kiwis deserve timely, quality care and access to healthcare, and we won't stop until we deliver exactly that.
Is homelessness in Auckland increasing or decreasing as a result of his government's decisions?
Well, what I can say is that we're getting more people out of emergency housing, we're taking more people off the social housing wait list, and rents are stable.
Are answers like that why, when I asked the Prime Minister a year ago in this House, he refused to guarantee that nobody would be made homeless by his government's policies?
What I can tell you is that our government is doing everything it can after the legacy that was left by a Greens Labor government that did an appalling job on housing. We are working on making sure we get more houses available for sale. We're making sure that we get rents stable. We're making sure we take people off the house wait list, the social housing wait list that went up 4 times. And we're making sure we get kids out of motels. That's a good thing. I think that member would be wanting to celebrate that.
Can the Prime Minister confirm if every person currently sleeping homeless on the streets of Auckland City are able to get access to housing under his government's policy settings?
They are able to come to the government and actually ask for and get assistance that they need, and we will take anyone's efforts to come and actually get the support that they need.
Is more people sleeping on the street following his government's decisions to tighten access to emergency housing what he means by his growth strategy?
Well, what I can tell the member is there are less people in motels and emergency housing and more... No, they're not. 2,000... Would you like to hear the answer? When we...
Just calm. Just don't barrack through the middle of an answer. You've asked a question, let him answer. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. When this government came to office, there was 3,141 households in motels, thanks to the last government. Today, there are 591. We have put more families out of motels and into proper homes where kids should be raised. Almost 2,000 kids now live in houses, not in motels. That is a good thing.
Will the Prime Minister...
No, wait.
Mr Speaker?
Just wait. Just wait. Okay.
Will the Prime Minister spend just a few hours in Auckland Central to come and meet the people who his government's decisions have made homeless?
I reject the characterisation of the question. The last Greens Labor government made housing worse for all New Zealanders, whether they own a house, whether they rent a house, whether they need a community housing provider or a social house, or whether they're in emergency housing. We are proud that through focus and good management, we have taken 2,000 kids out of motels and put them into proper houses. That's a great thing.
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Can the Prime Minister tell the House whether the social housing waitlist, which is one very clear measure of unmet housing need, has increased or decreased during his term of government? And how does that compare to what happened to that social housing waitlist the last time the Greens were anywhere near government?
There's important context. The social housing wait list went from about 6,500, it went up 4 times under the last government. We've taken up to 4,000 to 5,000 from memory out of the social housing list, and they are now off that list. That is a great thing. It means that people who are on the list have a better chance to get a state house or a social house. I just think that member should say we've got work to do, but we're making great progress and we're doing a lot more than what you did in Labour Greens.
Electric blanket.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that Māori do not make up 50% of that wait list?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Can the Prime Minister confirm that Māori no longer make up 50% of that wait list?
Well, what I can say is by virtue of the wait list coming down, by virtue of the 2,000 kids coming out of motels into proper houses, there's less Māori in emergency housing, there's less Māori on the social housing wait list. That's a good thing.
Thank you. Greg Fleming.
To the Minister of Tourism and Hospitality, what recent announcements has she made about increasing visitor numbers to New Zealand?
The Honourable Louise Upson.
Mr Speaker, I have recently announced a range of investments and initiatives to boost tourism in New Zealand. This includes yesterday's announcement of a $3 million boost to secure more international business events in New Zealand. This investment will allow Tourism New Zealand to increase their annual conference bid development from 90 to 110 bids, attract high-value incentive programs, and sell New Zealand as a world-class location for business events. This is the next step in our Tourism Boost package, following previous announcements including the Australia campaign and a regional fund to attract more international visitors to our fantastic regions.
Oh, what a great answer. And how will these announcements improve overall visitor numbers?
Mr Speaker, our visitor numbers remain at 85% of pre-COVID numbers, so we need to keep pushing to get back to those levels. Large-scale conferences result in large numbers of extra visitors who may not have made the trip for a holiday alone. When people come to New Zealand for business, we want them to go home and to consider returning for a holiday, as well as telling their friends and families about our wonderful country and our warm hospitality.
What economic benefits does she expect to see as a result of these announcements?
Mr Speaker, every visitor who comes to New Zealand puts more money in the back pockets of Kiwis. The additional investment in securing business events will deliver more than $30 million in incremental spend to the economy. Business event participants spend on average $175 more a day than other visitors, and often travel during the off-peak season, boosting tourism and economic activity year-round. More tourists mean more people in cafes, more people spending in our shops, more bookings for local accommodation and more job opportunities for Kiwis.
And what feedback has she seen on these announcements?
Mr Speaker, I've recently announced a range of investments and the feedback has been incredibly positive. Business Events Industry Aotearoa Chief Executive Lisa Hopkins said the business events announcement was one of the best investments in the sector she has seen in her career, and she only managed to get 19 cartwheels in hearing the news. The Everyone Must Go campaign has exceeded our expectations in terms of its reach into Australia. It has had unprecedented support from the industry and has created a sense of urgency with over 900 deals now on offer for Australians. It is clear that New Zealand is open for business and we are looking forward to welcoming more visitors to our shores.
The Honourable Dr Aotearoa.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health. How many procedures were performed in the new Tōtara Haumaru surgical building for the most recent month, other than January, for which data is available? And how does this compare to the monthly average if Tōtara Haumaru's projected annual capacity of 15,500 surgical and endoscopic procedures were evenly distributed throughout the year?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Simeon Brown.
I'm advised that in February 2025, a total of 720 procedures were completed at Tōtara Haumaru. As the member will be aware, this is different to the 15,500 procedures evenly distributed, as the facility was opened with the intention of delivering 2,000 elective procedures in the first financial year. I'm advised that Health New Zealand is on track to deliver against this target as work continues to ramp up at Tōtara Haumaru. Once operating at full capacity, it is projected that up to 8,000 surgeries and 7,500 endoscopy procedures can be performed within the complex each year.
Does he stand by his statement, "I want as much planned care as possible to be delivered in partnership with the private sector," when existing public facilities are being underutilised?
Well, Mr Speaker, as the member will be aware, the last government, which built Tōtara Haumaru, failed to allocate the funding to operate it. It's a bit like the Yes Minister show, isn't it, where you've got an empty hospital and nothing's actually able to be done. And so the former Minister of Health had to find the operational money to be actually able to get the hospital operating. They're now gearing up the hospital so that it can deliver what is required to be delivered.
Not time for a speech.
Is it acceptable for surgeons to work in private hospitals during the hours they are paid to work in public hospitals, as requested by one of the private hospitals bidding for the government's outsourced procedures?
Well, Mr Speaker, if the member is wanting to have a debate around using the public or the private system, I would point her to a cabinet paper taken by Chris Hipkins to Cabinet back in 2020, which said that there will be an increase in the use of private providers in order to make the best use of all capacity that is available in the health system.
That's all good. That's all good, but the question will be asked again.
Is it acceptable for surgeons to work in private hospitals during the hours they are paid to be working in public hospitals, as requested by one of the private hospitals bidding for the government's outsourced procedures?
Well, Mr Speaker, as I said, if the debate is going to be around whether or not we should use the public system or the private system, I would point the member to a cabinet paper taken by Chris Hipkins as Minister of Health to Cabinet in 2020, where he said there will also be an increase in the use of private providers in order to make the best use of all capacity that is available. It also said the Ministry is facilitating discussions with the New Zealand Private Surgical Hospitals Association to ensure a national approach is developed to access private hospital capacity. We want to make sure we maximise the best use of both.
And I'm sorry, but it might be interesting to some. We'll hear the question again, and the Minister will attempt to answer the question.
Is it acceptable for surgeons to work in private hospitals during the hours they are paid to be working in public hospitals, as requested by one of the private providers bidding for the government's outsourced procedures?
Well, Mr Speaker, one of the things we've outlined is to ensure that there are proper arrangements between public and private systems, particularly around workforce, to ensure that we are growing the workforce together, and so that the ad hoc basis that has been happening in the past, and she's outlined an example, which is the type of behaviours which have been happening in the past. We actually want to see long-term agreements put in place, just as was outlined in the Cabinet paper that Chris Hipkins took to Cabinet in 2020.
Thank you. Who is correct? Christopher Luxon, who on 7 June 2022 said, "Privatisation is not a big philosophical driver for me at this point in time," or Simeon Brown when he said, "I'd like to see as much planned care, those elective surgeries done by the private sector"?
Well, Mr Speaker, I think the answer to that question is that Kiwis needing elective surgery don't care who's providing it. They want it done in a timely manner. And under the last government, the number of people waiting more than 4 months for elective treatment increased by 2,500%. So we're on the side of getting things done.
And just as Chris Hipkins took to Cabinet in 2020, we're going to use the public system and the private system to get it done.
Supplementary
question, the right honourable wants to
On the basis of that answer, is there a medical condition called an own goal, and can it be fixed?
The Honourable Dr. Aotearoa.
Supplementary. Has he been...
Just wait till everyone's calmed themselves down. Okay.
Has he been advised that performing 10,579 additional elective procedures in private hospitals will mean that the milestone of 63% of patients waiting less than 4 months for elective treatment in the current financial year will be met?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've been advised that the Health New Zealand will be both insourcing and outsourcing in order to achieve that number by the end of this year, so that we can make sure we are increasing the number of elective surgeries being done. And as I said in my previous answer, I don't think Kiwis waiting for elective surgery are caring too much about who's delivering it. They want it done, and that's what we're focused on doing.
The Honourable Marama Davidson.
E tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga. So I will start again. My question is to the Prime Minister. E tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
What exactly is his growth strategy to utilise and develop our local wealth base here in Aotearoa so we aren't reliant on risky offshore capital?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
What exactly is his growth strategy to utilise and develop our local wealth base here in Aotearoa so we aren't reliant on risky offshore capital?
Well, I reject outright the characterisation of that question. New Zealand has done a very, very poor job over a number of decades of attracting capital to New Zealand. And frankly, whether it's international pools of capital, whether it's domestic pools of capital, we want to be able to partner with that private capital so that we can actually get infrastructure built. More roads, more hospitals, more schools. That's what New Zealanders want, and that's how we deliver better public services for them.
Is it fair that the overseas banks New Zealanders bank with bring in $3.5 billion of excess profits a year, and the half overseas owned supermarkets New Zealanders have no other choice but to shop at squeeze them out of $1 million in excess profits daily when most people are struggling to get by?
The question would be okay without those various descriptors that are in them. But the Prime Minister can have a shot of answering.
Incoherent.
Well, I'll just say to the member, that's why this government wants to make sure that there is real competition in banking and in energy and across all of our sectors in this economy. That's what we're doing. Sadly, it didn't happen under the last government.
No, it's Caroline.
Is it fair that the biggest early childhood education provider that New Zealanders have to send their tamariki to so they can go to mahi pulled in $32 million of tax-free profits last year while most people are struggling to get by?
I mean, this is just characterises the Greens' position, doesn't it? It's a degrowth agenda of living in a hermit kingdom. Actually, it's okay that commercial enterprises that provide products and or services to consumers or customers or to the New Zealand public actually make a fair return for their efforts. That's quite okay.
Supplementary? Yeah, they get three. Sorry, I'll come to you next.
Will the PM acknowledge that the higher costs of borrowing and the need to pay dividends to shareholders means privatisation ultimately ends up costing New Zealanders more than if public services stayed in public ownership?
Well, I mean, there's quite a lot to that question that I think is rather disjointed and doesn't hang together, but I'll answer the first part, is that I can give you very good examples where actually New Zealanders can get operations that they need in the healthcare system, and frankly, whether it's delivered through the public system or the private system, we want them to get the procedures and the help that they need. And private hospitals in many cases are geared up at scale to deal with a number of procedures and operations that New Zealanders can get quicker if we use that capacity. So it's not a private versus public argument.
Supplementary.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that New Zealanders have been bringing capital from across the seas since Kupe showed up in a sailboat with some kumara, but sadly xenophobic attitudes have been here nearly as long?
Well, in so much as the Prime Minister has responsibility.
Well, what I can confirm is that we know that the New Zealand economy has suffered from what we call thin capital, and we have done a poor job of attracting capital to New Zealand and investment to New Zealand. We know we need the investment because it's actually capital to grow our businesses, which actually creates higher income jobs and more jobs for people. It's that capital and that joint venture that actually ends up creating those international connections and those networks and that knowledge that's transferred into New Zealand. That's a good thing.
Will the Prime Minister increase public ownership of the basic things we all need just to live, like school lunches, healthcare and childcare, or will he choose to sell off Aotearoa and funnel even more profits to offshore corporates instead?
I have to say the Greens are totally deluded on economics. I mean, I don't know how to say it any other way. But honestly, that is a question that just makes no sense, and I reject it.
The Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Associate Minister for Housing, does he stand by his statement that, quote, emergency housing will always be available as a last resort for those who need it, end quote?
The Honourable Tama Portaka.
In the context in which that statement was made, yes, emergency housing was intended to be a last resort, not the first resort, and it remains a last resort in most towns and cities in Aotearoa, New Zealand, for those with a genuine need for short-term stay and temporary accommodation.
Supplementary. Is the Minister saying that those that are homeless in Auckland, which has risen 53% in only 4 months, aren't in genuine need of emergency housing?
E te manga o te whare. There are many people with a genuine need for emergency housing in New Zealand, and there continues to be transitional housing places in Auckland.
Supplementary. Is he saying that those that are homeless in Wellington, which has risen over 40%, aren't in genuine need of emergency housing?
E te manga o te whare. I'm also saying that there are a number of programs and pathways for those that are either homeless or with severe housing deprivation to actually reset their situation. For example, Housing First, rapid rehousing, transitional housing, single site supported housing, and even private housing that people can access by way of housing support products, which continue to be supported by this government.
Supplementary. Is he saying that frontline providers, the very people who administer those programs and pathways he just outlined, are wrong when they provide him with examples of people unable to access emergency housing because of the policy changes that he brought in?
E te manga o te whare. I can observe, as does the census from data from 2018 to 2023, that severe housing deprivation actually increased over 10% during those 5 years. And I can also observe that those providers which the member refers to also have the opportunity to engage on these other programs, which I've enunciated in my previous answer.
Supplementary. Will he therefore meet and engage with frontline providers with cameras present so that everyone can see and tell those... Shall I start again, sir?
There are no comments while a question is being asked. Start again.
Thank you. Will he meet with frontline providers with cameras present so everyone can see and tell those very people who are dealing with increased homelessness every day, looking them in the eye and saying that he is right and they are wrong?
E te manga o te whare. I sense and completely understand the members and the opposition's frustration at our successful delivery and commitment around over 3,000 children leaving emergency housing in the last 15 months and 2,000 by way of the Priority 1 decision making. And I sense the members' frustration that his opposition, when they were in government, were unable to deliver on these matters. But however, I am very proud on the efforts that we've taken. Officials continue to monitor the situations that have been described, and I do too also engage with housing providers and others on these very issues.
Mark Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Regulation. What recent announcements has he made about cutting red tape?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On the 27th of February in the mighty Invercargill, Ministers Penny Simmonds, Andrew Hoggart and I released the findings from the Ministry for Regulation's review into agricultural and horticultural products. Mr Speaker, rapid access to veterinary medicines and agri-chemicals is essential for lifting ag productivity and growth in the agricultural and horticultural sectors, and yet some firms have waited over 5 years for EPA and MPI approval, costing hundreds of millions of dollars in lost productivity. The review has made 16 recommendations to improve the HASNO and ACVM processes, which Cabinet has accepted. EPA and MPI have begun implementation, and the two ministers responsible expect to get it done very quickly.
Supplementary. What are the potential economic benefits of improving access to regulated agricultural and horticultural products in New Zealand for these products?
Mr Speaker, the costs of getting this wrong, as we have been, are substantial. The Sense Partners, an economic consultancy, estimate that halving approval times for agricultural products could lift productivity in the sector by $272 million. Conversely, losing EU market access for fruit and vegetables due to delayed product approvals as the EU moves on with its standards and our farmers and horticulturalists can't get the right products, that is estimated to risk $250 million loss, Mr Speaker. Being able to get these products through a sound regulatory system is vital to our productivity, and by bringing together two disparate ministries that have been discoordinated, the Ministry for Regulation is making that happen.
It's a very, very long answer. Honourable Penny Simmonds.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister, what particular recommendations did the review make regarding the approval process under HASNO?
Well, the review identified reducing the backlog of EPA assessments as a high priority. Setting robust targets to accelerate assessments and reduce the queue is a key recommendation. Increasing the use of group standards and rapid equivalence pathways will also accelerate approvals. I would like to thank the Minister Penny Simmonds and her officials for their work throughout the review and now in implementing these recommendations quickly.
Supplementary.
The Honourable Andrew Hoggart.
What particular recommendations did the review make regarding the approvals process under the ACVM?
Mr Speaker, although smaller...
What's the ACDM? I hate acronyms.
Animal compound...
Cultural compounds and veterinary medicines.
Easy to say. Carry on.
Mr Speaker, at the risk of lengthening my answer, I will read out all of the acronyms in full. While smaller than the Environmental Protection Authority's backlog, the Agricultural Compounds and Veterinary Medicines queue also requires improvement. The review recommended expanding registration exemptions, enabling self-assessments and using international assessments to save time on agricultural compounds and veterinary medicines. Minister Hoggart is already implementing these through his modernisation program, and I'd like to thank him and his officials for this work in making this review a success and implementing its recommendations quickly and efficiently for the benefit of our farmers and our horticulturalists.
Tim Costley.
Mr Speaker, to the Minister for Land Information, what announcements has the government made about making it easier to deliver critical infrastructure projects?
The Honourable Chris Peng.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. A wide Public Works Act reform is underway, but we've announced recently critical infrastructure streamlined proposals whereby incentive payments of an additional 15% of the value of the land will be made available to landowners for early agreement, an additional 5% of the value of the land in addition as a recognition payment, acknowledging the special significance of the land in question for these critical infrastructure projects, and a streamlined objection process whereby the landowner himself or herself can object directly to the decision maker, saving time and money while preserving land valuation tribunal and recourse to judicial review if necessary.
What projects will benefit from the streamlined land acquisition pathway?
Thank you very much for the question, Mr Speaker, and the opportunity to answer it. So the faster and fairer process will apply to Schedule 2 of the Fast Track Approval Act consented projects, along with and including roads of national significance as identified by this government in its ambitious work programme. These might include, for example, Mill Road, Wood End Bypass, Cambridge to Paeri, the Northland Corridor, aka Expressway, and a second Ashburton Bridge.
How will Kiwis benefit from these changes?
Mr Speaker, New Zealanders will benefit enormously from these changes. As I say, these will be faster and fairer for all involved, including the payments and processes that will benefit the landowners themselves. But of course, the transport infrastructure, for example, will enable emergency services to get much more quickly to the scenes of accidents when they occur, as opposed to being stuck in traffic or having to take the long way round. Parents will get home much more quickly on the way home from school or out to their workplace for that matter, and our farmers will get their food and fibre to tables around the country and to our ports that much more quickly. This is a real gain for New Zealand families.
Supplementary? How do these changes fit in with the government's wider PWA, Correction Public Works Act reform?
What's an EWA?
Mr Speaker,
EWA.
The Public Works Act was then spelled out.
Acronyms. Half the people listening to this have no idea what that is. That's why I don't like acronyms. Say the whole thing.
That's why I said Public Works Act.
Ask the question again.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. How do these changes fit in with the government's wider Public Works Act reform?
Thank you, sir. For your information, or FYI, the government is making...
I haven't got around to terminating a question yet, but I'm very close.
Thank you, sir. In relation to the Public Works Act, we've announced a broader package of reform on which we will make further announcements in due course. In the meantime, we will shortly be introducing legislation to give effect to these critical infrastructure elements of the Fast Track and Roads of National Significance Public Works Act regime.
The Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Trade and Investment. Will the government honour Christopher Luxon's pre-election promise for a free trade agreement with India within its first term?
The Honourable Todd McLean.
Well, Mr Speaker, New Zealand's relationship with India had been run down over the past 6 years, much more than we realised. There had hardly been any ministerial visits, no Prime Minister visited in the 6 years of a Labour government. And the then Labour Foreign Minister, Nanaia Mahuta, during a press conference with the Indian Foreign Minister in New Zealand, said that a trade deal with India was not a priority for New Zealand. Well, Mr Speaker, I can confirm that Prime Minister Luxon is much more ambitious for New Zealand, and we have increased engagement at officials and ministerial level significantly, including a meeting between Prime Minister Luxon and Prime Minister Modi, and of course the Prime Minister will lead one of New Zealand's largest business delegation visits to India next year. And for the member, yes, we remain committed to delivering improved access for Kiwi exporters through a trade agreement with India this term.
Mr Speaker, supplementary. Does he agree with the Prime Minister on Radio New Zealand this morning, who said that dairy is a, quote, difficult conversation, unquote, with India?
Well, yes, I do, Mr Speaker. It's clear that dairy is important for both countries and both governments. But the one thing that we won't be doing, Mr Speaker, is litigating or negotiating trade deals with any country of the world via this chamber or via the media. I know that member was opposed to that when the Labor Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, in that very chair, said she was off to Europe to do a deal and didn't allow that minister to bring back the meat and dairy access he would have got without that Prime Minister selling them out.
Mr Speaker, supplementary. Will he set a minimum threshold for agricultural market access for dairy in any free trade agreement with India, given that it is our single largest export industry? If not, why not?
Well, Mr Speaker, I think it's clear that successive governments have always argued for a better deal for New Zealand exporters, particularly the high-quality food producers from New Zealand. Most concerningly, what we do need to address before we even have a chance to negotiate with a country like India is the decline in trade we saw over the 6 years of the Labor government, where our exports to India fell $550 million. In the very same period of time, Australia increased their exports by $7 billion into that market. That member, as every New Zealander, can rest assured that we work hard to get the very best deal that we can with India for New Zealanders, because our relationship with India is a priority for this government.
The
supplementary.
One more here, too. You know, this is 3-question rule. It might have felt like that, but it's only 3. So, the Honourable Damien O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Will he rule out signing the promised comprehensive free trade agreement with India if it excludes dairy?
Well, Mr Speaker, it will be called a comprehensive economic partnership agreement, as the one with the UAE we did in 6 months, and the GCC that the previous government said wasn't possible, all done within a year. But I won't be negotiating via this chamber or the media with any government around the world.
Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Well, the Minister promised not to return from India, as a Trade Minister once did, promising that he had secured $500 million of potential orders when it was zero.
Well, Mr Speaker, yes, most certainly when this government makes a commitment, we work hard to honour it. But what has happened since the election in just 15 months, Mr Speaker, is whilst over the 6 years of Labor our exports to India went down by $550 million, through working hard to get non-tariff barriers down, through the Deputy Prime Minister and I visiting India 6 times in total from memory, more than Labor did in their entire time in government, our exports to India have grown by more than $300 million, which is good for New Zealand companies.
Mr Speaker.
Damien O'Connell.
Mr Speaker, was it correct for the Prime Minister to say on Radio New Zealand this morning, quote, "We didn't even have a relationship with India," unquote, given the commitment and efforts of Indian and New Zealand business people and politicians over many years to build that relationship?
Well, Mr Speaker, yes, it was correct, and the reason for that is that member's foreign minister stood in public in Auckland beside the Indian foreign minister and said a trade agreement with India is not a priority for New Zealand. How unambitious can you be? Mr Speaker, businesses around New Zealand, New Zealanders, Indian New Zealanders have worked hard on that relationship. They always did. They were let down by a Labor government over 6 years.
Amjit Palmer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister, how will the relationship between New Zealand and India benefit from the trade delegation to India next week, which will include prominent Kiwi Indians and representatives from across Parliament?
Well, Mr Speaker, when Prime Minister Luxon met Prime Minister Modi last year, a personal invitation was extended to our Prime Minister to visit India with a delegation. Next week we will have a 120-strong group of delegation full of New Zealanders travelling to India with the Prime Minister. There are a number of Cabinet Ministers, cross-party 4 MPs from across this House, including the opposition, 19 members from our community groups, including a significant number of Indian New Zealanders, a strong business delegation, media, a Kapahaku group, senior officials from our ministries, and 2 notable New Zealand cricket representatives who will join us also. Mr Speaker, we want to strengthen the relationship across the board with India. It is a significant strategic priority for us, from people to people, from culture, areas to work together in the Pacific, and certainly by growing trade between our 2 countries that is good for the citizens of India and will be good for the citizens of New Zealand.
That concludes all questions. For those who have other business outside the House, please leave without the conversations on the way. There's an awful lot of noise for conversations being taken outside. I call on the Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, I move that urgency be accorded to the introduction and passing through all stages of the Bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill, the committee stage of the Land Transport Drug Driving Amendment Bill, the taxation annual rates for 24-25 Emergency Response and Remedial Measures Bill, the Sentencing Reform Amendment Bill, the Customer and Product Data Bill, and the third reading of the Regulatory Systems Immigration and Workforce Amendment Bill, and the Regulatory Systems Economic Development Amendment Bill. Mr Speaker, the Government's moving urgency this afternoon, not with any pleasure, but because it is necessary in order to advance the bail amendment changes that we want Parliament to deal with as quickly as possible, and for legal reasons we want to come into effect as quickly as possible. And I note that copies of the bill have been provided to the opposition in order to allow them to have forewarning about what is coming, given the urgency and the significance of the bill. Given if the House just went into urgency for the bail amendment bill, it would then lift immediately following that. We have added some other items into the motion so that we can continue the ordinary sitting day. It was meant to be an extended hours day tonight into tomorrow morning anyway. There's 4 committee stages that we wanted the House to deal with today anyway, and into tomorrow morning, and then the third reading of, I think, regulatory tidy-up bills, which I think are relatively uncontroversial. So the Government's intention will be to lift the House before 1 o'clock tomorrow so that a Members' Day can still occur. So, in other words, it's essentially an ordinary Tuesday, except for the fact that we are expediting the passage of urgent amendments to the Bail Act that I think that I hope the House will approve of. Thank you, sir.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahe.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed. I understand the bill that the Government wishes to introduce a bill.
Bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill, introduction.
The bill is set down for first reading immediately. I call on the Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Mr Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the parliamentary website. The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
I move that the Bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill be now read a first time. From the outset, this Government's been clear about its commitment to an efficient and effective justice system. Electronically monitored bail is an important tool for managing defendants on bail. It enables the court to restrict the movements of higher risk defendants in the community under corrections monitoring. A defendant on electronically monitored bail is restricted to their address, and they can only leave for specific reasons or for a purpose specified by the court, such as attending medical appointments. Any unapproved absence will alert corrections, who notify police
when they suspect a condition has been breached. Corrections in the court have a safe and well-established approach for allowing a defendant subject to electronically monitored bail to be absent from their address when appropriate. For example, as I said, a medical appointment. Under this approach, the courts specify the purposes for which the defendant may be absent from their address. Corrections make the day-to-day assessments and approvals necessary to give effect to what the court has agreed. Concerns have been raised that the current law may in fact require the courts to approve each and every absence for the roughly 2,000 defendants subject to electronic monitoring. This would place an untenable burden on the courts and justice agencies and would be less responsive to the circumstances of the defendant, with consequences for public safety. For this reason, this bill makes a targeted change to align the legislation with the practices of agencies and Section 30M of the Bail Act, and inserting several new sections to codify the usual practice taken by corrections to enable the efficient and practical management of the large population of defendants on electronically monitored bail. The bill does not affect the core elements of the electronically monitored bail regime that are there to ensure defendants are actively monitored. It will continue to be the case that any unapproved absence will alert corrections who notify the police. The court will continue to be able to set purposes for absences and other details as appropriate. It can also continue to authorise or deny any specific absences where it considers appropriate to do so. I'm confident that these amendments will support corrections to continue doing its job while maintaining public safety and supporting the management of defendants. The bill applies the new provisions to all authorisations for absences that the court makes after the bill commences. It also validates conditions made by courts that provided for corrections and others to approve absences. This is to avoid the need for most of these defendants currently on electronically monitored bail under these conditions to come back to the court to vary these conditions. In a small number of cases where conditions involve parties other than corrections, the validations will last only 60 days after commencements. This is because going forward the court will only be able to enable electronically monitored assessors who are currently corrections staff to approve absences, not other parties. The 60 days provided will allow time for the conditions to be replaced. To conclude, I want to thank members for accepting the need to pass this bill rapidly through all stages. It's critical for the safe and efficient management of defendants on electronically monitored bail that we make these changes, update the law as soon as possible. I want to emphasise again that the bill is in keeping with more than 10 years of practice by agencies and the courts. These amendments will enable corrections to continue to manage these defendants in accordance with the purposes specified by the court, and they will avoid any negative impacts on the courts to ensure a practical, safe and efficient practice going forward. I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And as was mentioned by the Leader of the House, we've had an opportunity to see this bill for a short period of time. And look, we are going to support this bill going through the House, but I'm concerned that it has been drafted very hurriedly, and I think it actually needs amendment. And I know I want to put one particular amendment around voting, absence for voting into it, but much more critical. You know, I'm looking at this, so the framework is this. The court, at the moment, the practice that has emerged is that the court says, yes, we can have electronic bail, and then we have these electronic monitoring assessors who do the fine-tuning. So, you know, it might be for work, it might be for childcare, it might be for, you know, joint custody pickup or whatever. And when those things change, as they always do, the electronic monitoring assessors then can say, yes, okay, you can change your day from Tuesday to Wednesday for, you know, picking up the kids from preschool, whatever it might be. All perfectly sensible. I'm worried that this bill actually does, and the problem is that these electronic monitoring assessors don't actually have the power in the current Bail Act to do what they're doing. So the practices emerged, but the kind of practices got ahead of the law, and in fact the law is pretty clear that only the court has the power to impose electronic bail conditions. Now there is actually an important question about how much power you want to devolve down, and one policy question in here is, to what degree should that power to essentially dictate electronic monitoring conditions be given to a corrections officer, but fundamentally a bureaucrat, rather than it being a judicial decision? That's a really important question. Now, I think the intent of this Act is actually for the court to be able to delegate a very substantial amount of power. I think that's the intention. But here's the thing, Minister, I'm not sure it actually does it effectively, because this new Section 30MB, the closest it comes is to say the court should enable an EM assessor to approve in their discretion. But the section before says essentially that it's the court's job. So you've got a kind of bit of a disjunct. I think we need a very clear legislative statement that's saying, with the court's authorisation, an EM assessor has the power. You kind of need a declarative statement that the EM assessor is empowered to make these decisions, not a kind of weak, the court must enable an assessor, because it doesn't actually, it's Parliament that's conferring this, and we need to have that in the legislation. So I think we need, and it shouldn't be for me, I'm sure there's drafters who are much better than me, to make sure we have that empowering statement very clear. But that's just a first read, going to the first hurdle, saying, does it actually do what it intends to do? Now, I get why it's under urgency, because if the power was not there, then today and tomorrow the Department of Corrections will be in a bind. The other thing, I'd really appreciate it, Minister, if you would let the House know what the court decision which prompted this is, because I haven't actually been able to find it, but I understand there must be one out there. So it'd be really useful to see that legal analysis as well. Essentially put everything on the table. We know you've got a Crown Law opinion, and that's privileged. You can waive privilege, or the government can waive privilege. It'd be nice to see that too. But when we see this under urgency, and we want to do our job well, we want to give this a good working over, because clearly it's actually about liberty. It's an important part of our role. So yes, we support it. We actually think that the idea of people on bail being able to maintain connections with their communities and being as flexible as possible, consistent with kind of human rights and good lawmaking as we can, is a good thing. But we do think there's work to do on this piece of legislation. So, Minister, I'd love it if you, when we come into second reading soon, could address some of those issues. Kia ora.
Dr. Lawrence Shunan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand, we also support this bill in its intention, and also, like the previous speaker, the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb has mentioned, some of the need for urgency and the concern right now that corrections is operating in a less than legal manner is very real. And I think, it does warrant for us to kind of review it in more scrutiny, and understanding that this is a bill that is planning on going through all stages of the House today without select committee, and also with only a committee stage. So as we are going through this process of first reading, second reading, as well as third reading, I think there is definitely scope for us to discuss with the Minister further on some of the nuances around this bill as we get into that committee stage in lieu of a select committee stage. But I think overall, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the intention of this bill, it is, like the previous speaker has highlighted, that it is predominantly to do with defendants who are remanded in custody while waiting for the conclusion of their criminal charges, and that the fact that they do have the electronic monitoring and be placed on EM bail if the court considers EM bail restrictions will mitigate the risk they will otherwise pose in the community. So on the on balance, Mr. Speaker, the reason that the Green Party is in support of this is kind of the broader scope, and which I'll touch on later. But I think in terms of the specificity, I do share some of the concerns that the previous speaker has mentioned in terms of the newly introduced 30 MB, MAB and C, and I think we'll have more scope and room this afternoon to discuss that further. But I think in terms of its core function, we do see that in practice that currently corrections is doing all of this work when legally speaking it is the court who has the mandate. But in practice some of these covers things like medical appointment, meeting with lawyers, appointment with government agencies, or even just to shop for essential household supplies is very much a humane and a rational and a common sense thing to do. But I also think, Mr. Speaker, that through this bill, what we're seeing is this broader idea, and I think it's really important for us to put it on the table as well, on the broader issues and scope when it comes to our current remand system. But in terms of the electronic bail itself, one of the things that usually would be of concern for the Green Party is the fact that this is retrospective in nature. In fact, that this is a practice that corrections has been doing for a little while. Now, although the department, I see that the department disclosure statement did state that there is supposed to be advice being provided by the Attorney General around consistency with the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act. But I think at this stage, as far as I can see, I couldn't locate it on the Ministry of Justice website. So it will also be good, like the previous speaker suggested, that there is any additional material that will help the House with the discussion and the debate that we are going to have today, that will actually be really helpful in getting the bigger picture around the reason for some of this, the history and context of some of these, and also the reason for its urgency. But broadly speaking, Mr. Speaker, I think it's really important to note that often when we're looking at things that are retrospective, Section 26 of the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act is very clear in terms of retrospective penalty. But I think in the context of this, one of the things that we wanted to also highlight once again is the fact that when we are looking at this particular bill, it's retrospective. However, it doesn't necessarily construe a penalty for the offender itself or for the defendant who are remanded in custody, if one would which one would assume that being in remand is actually in itself is a violation of NZ-BORA. But that is a conversation for later readings. But overall, the Green Party is supportive of this bill. It's understanding of its urgency, but also have additional concerns and additional, I guess, curiosities that we have for the Minister around the scope and the circumstance and the history that meant that this bill is brought into this House under urgency. And like I said before, Mr. Speaker, that the NZ-BORA test for Section 26 in this case does hold, because we do not consider it, in our opinion, as a retrospective penalty, and we look forward to further discussions in second reading and beyond.
Todd Stevenson.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of ACT to speak in support of the bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill. As we've heard from the Minister, this bill will make some adjustments to the Bail Act 2000 to do with electronic monitoring conditions for when a defendant is on bail in the community but under electronic monitoring conditions. As we've already heard, the courts impose particular authorised purposes from which a person can be absent from specified addresses, such as medical appointments, appointments with lawyers, shopping, childcare arrangements, etc. What this bill really is doing is just codifying the current practice at the moment, where corrections can make adjustments to the timings around some of those absences. And so this has been occurring for quite some time, with corrections making sure that the community remains safe while these people are being electronically monitored, but it's practical so they can actually attend to the specified appointments, etc., that the court has authorised. So we will be supporting this, as we do not want to disrupt the important work of both the courts and corrections by imposing any unnecessary burden on those organisations. So ACT will be supporting this bill. Thank you.
The Honourable Casey Costello.
Thank you. I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to also speak in support of the Bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill. I commend the Minister for taking the proactive approach in this space to rectify an issue where common sense and practice may have moved faster than the legislation, and it's about correcting something that is just addressing a risk where there may be an anomaly. I hope that as we debate this in the House, we manage to actually stick to the details of this very tight piece of legislation that is rectifying a process. It is not changing our justice system, it is not offering penalties that don't exist, and it is not about changing how we manage remand prisoners generally. It is about the electronic monitoring. To go back, electronic monitoring has been a really important tool in addressing the safety and vulnerability of victims who have gone through the process and a defendant may have been given bail, and it was able to address the sense of safety and security that many victims felt during the court process. So it's been an incredibly important tool. It will continue to be an important tool. But as with any tools, they need to be adjusted and modified to meet with the changing environment of our justice system, and it has been a changing environment, that we are wanting to ensure that those that are on remand still have the ability to go about the necessary activities for their lives whilst we still provide the victims an assurance. So this is a practical process whereby we are not being forced to put defendants back towards the court and clog up our court system, allowing a practice that is in place to continue to operate effectively and address the minor amendments and changes and concessions that need to be made on electronic monitoring. As again, the Minister has outlined what will actually be the outcome of this. I think it's been a very proactive piece of legislation. I appreciate the support across the House to ensure that we can get this moving as quickly as possible to provide the surety for those hard-working individuals who work within the remand process, which is a very fluid and demanding environment. So we have, on behalf of New Zealand First, no hesitation in commending this bill to the House.
Call on Taku Te Ferris.
Koe te pika, o tira tēnā tātou. Tuanau ki te whakapua ki ngā whakaro o te Pāti Māori. Mo te pire e kia nei ko te Bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill. Ko tā mātou, kāre mātou i te tautoko i te kawenga ohorere o te whare, o ngā ture whai take i roto i te ao o te ture. Me te mohio anō, hua no atu hua no mai, ko ngā tikanga o te tāhuhu o te ture o tēnei whenua, ka tāmi hia tonutia te iwi Māori. Nō reira, noko nā ka whakaara ke a hau ki te tuku i enei whakaaro. So whilst the bill is presented in a positive light and it's an addressing of a systems glitch, if you might want to put it that way, a legal loophole being closed and administrative improvements to make things more efficient and so on and so forth, we can't help but express our dismay at the fact that given that the justice portfolio, the justice reforms being promoted by the government at this time have unequivocally all of them had official advice saying that they will disproportionately impact Māori negatively. And although this is a relatively simple set of changes and it is aimed at fixing what is a congestion problem and making things more efficient, the haste in which it is being put through the House in one day denies any Māori group, not Te Hungaroia Māori or Aotearoa or any other Māori legal group, the opportunity to provide some commentary on the potential impacts on te iwi Māori. And in a country with a parliament and a constitution founded on Te Tiriti o Waitangi, where two equal constitutional partners agree to work together, we just can't bring ourselves to openly endorse it. And, you know, this is just a reoccurring theme. It's a reoccurring thing we have to deal with, is how readily and easily dismissed the Māori opinion and view on lawmaking is in our country. And I rise time and time and time again to raise it as an issue. And regardless of the select committee processes and raising things in those areas, the concerns never see the light of day. And neither do the concerns of the many legal groups that come to the select committee process and present, who all unanimously advise the government that the swift actions and the limiting of Māori input into the devising and generation of laws for the country continue to entrench Māori, the disproportionate nature of the Māori presence in the justice system in Aotearoa. We know without a shadow of a doubt that it's born out of institutional racism, systemic racism, attitudinal racism, all things that have been long investigated, commented on, published in this country by our own justice systems, by the police, by justice themselves. Yet here we are doing it again. So we're really just bewildered. We're just bewildered that the only solutions the government has to offer are ones that entrench Māori overrepresentation in the country's justice system. A set of conditions that has been prevalent since the 1980s when the late Moana Jackson began his investigations into that justice system. I know that the government hasn't bothered to have a look at any of that work, and that's why we keep coming back to here. So we do not support the bill. Tēnā koutou.
Hamish Campbell.
I rise to support the bail electronic monitoring amendment bill on behalf of the National Party. This bill allows the practical safe management of defendants on electronically monitored bail. Therefore, I commend the bill to the House.
Mr. Speaker.
Tracy McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to talk on this bill, the Bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill. And as has been suggested and talked about by colleagues, this bill addresses an urgent issue, hence the fact we find ourselves in urgency. And I do also acknowledge the fact that that is the way these things have to happen. There are consequences if it wasn't to happen in this particular way, but it may just require that little bit of explanation for anybody listening at home as to why this in particular is so urgent. So the bill addresses an urgent issue that the Crown Law have advised, that the conventional practice where corrections are authorised to approve absences for defendants on electronic monitoring, and it's not compliant with Section 30M of the Bail Act. As has been noted, this is a matter of custom and practice, essentially, that has been operating in this way for quite some time. It's just a matter of fact, really, that the operational procedural logic behind doing it this way hasn't kept up with, well, the legislation certainly hasn't kept up with that evolving mechanism. So these absence requests allow defendants to attend things like weddings, funerals, tangihanga, any other important life event which naturally occurs inside a corrections facility as it does any other facility, and therefore must be accommodated. I think there is something like 30,000 requests for such absence requests per month, which is, I think, a lot bigger number than most people probably would have assumed. So you can only just imagine the logistics that go into all of those decisions. The bill has been introduced also, it should be noted, Madam Speaker, to retroactively make compliant, not just retroactively make compliant the existing practice of corrections, but also acknowledging without this change there would be significant impact on both courts and defendants, as the courts themselves would have to therefore take up that mantle and make those absences approved in some sort of other process-orientated way. And it doesn't take too much thought, Madam Speaker, to just imagine how the court process would become even further clogged up than it already is. So the bill will, as I said, retroactively validate existing authorisations, so existing authorisations as well, made prior to this bill, so that defendants don't need to seek approval a second time for absences which have already been approved. So that just streamlines that. We want, obviously, on this side of the House, we're absolutely thoroughly interested in anything that prevents further delays to the courts, and that's why we will be supporting this as a necessary thing to do. We fundamentally support the use of electronic monitoring and ensuring that, where possible, that people can stay connected to their communities in whatever way is still applicable to them. I do note that, Madam Speaker, thinking about this particular area, that prior to the election, when the National Party were all very gung-ho about law and order and what they would do and what they wouldn't do, I note that both Ministers Mitchell and Ministers Goldsmith were very vocal in calling for tighter restrictions on who would be eligible to receive electronic monitoring in those bail conditions, and going as far as to label the existing system, the epitome of soft on crime. Systems were inadequate, they called, and they said that authorities often failed to respond quickly. So it's quite surprising that, again, whilst we find ourselves here under urgency, very necessarily having to address this technical aspect, that we haven't heard any contributions from the other side of the House even go near what they might like to have also done in this area, or why they didn't necessarily take opportunities that were afforded to them during this process to make some of those big calls a reality. National certainly campaigned on stricter bail laws and tougher consequences for ankle bracelet breaches, and a review of a whole swathe of bail decisions. So again, more than happy to support this piece of legislation. A little bit bemused that it isn't accompanied by, or there's no explanation of how it would have gone further, but we commend this bill to the House. Carl Bates.
Madam Chair, I rise to support this bill to ensure that a long-standing and efficient practice for the management of defendants on electronically monitored bail continues, and I commend it to the House.
I call the Honourable Ginny Anderson. Much, Madam Chair, and thank you for that really well thought through last response from the government on this important bill. Madam Speaker, this is an important issue, which is an urgent issue, and we know that from the fact that Crown Law have advised that the conventional practice where corrections have authorised to approve absences for those defendants who are on electronic monitoring, that is currently not compliant with Section 30M of the Bail Act. So we have a problem. This is effectively a non-compliant practice, and it has been the way that Corrections has been operating the electronic bail system since back in 2013. So it's important that this House does vote to make sure that it's corrected. They approve approximately around 30,000 absence requests per month, and so it's a high traffic area that we need to make sure is right in order to make sure community safety is paramount. These absences allow defendants to attend things like weddings, funeral, tangi, other important life events and functions. And so what this bill effectively does is retroactively make compliant the existing practice that corrections undertake. Without this change, it's really important to note that significant impacts both on courts and also on defendants would occur, because courts, in fact, would need to approve those absences. The bill clarifies quite rightly that the court may authorise EM assessors to approve a defendant to be absent from their EM address. An EM or electric monitoring assessor is in substance the person who has been rightly approved by either police or corrections to take up that role. The bill as it is will retroactively validate existing authorisations and made prior to the enactment of the legislation we're doing today. And that will mean that defendants don't need to seek approval of a second time for absences which have in fact already been approved. As already stated, Madam Speaker, we will support this legislation. The changes that this bill makes already for the existing practices of corrections and courts with respect to absences, this bill simply ensures that the practice is compliant with the Bail Act. We want to make sure that that does occur and that existing authorisations are valid, and that is the reason for the retrospective element to this legislation. We want to prevent further delays in the courts, and we know that there are some significant delays still in our courts presently, and so it's important that we avoid any further bottlenecks in our system. Corrections does need to be able to continue to do what it's done since the electoral monitoring system was established back in 2013. We support the use of electric monitoring, ensuring where it is always possible that people can stay connected to their communities. That's an important part of reintegration as well. There are quite a number of people on bail. Many have not been convicted of a crime, and because of the presumption of innocence, they should not be confined in any way restrictive that is not consistent with community safety. So there are others that are yet to be sentenced, but it's important that we don't mix up what is EM bail with home detention, and that is quite often done when these things are either covered publicly or discussed publicly. There's quite an important distinction there, Madam Speaker. Just to conclude, we know that there are thousands of people on electronic bail and thousands more on remand in our prisons. These are all people who are accused in cases currently before the courts who have not yet been convicted or acquitted, or who have not yet been convicted but are not yet sentenced. So it is important that the backlog the courts create is not made worse by this situation. The Ministry of Justice, understanding, has estimated the amount of time people spend on remand is expected to grow to an average of 91 days by 2031, and that means the average amount of time people spend on EM bail is also likely to increase. So we need to get this right.
I call Rima Nakale.
It's a pleasure to rise in support of the Bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill. And essentially, Madam Speaker, as we've heard throughout the course of this first reading stage, it's that we're joining, with this bill, we're joining common practice with the technical law, and so I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Is there a party vote called for? Oh, a party vote is called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakai.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti whare. Tēnā koe.
Can I just remind members, if a party vote is called for, can you please ensure that it is audible when you make that call? Thank you. Members, the ayes are 117, the noes are 6. The question is agreed to.
Bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill, first reading.
This bill is set down for second reading immediately. I call the Honourable James Meagher.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, I just want to acknowledge and thank all members across the House for their views and input into the first reading speeches. It's been enlightening and helpful to get a steer from parties as to their relative levels of support for the bill, and I'm encouraged that we'll be able to progress this in a timely manner. It is obviously of some urgency and some importance, and I appreciate the views of members across the House who agree with the government that it is important to clarify that the electronic monitoring conditions we put in place are lawful, and this will just reinforce the common practice which is undertaken by corrections and by the courts. Look, Madam Speaker, we agree with the opposition in their view that we want to support faster resolution within the court system and in justice. I've noted with some interest the proposed amendment by Dr Webb, and of course we can discuss this later on, but at this stage I don't think we'll be supporting Dr Webb's amendment on the basis that you can vote while you're on bail. You can undertake a home vote. I've undertaken a few of those myself, campaigning in Dunedin over a few years, and you can obviously, there is a system whereby you can conduct a vote in your own personal home. You can have someone bring you a vote, you can fill it out and they can take it back with you, and that will hopefully resolve the issue that Dr Webb is raising. It is disappointing to hear that the bill won't be supported by all parties, and I just urge Te Pāti Māori to reconsider their support for the bill. We understand the background and some of the issues that they may have with the process and the general sort of policy differences that we have with that party, but the practical effect of their opposition will be to essentially try and make it harder for people on bail to do things like go to the doctor, visit their lawyer, go to the hospital, go to their groceries if they need to, go get housing support, housing advice, go to a tangi, as the Honourable Ginny Anderson pointed out. And I just urge them to reconsider whether or not that's something they want to be supporting, whether or not they want to support making it harder for those individuals to do that. So, Madam Speaker, that's a summary of where we are. I hope that we can continue to progress this bill through the House with some pace, and I commend it to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to.
Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Kia ora, te mana whakawa. Thank you. Look, this is not an inconsequential bill, and so it's disappointing that the members of the government are not really exploring the challenges in this bill. They've clearly had it prepared at pace, and in my previous speech I asked two perfectly reasonable questions. What's the, I'd asked the Minister to come back to the House at second reading and respond to them. One, what was the judicial decision which triggered this, this concern? If there wasn't one, just say so. And secondly, will he waive privilege on Crown Law advice so we can see the full analysis that they are saying there's a problem, and at the moment we're taking their word for it. So I'd really like to see that. And, I've had very little time to look at this bill, but the other thing that strikes me, the retrospective nature of bills like this, tidy up bills, where you've got this, you've been doing this, turns out it's wrong, are all very nice. I guess there's two aspects to it, and I'm not sure that it really addresses the second aspect. Firstly, there's people out there who have been, happily saying you can have bail and you can do this and you can go to the shops and you can go to tangi, totally outside of any authority. So they've been acting illegally. And there's a possibility that they're civilly liable for acting outside of any legal authority they have. And they need an immunity, and that's fine. But the other thing is that people who have been told, go to this tangi or you can go shopping every Tuesday morning, have actually been in breach of bail. And that's an offence under Section 38C of the Bail Act. And what they need is to be very clear that their offence, because you can't grant that extension or that leave or indulgence from bail if you simply don't have the legal authority to do so. It's void. It doesn't count. So now you've got people out there who, through no fault of their own, because it's not an intentional it's just a breach. It doesn't require intention. They're in trouble. It needs to be made absolutely clear, because retrospectivity, there's a strong presumption against kind of retrospectivity in those kinds of things. So there needs to be a provision in this Act, and get drafting, because if you're doing it under urgency, it's happening pretty soon, that we need to have a provision in this Act which says people who in reliance on an authority given by a corrections officer, or it appears in some cases even a social worker, not even an employee of corrections, they are immune from prosecution for any breach of the Bail Act flowing from that decision. That's actually quite important, because if we don't have that, that's hanging over them. And it's all very nice to say the executive, that is to say the Crown, wouldn't prosecute. But it needs to be made clear no offence has occurred. They did nothing wrong. Because otherwise you can say, well, you were in breach of bail on this occasion. When in fact, in fact they are, but we need to create a world in which they weren't. And that's one of the things that Parliament here can do. So you can see, and I get why you want to fix this as quickly as possible, but it's got all the hallmarks of being drafted on the run. So, I suspect while I speak, people are busily drafting amendment papers that we'll see on the table at some stage in the future. And look, this is just, sure, I've got a little bit of knowledge of the law, but this is just someone reading it from a position of, and I'm no expert on bail, I'll tell you that, but it just doesn't seem to quite do what it really, really needs to do. So look, yes, we agree with it. And we also agree with the principle that people who are on bail, particularly if they are charged but not yet convicted, need to have the most liberty that is consistent with community safety. And that fundamentally, that's I think what we're trying to get at. That the Bail Act's job is to make sure people turn up to their court appearance, but also that particularly when you've got violent offenders, that the community, or violent accused, they're not yet offenders, but violent accused, that the community is kept safe from them. So it is a balancing act. Electronic bail is a really good way to do that, because community safety is enhanced because you can constrain exactly where they are. It's this property or this part of a property, and with these limited conditions. But we see that it change can be needed. And I said before, and I was disappointed a little bit that Honourable James Meagher didn't address it, because I said the philosophical question is where the line is drawn between essentially delegating control over someone's liberty to an unelected bureaucrat and the role of a judge. Now, in the court process, the registrar can also, only with the agreement of the prosecution, but can also agree to variance of bail conditions. But I do have kind of a residual concern that we are putting into the correction system a high degree of control. And I'll be honest, and I'm sure my colleague, the spokesperson for corrections, Tracy McClellan, will have something to say, but corrections isn't a shining star of good procedure in terms of some of the work it does. I'm not saying they're not people who are trying their very hardest to do a good job, but they're constrained on all kinds of fronts. And certainly there's a risk that the kind of attention, the important balancing of rights, which is what judges do, the exercise of discretion, taking into account fundamental rights and freedoms and the need for community safety and understanding the legal interaction between those, that's actually quite a tricky job. And so I am concerned in this bill that it basically, if I've read it right, in I think it's clause 30MB, it enables an electronic monitoring assessor to approve pretty much anything. They can, the court has an ability to either say, yes, for childcare and your medical needs, you can, we give the electronic monitoring assessor the ability to do that, or it can say, or do whatever you want. Now, do whatever you want is extending a huge amount of fundamentally power to the electronic monitoring assessor. The other thing I'm curious to know is in the legislative statement, it referred to the fact that the electronic bail conditions had been delegated to Department of Corrections and others, including social workers. So I'm very keen to know what "and others" means, and and how the social workers got thrown in there as well. And others could mean anything at all. It might be skilled professionals like psychiatrists, I don't know, but it could also just be anyone. So we need to know who had that. And also, in terms of the transitional provisions, because that's actually, most of the words in this piece of legislation are in fact transitional provisions, and I can see why, because it's actually pretty tricky. In terms, I don't understand yet, because I haven't got my head around it, how the transitional provisions are going to work for these approvals which are so wildly outside of any reasonable delegation that they could have imagined existed. So if a social worker, or the cleaner was allowing these extensions, now what do their transitional provisions do to those? Do they give an immunity for prosecution for people there as well? And what about going forward? If your social worker said to you, you can pick up your kids from kindy within, at the usual times, and that was your social worker. Now it's hard to validate that because the the new regime doesn't allow it. So it's not like saying, well, we're going to change the rules and we'll deem the rules to have been always applicable, still falls outside of that. So that's a challenge as well. So we get it, there's a mistake, we've got to fix it up, but I'm yet to be convinced that this is in the right form, and the committee stage has got a lot of work to do.
I call Lawrence Sunan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we mentioned in the first reading, the Green Party support this bill in the sense that it provides a practice that is not punishment in nature to the existing system. However, I think as the previous speaker, Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb, has mentioned, there are a number of concerns in this bill, and I think I would just like to spend this particular reading in lieu of a select committee process to actually highlight some of these concerns, which I'm sure that we will have more time to discuss during the committee stage. I think the first of, as everyone has said, this is a current practice, but there are a number of issues with this current practice. I think first of all, there is the privacy concerns, and then in the Department disclosure statement, it does mention that the Office of the Privacy Commissioner was consulted around this. But Madam Speaker, we also must bear in mind that in order for there to be for absence to be granted, that these in 30M A or B, the assessor, for example, or even in clause 4 of this bill, a registrar or even an assessor may be able to access some of those personal information. And I think we haven't really quite teased out in terms of the privacy component of this bill and the implementation of this bill, even though it's an existing practice. And in terms of particularly its interactions with some of the, as we see, with some of the latest updates around the information privacy principles, the IPP of the Privacy Act 2020. So I think from a privacy perspective, there's actually a lot of things to discuss and to hopefully have a conversation with the Minister for some elucidation. That's my first point. I think the second point that I would also like to mention is that, as we are talking about the fact that, these sort of assessors and etc. will be able to assess from a corrections perspective as opposed to the existing structure of having the court, for those kind of assessors to do it, what situations would be considered appropriate context for absence to be granted. Again, just because it's current practice, like the previous speaker said, doesn't necessarily mean that it is the right process to do. Madam Speaker, one of the bills that we did discuss last year was around the Corrections Amendment Bill, which is now Corrections Amendment Act 2024. And during the debate of that particular bill, one of the things that we really highlighted is the removal of cultural competency within that bill. So as we're seeing that the corrections is now in a position where they are granting some of these absences, it does make me wonder in terms of what cultural competency is granted in terms of what leave will be allowed in that case. You know, we heard about the fact that, yes, things like you know, going to appointment, going to meetings, you know, subject to, you know, like, you know, government agents going to government agencies, picking up from daycare. You know, we've heard some of these, but what about things that are more cultural in nature? So, for example, for people who needed to attend a tangi, would they be provided absence or would it be provided leave for the entire duration of that tangi? Or is it just like, actually, we're going to go with a standardized funeral or bereavement leave that you can go for one day and choose which day you want to go? So a lot of these sort of has broader implications and cultural implications if corrections is in charge of this particular aspect. So that's one of the other elements that I think really deserve some attention when we are progressing through the committee stage. Madam Speaker, I think the other thing that is central to the Bail Act 2020, but also is central to the discussion we have right now, is the fact that what we're seeing is a drastic increase in the number of people who are on remand. And indeed, you know, some of the latest studies that has been done and some of the latest articles that has been written around remand, most recently, one of the ones that I picked up on was at the end of last year, which talks about that as we see the way that our remand system work, we're seeing more and more people who are unsentenced people who may not be guilty of offending being placed into these situations. Now, again, understanding that we're looking at a system with electronic bail and also with absence, we are seeing those who are on remand who may not be within the prison system, but we must acknowledge the interaction between our view and our position on remand more broadly. Madam Speaker, we are seeing, for those who are on remand, we are seeing that 54% of females in our current, for example, prison system, etc., are on remand. That is a threefold increase from a decade ago. We're seeing, as of the data from April 2023, that was had available to me, just, you know, considering we're currently going through all of these under urgency, you know, the data that I was able to find from April 2023, 89% of young people are on remand. You know, so a lot of this does come into the fact that when we are discussing this bill and the broader context of remand and electronic bail, it does beg the question of why is this something that the court system is unable to do? I think one of the previous speakers, the Honourable Jeannie Anderson, has mentioned in the context of this that yes, we do want correction to possibly be able to do some of these in order to not create that backlog and bottleneck in terms of our court system. However, the question, I think the bigger question is, why are there so many people on remand right now that we need to have this system in the first place? Because if we do actually treat people on remand as it is stated in our New Zealand Bill of Rights Act under Section 25, Section 25C, innocence until proven guilty, surely that remand as a concept of us punishing people without any formal sentencing, without proving that they're guilty, is a flaw in our current system. So with something like this, as we see an increase in the number of people who are on remand, are we actually seeing that the practice that is being put forward here that we would like to codify is actually a response to the wider issue of remand, as opposed, and then providing a technical fix, as opposed to us addressing the genuine issue of why are there so many people who are in remand and why is the court not being able to handle the workload and we have to pass it on to corrections instead. So again, another piece of, I think, really important context around this when it comes to remand is, let's say the data from October 2023, it says that, again, this is in the context of the prison population and those who are in remand in prison. But I think it highlights, again, the broader issue that 40% of our prison population in October 2023 were on remand, and that is a quadrupling in 2 decades. So I think these are the broader issue that also possibly deserve some attention as we look at the technical fix that is this bill. I think lastly, Madam Speaker, that I would like to highlight, and I think I've highlighted previously, is around the Bill of Rights, the New Zealand Bill of Rights 1990 context of this bill, and particularly the retrospective nature of it. Madam Speaker, I did just again had a look on the Ministry of Justice website, and it is clear to me that although an attempt was made to upload the Boer report as stated in the department disclosure statement saying that there is a Boer report, that Boer report is actually not available. The link doesn't work on the Ministry of Justice website, and fundamentally it begs the question of, it's very hard for members of this House to really scrutinize a bill and to really providing the kind of analysis that we need as legislature and as people whose primary role is to make law for Aotearoa New Zealand, that we are kind of stabbing in the dark because we don't have the information available to us, such as fundamentally a Bill of Rights consistency report, which is not available and always the link is broken. That is a genuine concern. So, Madam Speaker, I can stand here and say that yes, in that bill, in that report, we might see some evidence that conversations around consistency with Section 18 of NZ-BORA, particularly around freedom of movement, and I mentioned before in terms of some of the issues and consistency with retrospective penalties in Section 26, which apparently wasn't something that the BORA report in terms of the box actually considered, which I thought is kind of obvious. But again, the broader issue with remand under Section 25C, I think all of these sort of brings a broader context to some of the things that we need to be looking at when we're discussing this bill. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I just want to very briefly touch on something else that the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb mentioned before, is the fact that we're looking at something that is predominantly within the judiciary that has now been passed on to the executive through corrections, and that separation of power and that broader context, I think, is something else we would like to ask the Minister during the committee stage. And with that, we support that, and we really look forward to the committee stage and having a conversation with the Minister.
Madam Speaker.
I call Laura McClure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Oh, look, it seems to be a Green Party policy shot this afternoon. So I want to say thank you very much to the hardest working opposition MP. He's back, he's here, he's ready for a committee stage. And look, I think why we're doing this has been really well canvassed in the first reading. We're in the second reading at this point. We want to make sure that the current practice is in fact law-abiding. I know I can hear the concerns coming from some of the opposition, and I think, let's just get this fixed and get this across the line, and there could be some great members' bill ideas out there. So I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
I call the Honourable Casey Costello. Madam Speaker, I suppose it's really on us to kind of bring back some logic and some sense into the discussion that's been heard before the House. Sometimes time filling becomes a distraction to what is really at heart. We've heard a few commentaries across the House about the alarmist kind of strategy around what could and what might and setting bail, and this is not what this bill is about. This is about the electronic monitoring exemptions for bail conditions that already exist. This is not overruling the court system. This is not overstepping the mark. This is not breaching Bill of Rights. This is not to be overthought and overanalysed and create scaremongering amongst the public. It is also, as the Honourable James Meagher highlighted, an opportunity to make the best of difficult situations in electronic monitoring and actually deliver some positive conditions. So maybe there might be a chance in this House to stop panicking, to stop the victim narrative, to stop being an obstruction to implementing some good changes,
and recognise that this is an opportunity when electronic mail conditions are put in place to actually allow some exemptions and some conditions to allow those that are on remand to have some quality of life in their conditions, to seek help, to seek guidance, to seek support, to seek family members, and also to complete the justice process. It is a system in place already. There was an anomaly identified that perhaps this may need to be tightened up in terms of the process. That is exactly what this piece of legislation is doing. That is why we are doing it under urgency, to ensure there is the clarity that across the House is seeking for, and that is why New Zealand First will fully commend this bill to the House, acknowledging the incredible efforts of the Minister to make up for lost time in the corrections process that has been slipping. Thank you.
Tākuta Ferris.
Ki te reo Māori aku kōrero i tēnei wā. I roto i tēnei pānuitanga tuarua o tēnei pire, kia nei ko te Bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill. Ka taka ki te Pāti Māori, ngā kupu whakaara o te iwi Māori e whakapuaki i roto i tēnei whare. Nā runga no i te mea kua roa te reo o te iwi Māori e kaupare hi atu e tēnei whare. I tēnei wā, kei te rongo atu ahau, i ngā kōrero o te whare nōna te mana whakahaere e whakaiti nei i tāte taha ki te tangata whenua o Aotearoa, whakapuaki ngā whakaro nui mō rea nei, mō tōna iwi. I roto i te kotahi tau me te hawhe, kāre noa hau kia rongo i te taha kāwanatanga e kōrero tia nei mō ngā aupehitanga i runga i te iwi Māori. Kāre noa hau kia rongo i te taha ki te kāwanatanga e kōrero nei mō ngā kupu whakatūpato o te tāhuhu o te ture mō ana panonitanga ture i roto i te ranga ture o tēnei tau. Kāre noa hau kia rongo i tētahi whakaro puta atu ana i a rātau he manaaki i te taha ki te iwi Māori. Ka mutu ka tāia e tēnā mema te tūtū mai me te whakaiti i te wāhi o te reo o te Pāti Māori ki te whakaarake me te whakapuaki i ngā whakaro o te iwi Māori, te iwi kua roa e mau here nei e tēnei whare. Te iwi kua roa e mau kino nei i roto i ngā tikanga whakahaere o te tāhuhu o te ture o Aotearoa. Nō reira kāore au mo te whakarongo me te whakae ki ngā kōrero a tēnā pāti e mea nei ko tā mātou he whakamataku i te tūmata nui. He whakamataku rānei i te iwi Māori. Kao, e hara. Ko tēnei panonitanga, he tikanga me whakatikahia i te mea kua te koutou neke atu e tārewa he ana. Nā ko wai hoki rā te whare ka whakae kia haere i runga i te pōhehe e tika ana tikanga whakaere, me te awake te koutou ki muri kei te he ngā whakahaeretanga. Hanga tūmeke hau i tēnei āhuatanga. Me te ata, me te kawe tere nei i tēnei whakatikahanga, me te ki atu o kua painai nei me hare tonu. Aha koa te kauparetanga o te reo o te iwi Māori, aha koa te kore whai whakaro ki te tokomaha o te iwi Māori e noho nei roto i ngā tikanga whakahaere o te tāhuhu o te ture. Me pēhera te iwi Māori e te pika. Me pēhera e rāngona ai ngā kōrero whakatūpato, ngā whakaro whakaarara i tēnei whare ki ngā aue me ngā taimahatanga, ngā aupehitanga o te iwi Māori roto i ngā tau. Ka rau te kita atu i te huarahi. Karau te kita atu i te huarahi. I te mea kei te mōhio ahau, maroto i te kōmiti whiriwhiri, e nei āwangawanga nui, e nei kupu whakamōrearea nui o te iwi Māori, ka takanoa ki te taha. Nō reira, kāreo e whakae ki ngā kupu a te mema kātai anō ka noho, kāreo e whakae ki ngā kupu a te heamana o te kōmiti whakahaere a te ture. No
Can I
reira,
just bring the member back to this particular bill?
kei te kōrero hau mo te pire nei. No reira, ka waihohi ake aku kōrero I reira. A hako te tō wai o ngā kōrero, me tō wai hia ka tika. I te mea kāre no ngā taringa o tēnei whare kia tahuri mai ki te iwi Māori, ka mau tonu te Pāti Māori ki tā te iwi Māori e mōhio nei. No roto mai ngā wheakotanga o tēnā whakatipuranga, o tēnā whakatipuranga, o tēnā whakatipuranga, tahi me ngā ture o tēnei whare. Kāre mātou e tautoko I te pire. Kia ora tātou.
I call Timothy Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to take a 5-minute call to support this bill, which is going through. And it's fitting because I actually visited Wanganui Prison yesterday, and some of the points that they were making around prison population and the remand population were quite helpful in terms of understanding this bill, because, what was the quote he used? As the muster grows, the quality goes. And that's what we're seeing in Aotearoa. Lots of people in prison, lots of people in jails on remand who could otherwise be out in the community on electronic bail. So that's why we're supporting this bill, because it means that more people can stay in their community and go to really important appointments and things that they need to run their lives. And they're able to do that freely, and I know that that's a real challenge for people. There was a 14-year-old boy that I met in Ōtepoti in Dunedin, and I won't go into the details too much around his offending, but he was presented with the choice of whether he could go on electronic bail monitoring or go to a youth justice residence. And he picked the youth justice residence, and the reason he did that was because he said it was too hard to follow the bail conditions while he had the bracelet on. He said it was too hard, that the rules and the curfews was far too hard, and it was much easier for him to just go to the youth justice residence. And I want to remind people that that's an expensive choice that people are making, because it costs far more to incarcerate people than it is to allow them to go about their lives and have relative freedom while still being monitored. So this is a good change that makes things a little bit more reasonable, because the way that we treat people while they're on bail, when they're in jail, or whether they're in prison, directly affects the way that they will engage with the justice system or offend again or not. And so the more that we can treat people like human beings, allow them to go to the supermarket, allow them to go to MSD, to talk to their caseworker face to face, to allow them to go to appointments where the doctor actually physically needs to see them, is a really important part of respecting the humanity of all people in our society, including those who may have been sentenced or awaiting sentencing. That's basically the crux of our support. There's not a whole lot more to add than that. Pulled out all the stories I have, so I will conclude there and commend the bill to the House.
Tom Rutherford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's good to see a relative sense of unity across the House on this piece of legislation, bar our friends in Te Pāti Māori, but I don't think we'll see much of that ever happening. So, Madam Speaker, this is a pragmatic change. Really good legislation. We're doing it quickly so that we can ensure nothing falls through the cracks, and so I commend it to the House.
Well said, well done. I call Tracy McClellan.
Madam Speaker, thank you. And I'm going to take probably a few more minutes than what the previous contributor just managed to conjure up in his contribution, and talk about this bill at the second reading. Not to be confused with the first reading that was just a few minutes ago. So, Madam Speaker, when we consider the Bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill, there's some other aspects to this that, some other parts to the puzzle, I should say, or some other pieces to the picture that might help kind of elucidate the background a little bit. The changes that the bill makes, as has been said, are already the existing practice of corrections and the courts as well, with respect to granting absences from electronic bail addresses. And that's kind of one aspect. The bill simply ensures that the practice, this bill simply ensures that the practice that's been happening for a number of years now is compliant with the Bail Act, and that the existing authorisations continue to be valid. And Madam Speaker, it's probably important to note that when we are talking about these types of things, and not everybody has the chance or the opportunity, so to speak, to have a little bit of a look inside the justice system. It's a system that probably the vast majority of people aren't familiar with because they don't interact with the justice system on a day-to-day sort of level, or and hopefully, for most people, they never have to interact with the criminal justice system. But it's a unique environment, and it's full of all sorts of processes, procedure, rigour, structure. And then there's lots of things that happen that sometimes can feel a little bit ad hoc or a little bit not quite tight enough, considering the types of situations and the circumstances that are at play here within the criminal justice system. But it's important to note, I think, Madam Speaker, that when we're talking about changes like this, that it is ultimately about people, and people who are incarcerated, awaiting trial or on bail, and are innocent until proven guilty, are exactly that, still people who have some rights, who have considerations, and where the state, as the person potentially taking away that liberty, has responsibility to ensure that the system that people find themselves in is a robust one. So the people on bail, many have not been convicted of a crime at all, and because of the presumption of innocence, they should be confined, and I think most people would agree, should be confined in the least restrictive way, which is consistent still with community safety, which is obviously paramount and incredibly important. And other people that we may be talking about when we're considering this piece of legislation, others may may have gone through that process but are yet to be sentenced. So we're talking about people that find themselves in different stages of that system. And people have been assured that when they've had leave, prior to today, when they've had leave, that it's been granted correctly, that it was a valid decision, and that they haven't in fact therefore been in breach of the Bail Act. And I think that goes not only for the people who are on electronic monitoring, but also, as my colleague, the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb has said, also the myriad of people who have made those decisions. And I think that the vast majority of the public would be quite surprised to know that it's not necessarily the legal profession or the types of people who work within corrections that they might have assumed would have been the people making those decisions. In fact, it can often be people from various different professions, including social workers and other people. So it's incredibly important for the people who find themselves in the Corrections Department, and also the people who work within the Corrections Department, that those assurances can be made. And it's not a simple thing. There's been several contributions from the other side of the House that have almost been flippant in the fact that questions have been raised on this side of the House. And I can assure you that certainly when we come to the Committee of the Whole stage, there will be several clauses and several questions and undoubtedly some amendment papers required, because with all the best intention in the world, sometimes the most simplest things that seem simple can very easily have unintended consequences. And whilst we haven't had a huge amount of time to pore over this particular bill and consider those ramifications, it is very clear, even having a quick look, that there are some questions, some really, really valid questions about the logistics and about some aspects of this bill that may need to be further tightened up. And it's interesting, Madam Speaker, although not everybody might agree, that there was a contribution from the other side of the House that suggested that this bill itself may need tightening up, as if that was simply the advice that was received. And yet the members of the National Party and New Zealand First and ACT have had an opportunity to elucidate this House on the fact that we still are none the wiser as to really what is the impetus behind bringing this bill to the House today, other than needing to fix something up. But how, after, several years, has this suddenly arisen? And my colleague, the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb, in his very first contribution in the first reading of this bill, posed the question as to what was the information, the court decision, I can't quite remember the exact phrasing that he used, but that was clear that there was some sort of judicial process or advice that lended itself to the fact that this required, in quite a urgent fashion, hence the fact we find ourselves in urgency. So I found it a little bit amusing or bemusing that contributions may have simply sort of downplayed that as perhaps may need some sort of tightening up. And when that happens, that incongruence happens, it does raise some questions. And whilst the members on the other side of the House, the government members, have made very, very short contributions and haven't taken the opportunities that are before them today to be able to provide those answers, and they may not know. I don't know what their internal processes are, but the people that are taking the calls in the House today may not be privy to the ministerial level of knowledge, and that's fair enough. We understand how these things happen when urgency is in play, but that's why the Committee of the Whole stage exists, Madam Speaker, as you well know, as an opportunity to be able to tease those out. So we would also like to just, I suppose, give a little bit of prior warning to the fact that amongst the questions that have already been asked during this first and second reading, it will be absolutely incumbent upon the Minister to give us some more details about how this came about, and we would like to know specifically how long this has been in play, how long have they known that this will require a fix, so to speak. So the other aspect that I wanted to mention, Madam Speaker, is that when we think about the sort of broader aspects, we know that thousands of people are on electronic bail and thousands more, unfortunately, are on remand in our prisons. And some other contributions have noted, the escalating proportion of people who are incarcerated through our corrections system. I think even up as high as 42-45% are actually on remand, which means different things to different people, but it's certainly, I would hope everybody would agree, not an ideal situation. So all of these people are accused in cases currently before the courts who have not yet been convicted or acquitted, and who are awaiting sentence. So we do fully understand that to not do this today would absolutely, without a doubt, add to, it would necessitate there would be some other workaround necessary, and it would add to what would eventually be a measure that would actually contribute to further backlog in the court, and we know that that is unacceptable by any stretch of the imagination, and not the least of which in terms of court process, but it actually just takes victims longer to get the satisfaction that they need through this process as well. So for those reasons, Madam Speaker, we continue to support this bill.
Carl Bates.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's no need to wander and waffle. This is a required change, and I commend it to the House.
It's actually
it's a split.
I call Camilla Ballard.
Very keen to make contributions to this bill, as I can see across the House. So I look forward to that member's substantive, no doubt, contribution to this bill when she gets the opportunity to speak as part of this split call. Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure to be able to take a call in this House as always.
I haven't had the opportunity to speak yet to this bill at first reading, so it's my first opportunity really to outline some of the thoughts that I have had around this bill, which, you know, to be fair, I haven't had in front of me for that long due to the nature of the introduction of this bill. But like other colleagues in the Labour Party, obviously support this bill. Sometimes, Madam Speaker, bills like this do come before the House, and it's an opportunity really for the House to reflect on our duties as parliamentarians to make the public services and the responsibilities that government has, in this case in relation to corrections, work effectively. And that is a important service, and it is a important responsibility that we do have. And so in this particular case, there is a situation where there is a need for clarity around the responsibilities that these third parties, or these what they're called EM assessors, have in relation to those on electronic bail. And I think it would be, from our perspective, a difficult position to oppose this bill due to some of the very key reasons that people may need to be on electronic bail and not be at their specific address. For example, seeking urgent medical treatment. I mean, I think that is a relatively practical reason that someone would need to change address, and I understand that this doesn't have the full support of the House, so I'm sure there are other good reasons, and I haven't heard all of the contributions, so I can't speak to those, but there are certain situations like urgent medical treatment, like I imagine those who are on electronic bail doing things like going to their jobs and doing things that will actually help their recovery and help them participate in society, that benefit from this bill. And so it is not a usual process that we are going through today, hearing all stages under urgency. Like I said, I think this is a practical reflection of the need to clarify this. This has been in practice for over a decade. So I'm not 100% clear of the exact reason to necessitate the urgency, but once it's been identified, I think probably a sensible suggestion to make sure that it is cleaned up and that there is clarity in relation to the processes. This is a retrospective bill, and I've thought about the comments to make about that, because usually retrospectivity is something that we shy away from in lawmaking for very good reason. It shouldn't be that people act in a certain way and then this House then subsequently changes the law or the rules of engagement under which they operate. So it's not a good way to make law, but I have looked through this documentation in the short time that I've had. I've seen that there has been advice provided in the departmental disclosure statement to say that the retrospectivity is justified based on the fact that it benefits those under electronic monitoring. And I've kind of thought about that, and I thought, well, I guess it does, in the sense that this does allow a greater sense of freedom for those who might otherwise be subject to staying at their location that they had to be under electronic monitoring, or indeed if we didn't have these laws which permitted electronic monitoring and bail, it would mean that they in fact had to be incarcerated. Just quickly before I end, Madam Speaker, this is a short call. I think the other thing to note about this is a really important role that we have as parliamentarians in setting the law, and a huge responsibility that we have to make sure that we get things right is when we do deal with incarceration and taking away freedoms from people. This is a fundamental thing that only the state should have the ability to do to its citizens, is to create rules that do lead to the loss of liberty. And so it's a very serious thing. But this bill does allow more liberty than may have otherwise been available for those who are under electronic monitoring. So I can see the rationale behind it. I think there's more information that would still be good for that to come out. I saw that there was a Bill of Rights vet under it, but I was not able to read that before this reading, so I'd like to comment on that if I have another opportunity.
I call Catherine Weed.
Look, I rise to support the bail electronic monitoring amendment bill because this is a common sense approach. It rectifies a process and it's all about ensuring that we have safe electronic monitoring in our community. So I commend it to the House.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Honourable Member.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's been really interesting to hear the wide variety of commentary on this bill, which is an incredibly important one. And I know that it's important to clarify, I think, right at the start, Madam Speaker, that electronic bail is quite different to home detention, because I've been seeing a few comments coming in and people who are watching. It's really important to make it clear that electronic bail is definitely not the same to home detention, and those two should not be conflated. Electronic bail, which is what this bill sets out to rectify, is something which offenders are granted before conviction but prior to sentence, whereas home detention is punishment in itself. So it's important to note that electronic bail in itself is not a punishment but a public safety tool. And people on electronic bail must be given timely approvals for absences. And so this is what this bill sets out to do. And when we realise this bill amends the Bail Act back from 2000, and those amendments relate to the absences of criminal defendants who are granted bail with conditions specifically under Section 30B of the EM Bail Act. And so, as we've already discussed, if there are situations like a tangi, an important community event, then those on EM bail are able to do that. And it's appropriate that this is done the right way. And as we've seen from the information that's been provided by the government today, that Crown Law have advised quite urgently, as they often do, that the conventional practice where corrections just authorised to approve absences for defendants was just not compliant with that Section 30M of the Act. And so the fact that it's non-compliant requires this bill to have a retrospective element in order to go back in time and make sure that those approvals were done legally. And it also sets up the framework to make sure that those approvals going forward in time are also done illegally. Overall, we know that those people who are in prison on remand and haven't been provided EM bail is growing in New Zealand. And in New Zealand, we have, the figure I have here is 43% of people in prison in New Zealand are not sentenced and awaiting court processes, which is a lot higher than other countries. And I had a quick look at a few other countries, and the UK, for example, is only 18.3% of prisoners in that space. So it is, Mr. Speaker, quite concerning that the rate of people who spend further time on bail or detained waiting to be found out whether they are in fact guilty or not guilty is due to the fact that the time spent on bail exceeds sometimes any sentence on conviction. I think it is incumbent upon all parties in this House, whether they're government or opposition, to really take a good look at how our justice system is operating if we have 43% of people in prison not being sentenced when we compare ourselves to other like countries who don't have that high rate. And I think we do need to look at the way our court system is operating and our general approach to the prison system when it seems to be not operating that fluidly at all. So I do wonder whether the urgency of this legislation, has that come? I'd be interested to know, I'm sure we'll ask through the Official Information Act, whether the delays being so prominent that we've had to act urgently, is it that fact that some of those hold-ups in the pipeline through the criminal justice system, has that put pressure today for us to have to pass this so urgently? Because if it would not, does it have other implications down the pipeline for the system? I think those are important things for us to understand in time. But Mr Speaker, we've been clear about it today. The Labour Party does support the changes that this bill sets out to existing practices that have been quite clearly identified as not being in line with the existing legislation. So this bill ensures that the practice is compliant with the Bail Act, and it's really important that people know their rights, people understand what they are, and they are followed through correctly. And I also hope that as part of this changes, there will be clear communications given not only to correction staff but also to the customers as well, to make sure people are informed of their rights in terms of these changes. We do want to prevent further delays in the courts, and to do that we need to make sure that corrections need to be continuing to be able to do what is done since 2013 and to manage the EM absence approvals, and we need to make sure that that's been done legally. So we support the use of electronic monitoring and ensuring where possible people can stay connected to our community, to their communities. One of the important points of EM bail is that people may be still able to hold down employment, may be able to continue their residential tenancy, may still be able to maintain connections with whānau, whether they're parents or they're a caregiver to others. These functions still need to be able to operate, and people need to go about these daily requirements if they're still awaiting for their court case to come up. And so having clarity around a process which gives people an ability to attend functions and to have that in place is really important. Mr Speaker, I think it's worth noting how many people are actually using this system. It's a big system for New Zealand, and I think that highlights the point of why it's so important that we get these things right. And that's why on issues that are sensitive, that are important to act with urgency, that's why we see all parties supporting the right thing to be done in this space. I think it's worth stating again that the people we are speaking about are all people who are accused in cases currently before the courts, and it is through no fault of their own that there is a delay for not having their court case heard in a timely manner. These people have not been convicted or acquitted, but they have not even had the opportunity to go through this process. So we note that the fact that there is this backlog is a concern in terms of what the job ahead of not only corrections, but of course also the Ministry of Justice. And the Ministry of Justice always does that good work and looking at the pipeline and how many more people are coming through this system. So it's important to note that some of the changes that this government have brought in, legislative changes, will see our prison population continue to grow, and it will continue to put pressure not on just the infrastructure, the prison infrastructure, but all of those support services that go with that infrastructure. That's mental health, that's family violence counselling, that's drug and alcohol addiction support, and it's also all the work that goes on through corrections with monitoring bail electronically. So it is concerning that we have a government now who has significantly cut back funding in public services while still wanting to significantly increase our prison population. It will be important that we maintain strong infrastructure to provide people, to provide our communities with safety, but also to provide people with all of those support services that not just make electronic monitoring possible, but also give people the opportunity to get the support and the assistance they need to stop crime reoccurring. And I think that's the main problem we have with this government. We do not have a plan to break the cycle of crime. We have a government that's very interested in locking people up, but not so interested in looking to the solutions to stop that cycle occurring again and again. And of course, that's victims in New Zealand. The re-victimisation of people is something we need to urgently address, and we need to do a lot more if we are serious about saying that victims are central to our justice system. I commend the bill to the House.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this bill, the Bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill, and I know that our government absolutely has a plan to crack down on crime, and that's why we want to get through this bill very quickly and get back to those other bills like the Sentencing Reform Bill, which I'm very, very excited about passing very soon in this House. I commend this bill.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage immediately. I declare the House in committee for consideration of the Bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill.
Members, the House is in committee on the Bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill. We start with Part 1. This is the debate on clauses 4 and 5, substantive amendments. The question is that Part 1 stand part.
I just thought I'd make a couple of opening...
I call the Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Madam Chair, I just sort of make a couple of opening remarks. So this is a little bit unusual for Parliament to be bringing through urgent legislation to correct a practice that has been undertaken for the last 10 years or so, whereby we're talking about people who are on electronically monitored bail. So these are people that haven't had their court case or been sentenced and they're awaiting their trial or their sentencing. And because there is serious concern around public safety, they've been put on electronic monitoring. And the majority of people in the circumstances, about 2,000 at any given time, in fact right now it's 1,859 people, the majority of them are there for serious violent offences, and that is why they've been put on electronic bail. A number of people have made the point that there's a lot of people on there, and yes, that is a symptom of delays for justice, and that is why one of the primary focuses of our broader justice policy is to speed up the processes of the court, so less people are waiting for so long to get their things sorted out. So that is the broad sort of context, and what we're trying to do with this legislation is to confirm, to make it clear that corrections staff have the ability to deal with exemptions so that they can go to a doctor's appointment or something like that without having to go back to the court. There's been recent sort of indications from the court that it does need to go back to the court, and if that was followed for all these, there's been on average 30,000 a month, then that would seriously clog up the court system, which we're wanting to avoid, and that's why this legislation is before us.
The Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And obviously here we are under urgency, and the Minister will know that, not 3 hours ago, I put some questions to him and whilst he was in the House at the first reading. And this bill, of course, it being under urgency, hasn't gone to select committee, so I'm hoping that we'll get the indulgence. It'll be a little bit different from the usual committee stage, and we can have some wider policy discussions around the bill. Because if I had the opportunity to quiz officials at select committee, I would certainly ask them how it was that we got here. And I understand that it was about 2013 when the management of electronic bail was given to corrections, and there was only about 400 people on electronic bail then, and now obviously it's grown. I asked actually whether there had been a particular court case that gave rise to this, because if this is unnecessary legislation, then I'd like to know that. But the minister, I think, said something along the lines of, at some point, it's been said that the courts have raised concerns. And I really want to know, in what forum that happened. Was that a court decision? And I'm aware that there's quite appropriately a liaison between the minister and senior judges, and it may well have been that's where it was raised. But it'd be good to know that. And I guess the other thing is, I think it would really be appropriate to get if he's not going to hand over the Crown Law advice, which would be really nice, to get a much more fulsome explanation of what the advice was. Because I've taken the time to sit down with the Bail Act and try to kind of get my head around it, and I'd really like to hear that. In terms of the substantive question or the wider policy question, I think there's a danger that corrections have done something. Let's face it, let's just get it right. Corrections have done something illegal, right? They've breached the law. They've been acting outside of the law. And there's a risk in this piece of legislation that we simply look at what they've been doing and say that the problem is you've been acting illegally. The fix is to permit it retrospectively, whereas it's kind of a topsy-turvy way to approach a problem. If the problem is, and I think I just heard the minister say, the problem is the courts do not have the resources to address every variation of an electronic bail condition, then the next question is how much should be delegated? Not give them what they've been doing. It might be more, I don't know, but it might be less. And I suspect that if you sat down and did a good policy process around this proposed amendment, that you would draw a very clear line between the role of the courts in outlining and framing electronic bail and the role of the electronic monitor assessor. But that appears to me, and it might be that the minister's going to table an amendment. I'm sure he will. He usually does. He doesn't usually get it right first time round. But it might be that he's going to table an amendment to frame up exactly what the distinction is. But at the moment, it looks like the court can essentially delegate 100% of its role to a crew in corrections who manage bail. And I'm not sure that that's actually good. And one of the reasons I'm not sure, and Rima Narkley didn't give a long speech, but she said a couple of things, and one was the importance of protecting victims of crime. And, we want to make sure that these decisions that assessors make correctly weigh up the considerations, including looking after and protecting victims of crime. So I'm just, are we just validating everything that's gone on, or has there been independent thinking? So I think there was 3 questions in there, and I hope you'll have a crack at all 3 of them. Thank you.
I call the Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
A couple of things happened that have led to this change. First, there was an operational review by the Ministry of Justice conducted to simplify the language used in bail notices. and that work gave rise to questions as to whether the standard practice, which was corrections approving defendants being absent, whether that standard practice was clearly enabled under the Bail Act. So that was a ministry review, and then since late 2024 some judicial decisions have also raised questions as to whether this common practice was clearly enabled under the Bail Act. In some cases the courts imposed conditions that require the defendant to seek specific authorisation from the court for each absence, instead of using the practice in place since 2013 of defendants asking corrections to approve absences. I'm not going to name the specific cases because a minister shouldn't sort of comment on matters before the courts because there may be appeals.
I call Lawrence Sunan.
Madam Chair, and I think thank you for the Minister for those responses. I think just following on from the previous speaker, the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb, around this, I think it is important, Madam Chair, in lieu of select committee process, the fact that we're doing all of these sort of in one day in the House, that there are kind of some of the framing around this bill that must be teased out. Again, we didn't get a chance to, like the previous speaker, we didn't get a chance to talk to the officials or get any sort of advice. But I think from what I'm hearing in terms of the Minister, that there is an operational review from Ministry of Justice, and they suggested simplifying the language and standardizing the practice. But the Minister mentioned in terms of some judiciary review in 2024. But I think my first question following from that in terms of the judiciary review then, which does raise a concern, is despite that, and then despite that there might be some recommendations from the judicial review, why does the Minister or the officials feel the need to do this under urgency and with the same level of speed that we're doing now? So I think, again, just interested to hear the Minister's response from the previous speaker around exactly what was the advice that the Minister has given, and potentially in the from the Crown report on the need for urgency. I think if this is something that is simply that we're seeing as an operational review and for simplicity and judicial review, etc., that we could actually have a select committee process or taken the standard process as a result of that, considering that the practice has already in place. So was there going to create a legal conundrum as a result of judicial reviews for the court system, for the correction system? Who is, like, where is the issue that's currently at for us to do this under urgency? Again, we are putting through a bill as legislature that we have no context for other than it is the standard practice. And I think that from a legislature perspective, as lawmakers, that's very disconcerting. But in terms of some of the other questions that we are looking at on the broader context, and again, just to sort of, I guess, providing specific examples of what the previous speaker is also asking for, is at this stage, what is the scope of the corrections ability to grant some of these absences under the current practice? And so, for example, if we're looking at something that's already in the existing legislation, without the amendments, in the existing legislation, it talks about, for example, specifying purpose or purposes. So, is this a case where the court will allow for an absence and, sort of give a broader sort of, I guess, allowance, and then corrections then go and deal with some of the nuances in terms of potentially changing it? Because I think I really want to focus on the idea of purpose or purposes, which implies that whether it is the court system or whether it is the correction system, that they are currently able to provide that sort of absences for multiple, I guess, maybe it's in one single block of leave, but for multiple events, so to speak. So I guess, again, just trying to get a sense in my head of the broader scope of what is the current practice within that, and what has corrections been doing instead of the court, what has the court been doing, and do the court even matches up with the corrections? So yeah, so that's one of my questions. And again, the first question I had was to the minister is, why do we need to have the urgency if it's simply something that is part of a review, and who then would be at fault if it is not being done under urgency?
I call Helen White.
Madam Chair, I'm a little alarmed at the idea that cases which are actually likely to be public cases wouldn't be discussed in this context, because as people have pointed out, we absolutely need to understand the practical implications of the situation. So I have a couple of questions for the Minister. One is, with regard to the operational review, when did that first come to light? When was that question first asked? And when was he first aware that that was an issue? But also, my understanding is we're talking about case law in late 2024, which isn't very long ago. And what I want to know is, at which court were those issues at play? For example, if this is, I would like to know really what the circumstances are in that situation. I'd actually be able to look up the case, and I'd be pleased to do that. I want to know which court has this arisen in as an issue, because it gives me an understanding as to the degree of harm that might have been involved. So I really want to know much more about the context for this change in discretion. I also am keen to know what the wraparound is in terms of auditing what's happened here. So we've had an illegal act for a long time. Has anybody done an audit of in which situations this discretion has been used, and what the context is in terms of who's been given that bail, for how long, for what purposes, and so what the possible complication is there? Because if we are looking at a retrospective law, it's really important we know that that is a reasonable request and a reasonable ask in terms of what we are doing here. So I very much want to know what's the case, what happened, what was the problem that was pointed out to the judge? Was it one? Was it more than one? Because I got the understanding from the Minister that he was actually talking about more than one case. I'm also concerned there's a pattern in our system of when we've got a problem, simply appealing, simply burying the problem and appealing and appealing and appealing when we actually know there's a problem. And so I want to know, was this a case which was appealed despite that, because that bought some time and delayed it, and perhaps there was a hope it would go away? So was it something that went from a lower court to an upper court? Forgive my ignorance on this particular case and whether it went forward, but I would really appreciate and value the enlightenment of the Minister who's in the chair. Thank you.
Look, I was just going to...
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Just give some more context. All participants in the criminal justice system have been acting in good faith and on a shared understanding that the courts could ask corrections to approve absences for electronic monitoring defendants. And the system's been in place since 2013. It's worked well for more than a decade. It ensures timeliness for defendants, the courts, and it's pragmatic. So corrections, police and prosecutors, in preparing materials for the court to consider when they issue an electronic monitoring bail order, have recommended that corrections electronic monitoring bail team approve the absences. Corrections have been ministering orders as they have been imposed by the courts. This has had the benefit of defendants having an accessible way to seek a necessary absence. It also ensures court time is not used for the day-to-day task of such things, and courts can focus on more substantive matters. So that's been the practice for 13 years, and as I've said, questions have arisen over the last few months as to whether the legislation actually sustains that, and so the question is why we're doing this with urgency, because the proposed amendment is narrowly defined to allow a long-standing and efficient practice to continue and to validate electronic mail bail conditions that permitted parties other than the courts to approve absences, and quick action will minimise any negative impacts on the courts. I've already said that there's been around 30,000 a month of these, so if we went through a normal 12-month process, there's a lot of activity. Could minimise negative impacts on the courts, agencies and all public safety, because another alternative would be a much broader set of exceptions which would have an impact on public safety.
Madam Chair. I call the Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Madam Chair. I just had a couple of questions for the Minister, and I know there's been some discussion about we can't talk about what's before the courts, but it would just be really interesting to understand what brought this particular issue to the Minister's attention, if we're able to know. I mean, was it a smart person in Crown Law doing some extra hours work who just happened to stumble across it in a bill somewhere? Or was it by something going a bit wrong that was picked up later on? It would just be interesting to know. We're all voting for it. We're all pretty much happy here. But you always do things better if you understand kind of where things weren't picked up initially. So any information that the Minister might want to share or be able to share on what triggered the haste of this passage of legislation under urgency today, and how it kind of came to light, because we know that there's been things in the past under both governments, whether it's stuff to do with holiday pay or with corrections is a common one that comes up, where there's been an oversight in terms of what the legislation sets out to do and what is practically operating and what's happening in the real world. And so it's always wise in this House that we are aware of those issues and how they've come about, so that in the future we can try and turn our eye to all these details. So any information in that space that he's able to shed light on would be good. My question in relation to the bill is that relationship now between the person who's getting bail and their corrections person they're engaging with, their bail person. Because what this bill kind of does is it devolves a range of responsibilities that typically sit with the court. So they would be setting bail conditions about where someone would reside, who they can associate with, whether they can work, maybe they need to be supervised by somebody, maybe they need to not take drugs or alcohol. There'll be a range of things in that space, and it's not clear, so maybe he could point me out to the part in the bill as to exactly where that line sits between what the court sets up and what the corrections officer can then have a bit of leeway in terms of changing. And so I guess the point I'm getting to, Madam Chair, is a lot of that kind of comes down to the relationship that the person on bail will have with their corrections officer. And so if they're particularly got a great relationship and they talk and they get on great and there's good compliance, does that mean that that person on bail gets a bit more leniency to be able to change conditions slightly and change it here or there, or do something different to what the court might have initially intended? And is that all okay under this bill? And then the flip to that would be is if they don't have a great relationship, if they do not like each other, and the corrections officer considers this person's continually not doing what they should, and the person on EM bail feels like the corrections officer's not giving them a fair crack, does that mean that they will have an overly punitive approach? So I guess what I'm looking for is a level of reassurance from the Minister that the devolution of this power away from courts into the corrections space is still going to deliver the kind of community safety outcomes and rights of people on bail that we feel are necessary, because it is a bit concerning what's been happening in the meantime without that clearly stipulated in law. And maybe that goes back to my first point. Was there some instances where this hasn't been working quite so well? And is that what is called for this urgency motion today?
Dr. Lawrence Inan.
Yeah. I think while the Minister is waiting, is getting some advice for those questions, because I think some of those questions are really, really important for us to answer. I want to go back to something the Minister mentioned before, in terms of the process. So my understanding from what the Minister is saying is that, look, this is a practice that's been happening for 13 years. It's working. 10 years. It is working. There seems to be some sort of agreement, but I think the issue then we have here is if that's the basis for us to do that under urgency, there is a general concern that even when we're looking at things like regulatory systems bill, that we are looking at improvements on the current system, it still requires us to go through the entire process, including all of the readings and select committee. We may not always get the most number of submissions on a regulatory systems bill, but it is still an important part of our legislative process for us to have all of that. So I am concerned for the Minister to say that if it is something that's already working is now broken, we'll just introduce a bill and then get it all through. So I guess, that is something that if the Minister wouldn't mind considering as part of future bills when we are looking at something like this. The question I have is sort of picking up on possibly the relationship point that that Honourable Ginny Anderson mentioned before, but I think in here one of the things that I want to specifically focus on is actually 30 MB subclause 2B1, Roman numeral 1. So we understand that the way that the bill is laid out is you get the court that can still specify that. You get the court enabling an EM assessor to do some of that, which is what you see in 30 MB2C. But then you get this weird middle ground where you're like, in 30 MB2B, the court is able to specify some details of an authorization, and the assessor will fill in the blanks and do some of the other ones, which in itself possibly is something that could work. I would like, my first question to the Minister on that is, how does the communication work then between the court, between the court and the EM assessor when they are knowing what details to fill in where one is missing some? But I guess the question then is, I think the more interesting part is when he does say it is not inconsistent under Roman numeral 1 with the details specified by the court. So I'm just trying to think of a hypothetical situation here where my understanding is, the court can provide some details. For example, let's say time or times of any day during which a defendant may be absent. And then the EM assessor is like, I will provide some of the other details, for example, the purpose and purposes, but the time is that the court mentioned is wrong and is inconsistent with what we know. So in those kind of cases, then does the EM assessor actually trumps the information provided by the court? Like how is inconsistency in the detail resolved? So I guess my three questions broadly, is this something that the Minister consider that, like the regulatory assistance bill, that it does not need to go through a full process because it's something that's already working? in which case there are concerns, and would the Minister then also consider introducing other bills for systems that they may be identified as already working, and let's just put that all through under urgency? On the more specific questions around 30 MB2B Roman numeral 1, how does the communication goes between the court and the EM assessors when some will give details of some, will give some details and the EM assessor will give other details, and how are inconsistencies in those details resolved?
Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Well, just in terms of the timeline, ministers were made aware of the issue in late 2024. We were formally briefed on the 20th of February this year and agreed to drafting a cabinet paper which was completed before introducing this bill. So we moved swiftly when the issue was raised. On terms of devolution of power to corrections, the court still has to set purposes and can set other parameters when it comes to absences. Defendants can also still go to the court to request an absence. I just wanted to make that point.
Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Chair, just two things really. Firstly, I'm really perplexed, and if this was a select committee, as close as we're going to get to a select committee, I'd ask for the clerk to provide advice. In terms of not referring to the decision, which would be really informative, to have the words of a judge, to know that a judge has worked through the Act and said, oh, here's the problem, here's how it works, here's the practice of it, and here's my reckons on it. A little more fancy than that. But, you know, a scholarly and thoughtful exposition of the problem. And the Minister said, oh, I can't refer to a judicial decision in the House. You know, I don't understand the principle of comity, but you can refer to a judicial decision in this House, and people frequently do. The relevant standing order is Standing Order 116, which is very clear, and I was trying to find the further speakers' rulings, but I didn't get a chance. But it says that matters awaiting or under adjudication or suppressed by an order of any court of New Zealand may not be referred to in any debate, question, etc., etc. So, and it may be that the Minister does want to take some advice on that, because if, from what I'm hearing, there is a concluded case where the matter is closed and the judge has reached a conclusion on the law, and the conclusion is you've been doing it wrong. And it would just be helpful for the record. I mean, you've obviously got it there at your fingertips, so please hand it over. The other, metaphorically speaking, so please do that. The other thing is this, and you'll see that although you haven't got amendment papers in, I have, and one of them is actually one that really is important, and it relates to the voting rights of people who are on electronic monitoring. And Mr. Meager referred to it before, and it suggests a amendment to section 30L1B4, which actually lists things that you're automatically allowed out for. You don't need permission, you're automatically allowed out, such as to attend scheduled court appearances, to seek urgent medical treatment. And I propose that, seeing as we're looking at the very question of when you're allowed out from your electronic monitoring, that we should add to that to vote in a general election or referendum by attendance at the nearest voting place. Now, you can say, oh, you can telephone vote or you can get a special vote, but the fact of the matter is that if you're going to make voting accessible to people who are on electronic bail, who aren't convicted of an offence, then they should be allowed to walk to their nearest voting place and cast their vote. Because a lot of them don't know about telephone voting, quite understandably, and I don't know who's on electronic bail. I only knew this was a problem because I knocked on a door of someone who was electronically monitored on election day, and she said, I'm not allowed to vote. And I said, well, surely Corrections has helped you out. She said, no. So I asked Corrections, what assistance do you give to people on electronic monitoring? And they said, none. These are people who have a vote. These are people who have a vote, and Corrections do nothing. So what we need is, when you're on electronic bail, have you heard of innocent till proven guilty? Have you heard of not depriving people of rights who are yet to be convicted of a crime? Well, I wonder sometimes with the attitude of that government. So letting people have letting people vote in a general election is a fundamental right, and not putting this amendment in would be a fetter on one of our most precious and fundamental rights. It's an easy fix. We're here today, and the Labor Party's giving this bill a good going over because that's our job as opposition, but fundamentally we're cooperating with the government on fixing this legislation. We're here to make it better. So this amendment would be another improvement to the legislation that falls within the very question of when a person on bail should be allowed to leave the monitored premises. So it's a good amendment, and it's something that's an easy fix and should be done. I hope the Minister will give it proper, fair consideration, just like we're considering his bill.
Dr. Lawrence. Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
I want to thank that member for raising that issue, and I have given it full and fair consideration. But it is a separate policy issue because this bill is amending only section 30M. It doesn't amend 30L, which is a separate policy issue. And as the point he himself has made, it is already possible to undertake a vote from home. But that is an issue that's not being covered by this bill.
Honourable Jenny Anderson.
I just had a question in relation to new section 30MA. And so in that section, the court must specify authorisation's purpose or purposes. And in particular, the defendant is able to be absent from an address. So it does kind of relate to the point made by my learned colleague, Duncan Webb. Under 30M, the court has to specify the purpose or purposes for which the defendant may be absent for. And so I would like to understand in practice when this is going to be put into operational guidelines for correction staff, what changes need to happen to make sure that those correction staff who are going to be operating under this change, do they need operational instructions to make sure that they are doing this correctly? And it would be also interesting to know from the Minister is that do they need any additional training in order to be able to make sure this is carried out adequately? We've already understood that that there will be an ability for corrections staff to determine, have a bit more leeway in saying when this would occur or not, but surely this will need to be accompanied by some sort of an equivalent to what is in the police instructions manual, the operational instructions that officers need to be clearly aware that they are following the letter of the law in this space. And given the fact that it does appear that they haven't been doing this, hence the requirement of this legislation, is this an area that he's concerned that there may be some other areas where there's not been a clear delineation in terms of what the court has determined around what's happening with electronic bail monitoring and what corrections officers are in fact doing? Because if we are in a situation, Mr Chair, where we've got an increasing population either on remand in prison or on electorally monitored bail, if that population is growing, it would seem to put a greater impetus on the requirement to get the operational instructions very clear for corrections officers. Also, in light of the fact that there's been an increase in our corrections officers, there's been a recruitment campaign and additional pressures put on workers in that space. always when there's an intake of new officers, it must be essential for those operational instructions, training and guidelines in terms of how the day-to-day management of EM bail is actually going to play out in that space. So under that section, new section 30MA, which is enabling them to, for example, be absent from the address that's been specified, for areas like that, it would be really helpful to understand from the Minister, is there a change to corrections officers' operational instructions? Secondly, is there a training program designed to make sure that frontline staff are fully aware of all of the legal framework that they need to comply with? And thirdly, what undertakings is the Minister able to provide that the new intake, the additional corrections officers that have been on board recently have also had the appropriate training and information to make sure that legislation is complied with?
Dr. Lawrence Zinam.
The Chair. Thank you, Minister, for your response in terms of some of the clarifications around 30MA, particularly on the fact that courts do specify the purpose and purposes, and I think that is very helpful. But I think the Minister hasn't really responded to my question around what is the current process and procedure for when the court and the EM assessor the information that is, the details that are provided are inconsistent. So who then prevail in those kind of circumstances? And this is 30MB 2B Roman numeral 1 for the minister's ministerial support. So when it comes to that, and I think the other thing I want to mention, while the Minister is potentially getting some advice on this from his advisors, the next part I want to sort of mention is around 30MCC. Now, as part of this, admittedly, part of this bill is pulling on the existing 30M and sort of basically, like you see in Clause 4, repackaged a little bit, including other things. So in the existing Bail Act 2000, you do see some of the things being included, like the time and the time or times of any day during which the defendant may be absent. This is 30MC-A. But some of the other things are included as well, such as the place or places, which is not in existing legislation. But also, what I'm more interested in and hoping to get some clarification advice from the Minister is 30MCC, any other requirements that a defendant must meet that a court or an EM assessor decide to specify under 1 and 2. And there are some examples of other requirements here, including authorized mode of transport from authorized places or route. And I just wanted to check if there are other examples for other requirements, because now we're seeing some of the things that are very, very specific in terms of what would be deemed to be not so much time or times or even place or places or even purpose or purposes. So those are my sort of two primary questions, is still how does the EM assessor and the court resolve inconsistency? And the second question, which is 30MCC, which is what are some of these other requirements other than the examples that are given? Because surely by the very nature of the examples that are given, we are seeing that the court must have some sort of elucidation or advisors as well. But I think I want to just finish in terms of going back to what the Minister mentioned before, and this is one of the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb's amendment bill, and this is the amendment bill on adding a new section 30L1B Roman numeral 6 to the Principal Act. I do actually think that this is something that the Greens will be supporting, but I also think that if this is something that the Minister consider that is not actually, for example, within the scope of this bill, that we are looking at the Minister introducing something like this, because one of the things that was concerning to me before, when the member who proposes the amendment paper was speaking on this, that we are hearing the government parties and members from the government parties laughing. And I genuinely think that for someone to be granted the fundamental right and their civil and political right under our international governance is actually no laughing matter. So what I'm hearing from the minister before is that the minister may consider this out of scope, but did not rule out considering this particular amendment. So I would very much encourage, and this is something that you will find that we will support us, but I would very much encourage the minister that if it's not being introduced as part of this bill, that it is considered at a later date.
I'll just quickly, in relation to the first question about which prevails if there's inconsistency, the court prevails.
Hamish Campbell.
I move that debate on this question now closes.
Dr. Duncan Webb.
Chair, that was the most ridiculous contribution from Hamish Campbell I've ever heard. Here we are in urgency, dealing with a bill about people's liberty, and Mr. Campbell would have us truncate it. So to go, and I think this is now the time to get drilled down a bit, and I've got two questions which are a little bit detailed, and I'm sure the opposition will scoff that we take an interest in whether the words used in the Act actually have the effect and make the Act workable, but the relationship between Section 30M and Section 30MA and MB is dictated by Section 30M3, which says an authorisation under this section, which is a court authorisation to vary bail, is subject to Sections 30MA to 30MC. Now, what those later sections do is not kind of ameliorate it, they wildly change it. And so it's not, I think subject to is entirely the wrong thing to say, because it's not like, it doesn't limit the scope of Section 30M, which is what subject to means. It means, well, you know, you can do all this except what it says there. What it does, the later sections extend substantially the powers of electronic monitoring assessors. So subject to is that's just the wrong phrase. An authorisation under this section is further extended by. It's not subject to at all. In fact, it's the opposite. It doesn't limit it. It extends it. So I'm actually worried that the linkage between those two sections created by those two little words, subject to, is deeply problematic. The second thing is this, and it's an interrelationship between the words of the Act and how it seems to work. It seems that there is a group of people in corrections whose job it is to run the bail stuff, right? And in the Act, they're identified as these electronic monitoring officers. But one of the questions we have is whether the court, when it is talking about a particular person's bail, has to talk about a particular electronic monitoring assessor. Because the definition of electronic monitoring assessor in the Principal Act is a person authorised under Section 30E to act as an electronic monitoring assessor. And if we go to 30E, it talks about the responsibility for management of electronically monitored bail. And it says that the Commissioner of Police or the Department of Corrections can then nominate a person or persons for the management of electronically monitored bail. The danger is this, that all of those words add up to saying when someone is given electronically monitored bail, they are given a electronically monitored bail assessor, a named person. But as I understand it, that's not what happens. In fact, they say the Department of Corrections will sort it out. The electronic bail team at the Department of Corrections will make all those decisions for you. So if you're going to authorise kind of a group of people, not a EM assessor, electronic monitoring assessor, but electronic monitoring assessors generally, which is an identifiable closed group, then you better say it. Because at the moment, you don't have the authority. You know, if you just sort of loosely point to the electronic monitoring team at corrections and say, you guys can sort out the details of the kiddie pick-up at kindy or travel to and from the tangi, then you're in trouble because you haven't identified an electronic monitoring assessor. And that's actually quite problematic. It's a detail, but you're going to find yourself back here very quickly doing the same thing again unless we get it right here.
Mr Chair, Mr Chair, Mr Chair.
Tom Rutherford. Helen White.
Mr Chair, I am increasingly concerned that I just don't have, as somebody who's picked up this Act, enough understanding of the actual context that we're dealing with, and it comes at every point. And my friend was just talking about that problem about understanding who is making these decisions. And so I take my friend Ginny Anderson's, the Honourable Ginny Anderson's point here, that she was talking about that close connection. It really is a very different thing, giving a court which is off at a distance. There is an element of impartiality about that system, and that is what the legislature thought it was doing. It was giving that power to a judge who was once removed, who had no skin in the game, and now we're giving it to who? Because I simply don't know. Are we giving it to a small cabal? Are we giving it to a group of people with some form of skill? Are they going to be close or removed from the person that they're dealing with? It is this something I simply don't know, and I'm not sure if the minister does know. But if the minister does know, then I think it's really information I need. I think that that's the kind of thing that if we had the name of the case that was being dealt with, we might understand better, because then we'd be able to see it. Now, I just cannot for the life of me agree that this is not the kind of information that the minister is able to share. It is absolutely able to share that information, because that's why we're here by the sounds of things. There's been a series of cases where this has been problematic. Surely we need to know, in those circumstances, was it a little cabal dealing with the bail in a way that was objected to and went to the court? I just don't know. Was there a disastrous outcome as a result of something? And I absolutely take the point made by the Honourable Ginny Anderson that there is a significant difference here in the capacity to abuse a situation. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't have every faith in the Corrections Department and those officers and look at them and think they'll be acting in good faith. But it's also the sort of thing I need context to understand. And I need to know whether this is the appropriate change to the law, or whether in fact there should be further checks and balances in this case, none of which I know. Now, I appreciate I didn't practice in this area of law, but neither did the New Zealand public that's relying upon us to put through this law in a way that makes sense and is transparent. And those watching today, I'd ask whether you would expect they would understand what is going on here. And so it's our job as the opposition to ask you these questions, but it's also your job, Minister, to answer the questions when they are reasonable. There was a case, I presume, there may have been several. What is that case? And I would like a further understanding of why the Minister won't share those cases with this place, which has the obligation to make a decision like this, particularly when we're talking about retrospective legislation. It is not a frivolous matter. And so I would ask, thank you, Minister.
Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
I agree wholeheartedly with the previous speaker. It's not a frivolous matter, and nobody would say that it is. What we're essentially trying to do is enable people who are on electronically monitored bail, so these are people that have committed a serious offence, are being accused of a serious offence and awaiting trial or sentencing, and but for a serious, in most cases, serious violent offending, and there is that the courts have decided that public safety requires that they are not put in jail on remand, but put on electronic monitoring. And so what we're trying to do is come up with an efficient system to deal with the very frequent, like 30,000 times a month, of instances where a decision needs to be made about whether they should go to this or that thing and be able to do it without breaching their conditions. And so what we're trying to do is we had what everybody thought was an efficient system with decisions being made by EM monitors, assessors with corrections, and the fear is, or the concern is, that all those decisions individually will have to go back to the courts, which would gunge up the system. Now, we've talked about the cases. The advice that I've had, the advice that I had was that bail decisions had been made orally in list courts, and so they didn't provide the full reasoning of the court. There was 3 instances, and then 2 in Christchurch, which are not finally concluded. That is, that they're under appeal, and that is why I do not want to be referring to them.
Mr. Chair. Honourable David Parker.
Chairman, my question to the Minister relates to gaining a better understanding as to the nature of the retrospectivity here. Does this legislation retrospectively put into electronic bail conditions a discretion that allows in the future those electronic monitoring conditions to be varied in the way that is set out in this bill, including delegation from a judge to some other person? An EM assessor, I think, is the term that's used in the legislation. And I can understand then, if that is the case, that is the Minister's desire not to have to go back to the court for all of the extent electronic bail conditions that have previously been imposed, which now perhaps need that clarity of condition going forward? Or is, in addition to that retrospectivity, a retrospective validation of the decisions that have already been made without that power?
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
The bill will validate existing and historic conditions that authorised electronic bail, monitored bail assessors to approve absences of defendants from their bail addresses. So it will validate those existing and historic conditions that were imposed by the assessors. So this will prevent the need for those conditions of approximately 2,000 current defendants on EM bail to have to go back to the courts to be remade once the bill passes into law.
Dr. Lawrence, you know.
Chair, and I think this is probably a point that the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb may also want to address as well as the Honourable David Parker, because I think, Mr. Chair, the Minister has just given out some additional pieces of information that kind of that is very interesting in the context of this bill and why this bill has been introduced in the House under urgency, and that is to do with the potential concerns around those who are currently on bail having to go back to the court in terms of some of the conditions and also some of the issues that this bill is hoping to address. I guess my question, and maybe others will have more specific questions, but my broader question is, if this is a genuine concern by both the Minister and also by the current judiciary system, particularly in light of the judicial review that the Minister mentioned before, what is some of the repercussions that we'll see if this bill isn't being done in a way that we're doing now, essentially? Because it's, from my perspective, it sounds like that there are genuine concerns around both not so much the legality of it, but from a judicial review perspective, the ability for people to challenge previous decisions. And I think that might be a key thing to discuss here and the need for that retrospectivity. But what I don't understand, because again, we haven't had a chance to ask the officials of this specifically, is I'm not seeing the repercussion of that judicial review. Like for those people who were granted absence as part of that bail and now they are all void despite the fact that they were granted by the corrections. And would that be a challenge that we're looking at here? I'm not really sure what the minister means in terms of taking it back to the court.
Honourable David Parker.
One of the traditional rules against which we judge the proprietary nature of retrospective legislation is whether it is conferring rights or taking rights away from people. Mr. Chairman, upon that basis, I'm interested in hearing from the Minister in response to the question that was put by Helen White as to whether the rights that a person currently or previously prior to this legislation being passed had to have their case for an exception being made to their electronic bail requirements to enable them, for example, to go to a funeral or some other event that might be deemed appropriate, whether there is any instance where rights are being taken away compared with the status quo. And my second question there under is whether there is any risk that a person on electronic monitoring now who will effectively have their EM assessor assessing their requests for an exception to their electronic monitoring, whether it is possible that the EM assessor may apply their reasoning in a way that might be more strict than a court would have done before the passage of this legislation.
Mr. Chair. Jason McCullum.
Mr. Chair, and thank you. I haven't asked a question yet because I've been listening with interest insofar as what the Minister's responses were going to be. Because, as noted, this is under urgency. This stage of the process is our only real opportunity to uncover and to pick up potential problems that may not have been spotted before through the Minister's own process or through the officials' process. So it is incumbent upon us to ask questions, be they big ones or little ones. And my question to the Minister stems from the fact that I don't feel as if I've heard a sufficient answer to a question that was posed earlier about the procedural training aspects, the operational, and I understand it's operational, but it is important to this process because it potentially has an impact on the successful implementation, so to speak, post this process. And when I think about that, and I've just had a look at the job descriptions of the people that we've been talking about in this House, the EM assessors, and noting the fact that the Minister had previously said that there is something like 30,000 decisions a month about changes to those conditions or variations into the way things work, which is quite a lot. And obviously there's a context to that because I don't know off the top of my head how many EM assessors there are. But it strikes me as therefore, when you look at the role itself, it could make up a reasonable proportion of someone's professional work duties to undertake these decisions. So therefore, can the Minister tell us a little bit more about what thinking has happened or what considerations have taken place to ensure that these changes don't require, in line with my colleague, the Honourable Ginny Anderson's previous question, these changes don't require not just a change in the way personnel at corrections may operate their duties, but actually possibly even, given the custom and practice and given it's 12 years, some sort of change management process. And if that is the case, then how would that impact on their ability to continue to do the thing that they're already doing, but now with the legitimacy of that within their industrial relations sphere. So if the Minister could, and I'm sure that that's been thought about in terms of an operational frame, but if the Minister had any further information about that, that would be fantastic.
Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Well, just in terms of training, this has been practice for more than 10 years, so updated material will be provided to correction staff as soon as the bill's passed, but my advice is not a need for updated training. In terms of nobody's taking any rights away to use the court system around this if people desire to. But the point I'd make in terms of the current arrangements are that there's about 2,000 people, well, 1,859 on EM bail. The average absence requests approved each month have been 32,000 a month. The average declined has been 1,123. So people can make a judgment about whether there's about whether that is too lenient or not, and that is a reasonable policy issue, but it's not fundamentally being dealt with by this legislation. What this legislation is attempting to do is to be clear in the law about the current practice that the courts are able to rely on electronically monitored assessors to make these decisions rather than each individual one having to come back to the court. And as everybody knows, the court system is under enormous pressure, has large backlogs, and a huge focus of this government is to reduce those backlogs so that people can get on with their lives and have access to timely justice. And if we don't do this, and if we take 12 months to consider this through the normal select committee process and all that, then a lot of time and effort in the court system will be taken up dealing with these often very routine matters, and that will make it more likely that people who just want to get on with their lives and get an outcome in the court process will have to continue to wait longer to do that, and that's not what we want to do.
Thank you, members. Before I take the next contribution, if I could ask members to really focus in on the scope of this particular part. Members have made very good contributions to date around the authorisation and the need for that authorisation, and I acknowledge that, but the Minister has been systematically addressing each of those issues, so I'd like to hear new material. Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Shining you, Mr. Chair, thank you for the call. I've got 2 points and I'll try and squeeze them both in. The first is this, that there's when there is rights are affected by what's essentially an executive decision, there's almost always a right of review or appeal, right? So you've got a corrections officer here who's a member of the part of the executive. And my first question to the Minister, it's a really easy one, is, you know, if they make the wrong decision, what right of review or appeal do they have? If they say, no, you can't go over to your ex-partner's house every Tuesday and spend time with your kids because we don't, because you've fallen out with the corrections officer and it's a capricious decision, what right does the person have? And it may be that what we need in this, because we're authorising a delegation down to the pretty nitty-gritty level, we need to make sure there's a right to go to the court, if necessary, and say, I would like to see this reviewed. Now, I've read it, I've read the Act, I've had a good or decent read of the Act in the time available, and I can't see that. Now, if you're in prison and you are refused a particular right, you actually do have a right of review within the prison system. So where is it here I think that's actually really, really important because you're affecting people's liberties and you should want to have their liberty determined by an application of the law. And if it's gotten wrong, particularly by a low-level corrections officer, I respect their work, but this is not, they're not decision makers usually. What's the right of appeal? The second point, I think, goes to the very heart of this bill, and it's one of my amendment papers there. They're not numbered, but it's the one relating to Section 30, a new Section 30 ME. I don't think you've got it in this bill, and I referred to this in my first reading speech. You are attempting to empower electronic monitoring assessors, but you never do it. I mean, if you're going to confer a power, you need to have power conferring words. And all you sort of say is loosely in Section 30 MB, a court can enable. Now, it doesn't even say delegate. It uses really loose, untidy and fuzzy language. So my new section, which, if knowing you and your previous records, you'll take away, tidy up a bit and call your own, says it's headed electronic monitoring assessor may be empowered to approve authorised absence. Subsection 1, an electronic monitoring assessor is empowered to approve an authorised absence. This power is subject to subsection 2. Subsection 2, an electronic monitoring assessor may approve an authorised absence only to the extent that he or she is enabled to do so by the court under Section 30 MB 1B. So it's doing what you need to do. You need to use those words in a piece of legislation. You can't sort of loosely wave to intention to give someone this very significant power to either expand or limit the liberties of a person on electronic bail. You actually need to use words that says, we are creating this power, and the power has this extent, and it's limited this way. So if you are not going to, either adopt my amendment paper or put one up of your own that looks a bit like it, please explain to me how the words that the court must enable an EM assessor to approve in their discretion the defendant to be absent from the electronically monitored address, how does that actually confer a power? Because the court can do that if the power exists, but you haven't actually done what a section needs to do, which says, here's this officer recognised by the law, and here's the power we want to confer, and that's what we're doing. So that's what my tabled amendment does, because honestly, if we don't get this right, and we find out that we still haven't properly fixed this, and this is the problem of haste, we haven't properly fixed this, we're going to find ourselves back here when some judge who's cleverer than you and I points out that there's a hole in this legislation. So I'd really appreciate it if you would explain how the power that you're giving to these officers, these assessors, is actually conferred. This is a central part of this Act, and I don't think it works.
Dr. Lawrence,
The Chair, and I think we are now getting to the crux of this particular bill, which is whether the restriction that is being granted by corrections is more strict than the restriction that will be granted by the court, as some of the previous speakers has been asking. And I want to refer to now finally uploaded with the correct link on the consistency report of BORA. And to be fair, I am a little disappointed that Section 26 of BORA was not touched on in the report. But I want to refer to the Minister to paragraph paragraph 6, which states that if the Act is amended as proposed, it is likely to improve the speed and sustainability of authorization, which is fine. But if judges are required to set the conditions for absence, they may find it necessary to make a more generous allowance than is required. Although it does specify it is required, the point here is the BORA report seems to indicate that if this was taken by the court, that a more generous decision in terms of what is allowed under 36M and C around maybe potentially time and place, time or times or place and places, then it is in the hands of corrections. That, can I just check with the minister, is that then a restriction on what legally is allowed right now? Putting aside what is the current process, under the current legal requirement, is that a restriction in accordance with Section 18 of NZBORA on freedom of movement if the court may give a more generous response? And I want to pick up on something the minister mentioned before. That's my first question. I want to pick up on something the minister said before, which is around 36MB 2B Roman numeral 1, that any inconsistency we're looking at is determined by the ultimate decision maker. If there's an inconsistency, would be the court. And one of the things the minister mentioned is to avoid potentially future instances with judicial review, etc. But I wanted to check with the minister if the inconsistency is still can be, over trumped, essentially. If the inconsistency can be trumped with the court, would that actually avoid the situation that the minister is referring to right now in terms of judicial review, whereas, for example, someone said, we actually don't agree with what the corrections has been saying, we are going to apply for a judicial review because we think that it would be inconsistent with a court ruling, and the minister just said the court is still basically the power holder of some of those inconsistencies, and what they say goes. Would that actually negate the concerns that the minister have right now in terms of that judicial review level? So those are my two questions. It's number one, if we can get clarification, in the current law setting, would a more generous allowance be given for absence? And in the sense of inconsistency, would it actually mitigate the issues we have with judicial review? Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Tom Rutherford.
I move the debate on this question now closed.
The Honourable David Parker.
Chairman, one of the difficulties that we have with legislation passed under urgency is that we are rushing to catch up in the opposition with the actual drafting of the legislation. And the questions occur to us as we are in the debate, and this is another one of those. I asked the Minister as to whether he's confident that the language in the new section 30MB1B works in combination with section 30MB subsection 2. I just worried that it might be a little bit circular in that the discretion that's given to the court is that the court must specify in the heading all details of an authorisation or enable the EM assessor to approve the authorised absence. And then subsection 1 says the court must specify all of the details of an authorisation or, and then in B, the or is enable an assessor to approve in their discretion the defendant to be absent from the EM address in line with the authorisations 1, specified purpose or purposes, and details specified under subsection 2. But then gets a bit confusing because subsection 2 has three options that are set out at A, B and C, the first of which is to specify all of the details of an authorisation. B is to specify some details of the authorisation, and then the assessor can do things that are not inconsistent with the details that are specified. And then C says enable or require the assessor to set out all of the details. Now, if the assessor is under C specifying all of the details, how can the language be right in 1B2 that says that the assessor is authorised in their discretion to be absent from the EM address and align with the authorisations details specified under subsection 2? Maybe that does work. I'm just trying to get my head around as to whether there's more than one use of the word, more than one meaning of the details being specified. So I sort of mention that as a note of caution about rushing through these things without the benefit of select committee scrutiny. My second question relates to the fact that the Minister quite rightly says we don't want to clog up the courts with administrivia, to be honest, and repetitive statement of conditions. And I suspect if we looked at the thousands of people that are on electronic monitoring, that there will be a standard set of conditions that normally apply as to the exceptions that are always approved. And if that is the case, why doesn't this legislation save everyone a lot of time by setting out that list of the standard conditions and then say to the court, well, the court can just adopt the standard conditions, or it could vary the standard conditions, but it doesn't have to restate them all the time, because 9 out of 10 times, or I suspect even more than that, it's probably 95 out of 100 times, the standard conditions are applied by the court, but each time they have to be stated, either that or this repetition and seems to me to be undesirable. So, was any consideration given to drafting some standard conditions which would enable the court to do this a lot more efficiently, whilst retaining the ability of the court to override those in a special case?
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Just question was raised around the ability to appeal or question decisions that were made, and the advice is that the defendant could bring a judicial review or could simply go to the court to request an absence if they're not happy. Complaints are, my advice is relatively rare in terms of the decisions that are made around that. And in terms of the drafting and the words and whether it's strong enough, the bill permits the court to enable corrections to approve absences, and the drafting, the advice I have is it was sufficient for the task, which is to clarify what everybody understood to be the practice, the correct practice for the last 10 years.
Members, the time has come for me to leave the chair. The House will resume at 7:30.
Coming up at 6 p.m. is a repeat of some of today's earlier proceedings. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Until then, some of today's earlier proceedings will be repeated.
Mr. Speaker.
E te atua kaharawa, ka tuku whakamoime te atu mātou, mōna karakia ko waihotia mai ki runga i a mātou. Ka waiho i o mātou pānga, whai oro kato ki te taha, ka mihi mātou ki te kiingi me te uinoi atu, mo te arihitanga i roto i o mātou whakaaroarohanga. Kia mohio ai, kia whakaiti ai tā mātou whakahaere i ngā take o te wharenei. Mo te oranga, te maungarongo, me te aroha o Aotearoa. Āmene.
Amen. Members, I've received a letter from Dr. Lawrence Hunan seeking to debate under Standing Order 399 the incidents at a Gisborne school where a student was burned by a lunch provided under the government school lunches program. Not every injury sustained at a school can be the subject of an urgent debate. The authentication provided by the member does not provide information about any further actions being taken by the government, except that a wider investigation into the incident is underway. An urgent debate is a way of debating actions by the government. The absence of action or the existence of an ongoing situation do not warrant an urgent debate. The application is declined. Call on the clerk to deliver petitions.
Petition of Murray Richard Tingy requesting that the House urge the New Zealand Defence Force to ensure that ambulances only have Red Cross emblems which comply with Article 38 of the First Geneva Convention.
That petition stands referred to the Petitions Committee. A paper has been delivered for presentation.
Government response to the referral of the petition from Ren Mon Lee.
13 Select Committee reports have been delivered. That paper is published under the authority of the House. 13 Select Committee reports have been delivered for presentation.
Reports of the Economic Development, Science and Innovation Committee on the 2023-24 annual review of the New Zealand Tourism Board, the 2023-24 annual reviews of Ag Research Limited, Landcare Research New Zealand Limited, the New Zealand Institute for Plant and Food Research Limited and New Zealand Forestry Research Institute Limited. 2023-24 annual review of the Accreditation Council, the Real Estate Agents Authority and the Research and Education Advanced Network New Zealand Limited. 2023-24 annual reviews of the Broadcasting Standards Authority, the External Reporting Board and Cordia Group Limited. 2023-24 annual reviews of the Financial Markets Authority and the Takeovers Panel, and the 2023-24 annual reviews of the Institute of Environmental Sciences and Research Limited, the Institute of Geological and Nuclear Sciences Limited, and the National Institute of Water and Atmospheric Research Limited. Reports of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee on the 2023-24 annual reviews of the New Zealand Trade and Enterprise, the Ministry of Defence and New Zealand Defence Force, New Zealand Antarctic Institute and the International Treaty Examination of the New Zealand UAE Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, an agreement between the Government of New Zealand and the Government of the United Arab Emirates on the promotion and protection of investments. Report of the Justice Committee on the Victims of Sexual Violence Strengthening Legal Protections Legislation Bill. Report of the Petitions Committee on the petition of Galen McKerith, and report of the Social Services and Community Committee on the Responding to Abuse and Care Legislation Amendment Bill.
The bills are set down for second reading. The international treaty examination is set down for consideration. Now the bills have been introduced. We come to oral questions. The first in the name of the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Does he stand by all of his government statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, especially our action to unlock infrastructure investment. The Waikato Expressway is a great example of the impact that modern, reliable infrastructure can make for families and for businesses. And now we're bringing the same experience to Northland. More jobs, more growth, more connectivity and more opportunity for every New Zealander living north of Auckland. It's no surprise that I saw today the Northland Corporate Group said the expressway is, quote, exactly what our economy needs to drive growth, create jobs, reduce costs and enable export expansion, quote. We're serious about economic growth and ensuring that Kiwis can get ahead, and delivering infrastructure like the Northland Expressway is just one part of that vision.
Supplementary question. Why is he willing to wait until term 2 for the chaos David Seymour's caused to the school lunch program to be fixed, given kids are going hungry, lunches are still arriving late or not at all, some of the food is inedible, and in the worst cases, kids are being physically injured by exploding lunches?
Well, the incident we saw last week was unacceptable and not something we want to see at all. I think the Minister has fronted really clearly on that, actually suspending those type of lunches. And importantly, he is working his way through the issues to make sure that we get better quality food and better on-time performance.
Supplementary question. What will it take for him to finally step in and fix the mess his government has made of the school lunches program, particularly given the one minister who actually seems to want to get it sorted out, Erica Stanford, is being ignored by David Seymour?
Again, this is a minister that's working incredibly hard through some very challenging issues to make sure that we get our food back to scratch and to make sure that we deliver on time and full. There's some improvement happening. There's a lot more that needs to happen. And as I said, the minister is wanting to make sure there are improvements in place for Term 2.
Supplementary question, Mr Speaker. Will he guarantee that one of the 3 partners in the school lunch collective going insolvent won't lead to any kids going hungry? If not, why not?
That is what we have been assured, that despite the liquidation, that the school lunches program is not at risk. Obviously that's a commercial matter, but our key thing is to make sure that we are getting what we have contracted for and that is delivered.
Supplementary, the Honourable David Seymour.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that yesterday's on-time delivery for the Healthy School Lunch program was 99.74%, and is that better than the delivery of the vaccine rollout, which someone forgot to order?
The first part of the question might be answered.
If I can answer the first part of the question, the answer is yes. It's been good to see improving on-time performance. Now we need to see what's delivered in full, and I've got every confidence in the Minister to do that.
Right on, Chris Hipkins.
Why has the number of rough sleepers in Auckland increased by 53% over the last 4 months? And is it a coincidence that that occurred at the same time his government kicked 690 Auckland households out of emergency housing?
Well, I am incredibly proud of our record on housing, unlike that last government. We have stable rents. We have 4,000 to 5,000 people off the social housing wait list, which went up 4 times under Minister Megan Woods. And importantly, we've taken 2,000 kids out of motel accommodation and got them into proper homes and houses through community housing providers, KO. I'd put our record up on housing against yours any day of the week.
Supplementary question, Mr Speaker.
That was the day's worth of barracking all used up in one question. Calm it down. Right on, Chris Hipkins.
Well, does he agree with Tama Potaka that the link between people getting kicked out of emergency housing and a rise in homelessness is, quote, not anecdotal, it's real, end quote? And if not, will he provide evidence of where the kids in emergency housing actually went?
As we have said before, we have taken 2,000 kids that were being raised in motels under the last government, and we now have them in proper homes and proper houses through community housing providers and KO. I thought that member would actually want to celebrate that and actually think that was a good thing.
Supplementary question, Mr Speaker.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Is the Prime Minister aware that when the Leader of the Opposition says that people have been kicked out of motels, what he actually means is that they have been offered the opportunity to go into social, transitional or private sector housing and are therefore in homes?
That is how I understand it, and importantly, 80% of the people...
Hang on, I'm dealing with a point of order here. The Honourable Kerry McNaughton.
So the Prime Minister is not responsible for what the Minister of Housing believes...
The question was, has he seen reports? So that brings it into line. The Honourable...
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I am proud that 80% of the families that have been moved out of emergency housing have been moved into proper houses. That's where you should be raising families. I think we should be celebrating across the aisle here that 2,000 kids have been moved out of motels into proper houses. It was a debacle under that previous minister who did nothing on housing.
Supplementary question, Mr Speaker. What happened to the 20% who haven't been moved into sustainable housing?
The message very clearly is that if they need our assistance and help, we are there to help and assist them. They haven't needed it. You didn't know 50%, you had no idea.
Hang on. Rima Nuckley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance and asks, when will the Treasury's next set of economic and fiscal forecasts be released?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, each year Treasury does two sets of forecasts, one to accompany the budget and another at the half-year update. In an election year, as a bonus, there's also a pre-election update. Looking ahead, the next Treasury forecasts will be those that accompany the budget on the 22nd of May.
Supplementary. What will the new economic forecasts show?
Well, Mr Speaker, broadly in keeping with other published economic forecasts, I expect the Treasury's forecasts to show a return to growth in the December quarter of last year, then picking up over this calendar year. Consistent with other forecasts, they are also likely to show unemployment peaking in the first half of 2025 and then declining. The Treasury is currently working through its detailed forecasting process. What I would say is it's a hard time to be a forecaster, with a lot of uncertainty around the impact of other countries' economic policies and responses.
Supplementary. What will the new fiscal forecasts show?
Well, Mr Speaker, again, the Treasury is still working through their process and the government is still working through our budget decisions. What I do know from previous updates is that within the overall fiscal picture, some elements will show an improvement over the previous forecasts and some will show a decline. For example, the outlook for global bond yields means that finance costs are likely to be greater than they were at the half-year update. That is to say, Mr Speaker, the costs of servicing New Zealand's debt will be higher. And given my experience of forecast revisions last year, I am not holding out hope for an overall positive fiscal surprise. That seems unlikely, but it is still early days. As with the economic forecasts, there are many risks that could affect the fiscal forecasts.
Supplementary. What will her approach be to the new forecasts?
Mr Speaker, the government has a deliberate medium-term approach to fiscal consolidation, and we've always said that we will not overreact to movements up or down in the forecasts. We have set budget allowances that drive spending restraint and require savings to fund government priorities. Nonetheless, the government will look at options during the lead-up to Budget 2025 and consider whether the new Treasury forecasts warrant any further action.
The Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Kia ora, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance. Does she stand by her statement that, quote, "we are taking steps to ensure that we will grow faster than we otherwise would," unquote? If so, what is her growth target for jobs and incomes?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, I may well have said that. It sounds like something I would say, but my office has not been able to access the verification, so I don't know the context, and am mindful that that member has quoted me out of context and incorrectly in the past. To the second part, the government has a target for inflation, but no explicit target for other economic variables. Needless to say, my ambition is to deliver policies that support more job creation and higher incomes. We did.
Supplementary.
A point of order, the Honourable Winston Peters.
If someone as Cipollone says, Honourable Cipollone says, should have gone to the clerk's office, and we did, and the answer was no verification, then I want to know whether that question has been accepted for this House without verification.
Point of order, point of order.
If I can just clarify for members, we did seek from the clerk's office what verification was offered. They said that that was for Labor to determine whether they would share that with us. Labor were not forthcoming in sharing it with us prior to question time commencing.
Hang on.
Speaking to the point of order.
It's getting to a bit of a dates and scones argument, which I'm not very keen on. We'll hear from you.
Speaking to the point of order, I appreciate the Minister's concerns that Labor was not forthcoming. However, we did not receive a request for the authentication for the RNZ March 18th, 2024 interview that we used for this question.
Good. Let's move on. You've got another sup?
Yes, supplementary. Why then are there 6,248 fewer filled jobs than this time last year, according to Statistics New Zealand?
Well, Mr Speaker, as we have gone through in this House again and again, Unfortunately, when inflation is left to go out of control and interest rates are hiked very far, that has a negative impact for both economic growth and for job creation. What I would highlight for the member is that the number of people unemployed today is markedly similar to that which was predicted in the pre-election fiscal update. So members, for your reference, in Q3 and if we go to Q1 for 2025, the number of people unemployed predicted at the pre-election update was 165,000. The half-year update confirmed exactly the same number. So if the member wishes to say that this is a result of government policies, I would commend to her that she then explain why the previous Labor government were predicting exactly the same levels of unemployment.
Is she therefore committing to grow the economy faster than it otherwise would, as stated in a Radio New Zealand interview, than the annual growth figures of 3.4% for 2026 as forecast by Treasury in the half-yearly fiscal update?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my ambition in all of the policies that we deliver is to drive our growth rate and therefore job creation and income growth higher. I have, however, within my arsenal a small piece of humility, which is to say that while our government should be driving policies on a daily basis that will help the growth outlook, we should always be mindful that there are factors that remain outside of our control, not least of which are global economic conditions and the decisions made by other governments. And while that member is welcome to say that those factors somehow wouldn't affect her, I'd suggest she consult with the new spokesperson for jobs and incomes as to what her view is.
Oh, great. You guys talking.
Supplementary. Why then have the Treasury or the Reserve Bank not upgraded their forecasts, given her claims that the government will grow the economy faster?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I outlined in my Patsy question, the Treasury actually update their forecasts twice a year, at the half-year update and at the budget update. And the member can look forward to updated forecasts at the budget.
Supplementary. How can she claim that she will grow the economy faster than we otherwise would when current job statistics, Treasury and Reserve Bank forecasts do not reflect any of her claims?
Because, Mr. Speaker, of two things. The first is, as I have outlined to that member laboriously, the forecast rate of unemployment is markedly similar to that which was forecast prior to the election. Second, Mr. Speaker, I can stand here with great confidence and say that a Labor-led government at this juncture in history would have done more economic vandalism.
No, you can't say that. You can talk about this government, but not any previous government, other than reference to matters that directly affect the portfolio. Question 4, Grant McCallum. Well, that could be a mistake, talking out loud like that too. Grant McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Transport and asks, what announcements has he made on the Northland Expressway?
The Honourable Tris Bishop.
I thank the member for that excellent Patsy. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was thrilled to announce alongside the Prime Minister the government will formally open registrations of interest for the first stage of the Northland Expressway at the Infrastructure Summit later in the week. This marks a significant milestone in this government's commitment to build roads of national significance around the country. Connecting Northland to Auckland in a new, resilient, safe and efficient new expressway will unlock growth, boost productivity and drive higher living standards.
Supplementary. What benefits can Northlanders expect from this Northland Expressway project?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Northland Expressway will unlock the true economic potential of the North. And the right analogy, sir, is the Waikato Expressway delivered by the last national government, which was a game changer for Waikato and Hamilton. And the Northland Expressway will do for the North what Waikato Expressway has done for Waikato. This is an investment in the Upper North Island area, sir, the economic powerhouse of the country, with 53.7% of our population and 55% of GDP. This is an investment in growth and productivity.
Supplementary. What feedback has the Minister received on this announcement?
Oh, Mr Speaker, it is great news, and that's been reflected in the feedback. The Chair of the Northland Regional Transport Committee says it will be a real game changer. The Northland Corporate Group Co-Chair Andrew McLeod says it will be transformative for the Upper North Island. Without it, the ability for Northland to support Auckland from the north via logistics, energy, food, forestry and construction will remain underutilised and barricaded. And of course there is an NZIER report into the Northland Expressway which shows significant economic benefits.
Supplementary. When does the government plan to begin construction on the Northland Expressway?
Oh, Mr Speaker, formal procurement will begin this week on the first section. Registered parties will be invited to submit a formal expression of interest with a request for proposal in mid-2025 for up to 3 shortlisted bidders. Preferred bidder expected to be announced early next year, and a PPP contract finalised by the middle of the year, with construction expected to begin soon afterwards. On the first section from Warkworth to Tahana, expected to start in late 2026, and we will be getting on with the other sections of the expressway, particularly around the Brynderwyns, which is a very important corridor to look at as well.
Yes, that would be a good description of the contribution being made by the member. Chloe Strawberry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Prime Minister, e tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, and especially our actions to get our healthcare system focused on patients, not the back office bureaucracy. We're already spending a record amount in health, but last week Minister of Health Simeon Brown announced a range of new actions we're taking to make it easier for Kiwis to see a doctor. We're training more doctors and nurses, we're paying them more, and we're creating more opportunities for them to work in primary care serving the community. And we're putting more funding into GP clinics so they can enrol more patients, and we're introducing a 24/7 digital platform so that Kiwis can see a doctor when they need it. Kiwis deserve timely, quality care and access to healthcare, and we won't stop until we deliver exactly that.
Is homelessness in Auckland increasing or decreasing as a result of his government's decisions?
Well, what I can say is that we're getting more people out of emergency housing, we're taking more people off the social housing wait list, and rents are stable.
Are answers like that why, when I asked the Prime Minister a year ago in this House, he refused to guarantee that nobody would be made homeless by his government's policies?
What I can tell you is that our government is doing everything it can after the legacy that was left by a Greens Labor government that did an appalling job on housing. We are working on making sure we get more houses available for sale. We're making sure that we get rents stable. We're making sure we take people off the house wait list, the social housing wait list that went up 4 times. And we're making sure we get kids out of motels. That's a good thing. I think that member would be wanting to celebrate that.
Can the Prime Minister confirm if every person currently sleeping homeless on the streets of Auckland City are able to get access to housing under his government's policy settings?
They are able to come to the government and actually ask for and get assistance that they need, and we will take anyone's efforts to come and actually get the support that they need.
Is more people sleeping on the street following his government's decisions to tighten access to emergency housing what he means by his growth strategy?
Well, what I can tell the member is there are less people in motels and emergency housing and more... No, they're not. 2,000... Would you like to hear the answer? When we...
Just calm. Just don't barrack through the middle of an answer. You've asked a question, let him answer. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. When this government came to office, there was 3,141 households in motels, thanks to the last government. Today, there are 591. We have put more families out of motels and into proper homes where kids should be raised. Almost 2,000 kids now live in houses, not in motels. That is a good thing.
Will the Prime Minister...
No, wait.
Mr Speaker?
Just wait. Just wait. Okay.
Will the Prime Minister spend just a few hours in Auckland Central to come and meet the people who his government's decisions have made homeless?
I reject the characterisation of the question. The last Greens Labor government made housing worse for all New Zealanders, whether they own a house, whether they rent a house, whether they need a community housing provider or a social house, or whether they're in emergency housing. We are proud that through focus and good management, we have taken 2,000 kids out of motels and put them into proper houses. That's a great thing.
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Can the Prime Minister tell the House whether the social housing waitlist, which is one very clear measure of unmet housing need, has increased or decreased during his term of government? And how does that compare to what happened to that social housing waitlist the last time the Greens were anywhere near government?
There's important context. The social housing wait list went from about 6,500, it went up 4 times under the last government. We've taken up to 4,000 to 5,000 from memory out of the social housing list, and they are now off that list. That is a great thing. It means that people who are on the list have a better chance to get a state house or a social house. I just think that member should say we've got work to do, but we're making great progress and we're doing a lot more than what you did in Labour Greens.
Electric blanket.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that Māori do not make up 50% of that wait list?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Can the Prime Minister confirm that Māori no longer make up 50% of that wait list?
Well, what I can say is by virtue of the wait list coming down, by virtue of the 2,000 kids coming out of motels into proper houses, there's less Māori in emergency housing, there's less Māori on the social housing wait list. That's a good thing.
Thank you. Greg Fleming.
To the Minister of Tourism and Hospitality, what recent announcements has she made about increasing visitor numbers to New Zealand?
The Honourable Louise Upson.
Mr Speaker, I have recently announced a range of investments and initiatives to boost tourism in New Zealand. This includes yesterday's announcement of a $3 million boost to secure more international business events in New Zealand. This investment will allow Tourism New Zealand to increase their annual conference bid development from 90 to 110 bids, attract high-value incentive programs, and sell New Zealand as a world-class location for business events. This is the next step in our Tourism Boost package, following previous announcements including the Australia campaign and a regional fund to attract more international visitors to our fantastic regions.
Oh, what a great answer. And how will these announcements improve overall visitor numbers?
Mr Speaker, our visitor numbers remain at 85% of pre-COVID numbers, so we need to keep pushing to get back to those levels. Large-scale conferences result in large numbers of extra visitors who may not have made the trip for a holiday alone. When people come to New Zealand for business, we want them to go home and to consider returning for a holiday, as well as telling their friends and families about our wonderful country and our warm hospitality.
What economic benefits does she expect to see as a result of these announcements?
Mr Speaker, every visitor who comes to New Zealand puts more money in the back pockets of Kiwis. The additional investment in securing business events will deliver more than $30 million in incremental spend to the economy. Business event participants spend on average $175 more a day than other visitors, and often travel during the off-peak season, boosting tourism and economic activity year-round. More tourists mean more people in cafes, more people spending in our shops, more bookings for local accommodation, and more job opportunities for Kiwis.
And what feedback has she seen on these announcements?
Mr Speaker, I've recently announced a range of investments and the feedback has been incredibly positive. Business Events Industry Aotearoa Chief Executive Lisa Hopkins said the business events announcement was one of the best investments in the sector she has seen in her career, and she only managed to get 19 cartwheels in hearing the news. The Everyone Must Go campaign has exceeded our expectations in terms of its reach into Australia. It has had unprecedented support from the industry and has created a sense of urgency with over 900 deals now on offer for Australians. It is clear that New Zealand is open for business and we are looking forward to welcoming more visitors to our shores.
The Honourable Dr Aotearoa.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health. How many procedures were performed in the new Tōtara Haumaru surgical building for the most recent month, other than January, for which data is available? And how does this compare to the monthly average if Tōtara Haumaru's projected annual capacity of 15,500 surgical and endoscopic procedures were evenly distributed throughout the year?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Simeon Brown.
I'm advised that in February 2025, a total of 720 procedures were completed at Tōtara Haumaru. As the member will be aware, this is different to the 15,500 procedures evenly distributed, as the facility was opened with the intention of delivering 2,000 elective procedures in the first financial year. I'm advised that Health New Zealand is on track to deliver against this target as work continues to ramp up at Tōtara Haumaru. Once operating at full capacity, it is projected that up to 8,000 surgeries and 7,500 endoscopy procedures can be performed within the complex each year.
Does he stand by his statement, I want as much planned care as possible to be delivered in partnership with the private sector when existing public facilities are being underutilised?
Well, Mr Speaker, as the member will be aware, the last government, which built Tōtara Haumaru, failed to allocate the funding to operate it. It's a bit like the Yes Minister show, isn't it, where you've got an empty hospital and nothing's actually able to be done. And so the former Minister of Health had to find the operational money to be able to get the hospital operating. They're now gearing up the hospital so that it can deliver what is required to be delivered.
Not time for a speech.
Is it acceptable for surgeons to work in private hospitals during the hours they are paid to work in public hospitals, as requested by one of the private hospitals bidding for the government's outsourced procedures?
Well, Mr Speaker, if the member is wanting to have a debate around using the public or the private system, I would point her to a cabinet paper taken by Chris Hipkins to Cabinet back in 2020, which said that there will be an increase in the use of private providers in order to make the best use of all capacity that is available in the health system.
That's all good. That's all good, but the question will be asked again.
Is it acceptable for surgeons to work in private hospitals during the hours they are paid to be working in public hospitals, as requested by one of the private hospitals bidding for the government's outsourced procedures?
Well, Mr Speaker, as I said, if the debate is going to be around whether or not we should use the public system or the private system, I would point the member to a cabinet paper taken by Chris Hipkins as Minister of Health to Cabinet in 2020, where he said there will also be an increase in the use of private providers in order to make the best use of all capacity that is available. It also said the Ministry is facilitating discussions with the New Zealand Private Surgical Hospitals Association to ensure a national approach is developed to access private hospital capacity. We want to make sure we maximise the best use of both.
And I'm sorry, but it might be interesting to some. We'll hear the question again, and the Minister will attempt to answer the question.
Is it acceptable for surgeons to work in private hospitals during the hours they are paid to be working in public hospitals, as requested by one of the private providers bidding for the government's outsourced procedures?
Well, Mr Speaker, one of the things we've outlined is to ensure that there are proper arrangements between public and private systems, particularly around workforce, to ensure that we are growing the workforce together, and so that the ad hoc basis that has been happening in the past, and she's outlined an example, which is the type of behaviours which have been happening in the past. We actually want to see long-term agreements put in place, just as was outlined in the Cabinet paper that Chris Hipkins took to Cabinet in 2020.
Thank you. Who is correct? Christopher Luxon, who on 7 June 2022 said, privatisation is not a big philosophical driver for me at this point in time. Or Simeon Brown, when he said, I'd like to see as much planned care, those elective surgeries done by the private sector.
Well, Mr Speaker, I think the answer to that question is that Kiwis needing elective surgery don't care who's providing it. They want it done in a timely manner. And under the last government, the number of people waiting more than 4 months for elective treatment increased by 2,500%. So we're on the side of getting things done. And just as Chris Hipkins took to Cabinet in 2020, we're going to use the public system and the private system to get it done.
Supplementary
question, the right honourable Winston.
On the basis of that answer, is there a medical condition called an own goal, and can it be fixed?
The Honourable Dr. Aotearoa.
Supplementary. Has he been...
Just wait till everyone's calmed themselves down. Okay.
Has he been advised that performing 10,579 additional elective procedures in private hospitals will mean that the milestone of 63% of patients waiting less than 4 months for elective treatment in the current financial year will be met?
Well, Mr Speaker, I've been advised that the Health New Zealand will be both insourcing and outsourcing in order to achieve that number by the end of this year, so that we can make sure we are increasing the number of elective surgeries being done. And as I said in my previous answer, I don't think Kiwis waiting for elective surgery are caring too much about who's delivering it. They want it done, and that's what we're focused on doing.
The Honourable Marama Davidson.
E tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga. So I will start again. My question is to the Prime Minister. E tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
What exactly is his growth strategy to utilise and develop our local wealth base here in Aotearoa so we aren't reliant on risky offshore capital?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
What exactly is his growth strategy to utilise and develop our local wealth base here in Aotearoa so we aren't reliant on risky offshore capital?
Well, I reject outright the characterisation of that question. New Zealand has done a very, very poor job over a number of decades of attracting capital to New Zealand. And frankly, whether it's international pools of capital, whether it's domestic pools of capital, we want to be able to partner with that private capital so that we can actually get infrastructure built. More roads, more hospitals, more schools. That's what New Zealanders want, and that's how we deliver better public services for them.
Is it fair that the overseas banks New Zealanders bank with bring in $3.5 billion of excess profits a year, and the half overseas owned supermarkets New Zealanders have no other choice but to shop at squeeze them out of $1 million in excess profits daily when most people are struggling to get by?
The question would be okay without those various descriptors that are in them. But the Prime Minister can have a shot at answering.
Incoherent.
Well, I'll just say to the member, that's why this government wants to make sure that there is real competition in banking and in energy and across all of our sectors in this economy. That's what we're doing. Sadly, it didn't happen under the last government.
No, it's Caroline here.
Is it fair that the biggest early childhood education provider that New Zealanders have to send their tamariki to so they can go to mahi pulled in $32 million of tax-free profits last year while most people are struggling to get by?
I mean, this is just characterises the Greens' position, doesn't it? It's a degrowth agenda of living in a hermit kingdom. Actually, it's okay that commercial enterprises that provide products and or services to consumers or customers or to the New Zealand public actually make a fair return for their efforts. That's quite okay.
Supplementary?
Yeah, they get three. Sorry, I'll come to you next.
Will the PM acknowledge that the higher costs of borrowing and the need to pay dividends to shareholders means privatisation ultimately ends up costing New Zealanders more than if public services stayed in public ownership?
Well, I mean, there's quite a lot to that question that I think is rather disjointed and doesn't hang together, but I'll answer the first part, is that I can give you very good examples where actually New Zealanders can get operations that they need in the healthcare system, and frankly, whether it's delivered through the public system or the private system, we want them to get the procedures and the help that they need. And private hospitals in many cases are geared up at scale to deal with a number of procedures and operations that New Zealanders can get quicker if we use that capacity. So it's not a private versus public argument.
Supplementary.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that New Zealanders have been bringing capital from across the seas since Kupe showed up in a sailboat with some kumara, but sadly xenophobic attitudes have been here nearly as long?
Well, in so much as the Prime Minister has responsibility.
Well, what I can confirm is that we know that the New Zealand economy has suffered from what we call thin capital, and we have done a poor job of attracting capital to New Zealand and investment to New Zealand. We know we need the investment because it's actually capital to grow our businesses, which actually creates higher income jobs and more jobs for people. It's that capital and that joint venture that actually ends up creating those international connections and those networks and that knowledge that's transferred into New Zealand. That's a good thing.
Will the Prime Minister increase public ownership of the basic things we all need just to live, like school lunches, healthcare and childcare, or will he choose to sell off Aotearoa and funnel even more profits to offshore corporates instead?
I have to say the Greens are totally deluded on economics. I mean, I don't know how to say it any other way. But honestly, that is a question that just makes no sense, and I reject it.
The Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Associate Minister for Housing, does he stand by his statement that, quote, emergency housing will always be available as a last resort for those who need it, end quote?
The Honourable Tama Portaka.
In the context in which that statement was made, yes, emergency housing was intended to be a last resort, not the first resort, and it remains a last resort in most towns and cities in Aotearoa, New Zealand, for those with a genuine need for short-term stay and temporary accommodation.
Supplementary. Is the Minister saying that those that are homeless in Auckland, which has risen 53% in only 4 months, aren't in genuine need of emergency housing?
E te mānga o te whare. There are many people with a genuine need for emergency housing in New Zealand, and there continues to be transitional housing places in Auckland.
Supplementary. Is he saying that those that are homeless in Wellington, which has risen over 40%, aren't in genuine need of emergency housing?
E te mānga o te whare. I'm also saying that there are a number of programs and pathways for those that are either homeless or with severe housing deprivation to actually reset their situation. For example, Housing First, rapid rehousing, transitional housing, single site supported housing, and even private housing that people can access by way of housing support products, which continue to be supported by this government.
Supplementary. Is he saying that frontline providers, the very people who administer those programs and pathways he just outlined, are wrong when they provide him with examples of people unable to access emergency housing because of the policy changes that he brought in?
E te mānga o te whare. I can observe, as does the census from data from 2018 to 2023, that severe housing deprivation actually increased over 10% during those 5 years. And I can also observe that those providers which the member refers to also have the opportunity to engage on these other programs which I've enunciated in my previous answer.
Supplementary. Will he therefore meet and engage with frontline providers with cameras present so that everyone can see and tell those... Shall I start again, sir?
There are no comments while a question is being asked. Start again.
Thank you. Will he meet with frontline providers with cameras present so everyone can see and tell those very people who are dealing with increased homelessness every day, looking them in the eye and saying that he is right and they are wrong?
E te mānga o te whare. I sense and completely understand the members and the opposition's frustration at our successful delivery and commitment around over 3,000 children leaving emergency housing in the last 15 months and 2,000 by way of the Priority 1 decision making. And I sense the members' frustration his opposition, when they were in government, were unable to deliver on these matters. But however, I am very proud on the efforts that we've taken. Officials continue to monitor the situations that have been described, and I do too also engage with housing providers and others on these very issues.
Mark Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Regulation. What recent announcements has he made about cutting red tape?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 27th of February in the mighty Invercargill, Ministers Penny Simmonds, Andrew Hoggart and I released the findings from the Ministry for Regulation's review into agricultural and horticultural products. Mr. Speaker, rapid access to veterinary medicines and agri-chemicals is essential for lifting ag productivity and growth in the agricultural and horticultural sectors, and yet some firms have waited over 5 years for EPA and MPI approval, costing hundreds of millions of dollars in lost productivity. The review has made 16 recommendations to improve the HASNO and ACVM processes, which Cabinet has accepted. EPA and MPI have begun implementation, and the two ministers responsible expect to get it done very quickly.
Supplementary. What are the potential economic benefits of improving access to regulated agricultural and horticultural products in New Zealand for these products?
Mr. Speaker, the costs of getting this wrong, as we have been, are substantial. The Sense Partners, an economic consultancy, estimate that halving approval times for agricultural products could lift productivity in the sector by $272 million. Conversely, losing EU market access for fruit and vegetables due to delayed product approvals as the EU moves on with its standards and our farmers and horticulturalists can't get the right products, that is estimated to risk $250 million loss, Mr. Speaker. Being able to get these products through a sound regulatory system is vital to our productivity, and by bringing together two disparate ministries that have been discoordinated, the Ministry for Regulation is making that happen.
It's a very, very long answer. Honourable Penny Simmonds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister, what particular recommendations did the review make regarding the approval process under HASNO?
Well, the review identified reducing the backlog of EPA assessments as a high priority. Setting robust targets to accelerate assessments and reduce the queue is a key recommendation. Increasing the use of group standards and rapid equivalence pathways will also accelerate approvals. I would like to thank the Minister Penny Simmonds and her officials for their work throughout the review and now in implementing these recommendations quickly.
Supplementary.
The Honourable Andrew Hoggart.
What particular recommendations did the review make regarding the approvals process under the ACVM?
Mr. Speaker, although smaller...
What's the ACDM? I hate acronyms.
Animal compound...
Cultural compounds and veterinary medicines.
It's easy to say. Carry on.
Mr. Speaker, at the risk of lengthening my answer, I will read out all of the acronyms in full. While smaller than the Environmental Protection Authority's backlog, the Agricultural Compounds and Veterinary Medicines queue also requires improvement. The review recommended expanding registration exemptions, enabling self-assessments and using international assessments to save time on agricultural compounds and veterinary medicines. Minister Hoggart is already implementing these through his modernisation program, and I'd like to thank him and his officials for this work in making this review a success and implementing its recommendations quickly and efficiently for the benefit of our farmers and our horticulturalists.
Tim Costley.
Mr. Speaker, to the Minister for Land Information, what announcements has the government made about making it easier to deliver critical infrastructure projects?
The Honourable Chris Peng.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. A wide Public Works Act reform is underway, but we've announced recently critical infrastructure streamlined proposals whereby incentive payments of an additional 15% of the value of the land will be made available to landowners for early agreement, an additional 5% of the value of the land in addition as a recognition payment, acknowledging the special significance of the land in question for these critical infrastructure projects, and a streamlined objection process whereby the landowner himself or herself can object directly to the decision maker, saving time and money while preserving land valuation tribunal and recourse to judicial review if necessary.
What projects will benefit from the streamlined land acquisition pathway?
Thank you very much for the question, Mr Speaker, and the opportunity to answer it. Sir, the faster and fairer process will apply to Schedule 2 of the Fast Track Approval Act consented projects, along with and including roads of national significance as identified by this government in its ambitious work programme. These might include, for example, Mill Road, Wood End Bypass, Cambridge to Paeri, the Northland Corridor, aka Expressway, and a second Ashburton Bridge.
How will Kiwis benefit from these changes?
Mr Speaker, New Zealanders will benefit enormously from these changes. As I say, these will be faster and fairer for all involved, including the payments and processes that will benefit the landowners themselves. But of course, the transport infrastructure, for example, will enable emergency services to get much more quickly to the scenes of accidents when they occur, as opposed to being stuck in traffic or having to take the long way round. Parents will get home much more quickly on the way home from school or out to their workplace for that matter, and our farmers will get their food and fibre to tables around the country and to our ports that much more quickly. This is a real gain for New Zealand families.
Supplementary? How do these changes fit in with the government's wider PWA, Correction Public Works Act reform?
What's an EWA?
Mr Speaker,
EWA.
The Public Works Act was then spelled out.
Acronyms. Half the people listening to this have no idea what that is. That's why I don't like acronyms. Say the whole thing.
That's why I said Public Works Act.
Ask the question again.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. How do these changes fit in with the government's wider Public Works Act reform?
Thank you, sir. For your information, or FYI, the government is making...
I haven't got around to terminating a question yet, but I'm very close.
Thank you, sir. In relation to the Public Works Act, we've announced a broader package of reform on which we will make further announcements in due course. In the meantime, we will shortly be introducing legislation to give effect to these critical infrastructure elements of the Fast Track and Roads of National Significance Public Works Act regime.
The Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Trade and Investment. Will the government honour Christopher Luxon's pre-election promise for a free trade agreement with India within its first term?
The Honourable Todd McLean.
Well, Mr Speaker, New Zealand's relationship with India had been run down over the past 6 years, much more than we realised. There had hardly been any ministerial visits, no Prime Minister visited in the 6 years of a Labour government. And the then Labour Foreign Minister, Nanaia Mahuta, during a press conference with the Indian Foreign Minister in New Zealand, said that a trade deal with India was not a priority for New Zealand. Well, Mr Speaker, I can confirm that Prime Minister Luxon is much more ambitious for New Zealand, and we have increased engagement at officials and ministerial level significantly, including a meeting between Prime Minister Luxon and Prime Minister Modi, and of course the Prime Minister will lead one of New Zealand's largest business delegation visits to India next year. And for the member, yes, we remain committed to delivering improved access for Kiwi exporters through a trade agreement with India this term.
Mr Speaker, supplementary. Does he agree with the Prime Minister on Radio New Zealand this morning, who said that dairy is a, quote, difficult conversation, unquote, with India?
Well, yes, I do, Mr Speaker. It's clear that dairy is important for both countries and both governments. But the one thing that we won't be doing, Mr. Speaker, is litigating or negotiating trade deals with any country of the world via this chamber or via the media. I know that member was opposed to that when the Labour Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, in that very chair, said she was off to Europe to do a deal and didn't allow that minister to bring back the meat and dairy access he would have got without that Prime Minister selling them out.
Mr. Speaker, supplementary. Will he set a minimum threshold for agricultural market access for dairy in any free trade agreement with India, given that it is our single largest export industry? If not, why not?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it's clear that successive governments have always argued for a better deal for New Zealand exporters, particularly the high-quality food producers from New Zealand. Most concerningly, what we do need to address before we even have a chance to negotiate with a country like India is the decline in trade we saw over the 6 years of the Labour government, where our exports to India fell $550 million. In the very same period of time, Australia increased their exports by $7 billion into that market. That member, as every New Zealander, can rest assured that we will work hard to get the very best deal that we can with India for New Zealanders, because our relationship with India is a priority for this government.
The
supplementary.
Just one more here. So, you know, this is 3-question rule. It might have felt like that, but it's only 3. So, the Honourable Damien O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will he rule out signing the promised comprehensive free trade agreement with India if it excludes dairy?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it will be called a comprehensive economic partnership agreement, as the one with the UAE we did in 6 months, and the GCC that the previous government said wasn't possible, all done within a year. But I won't be negotiating via this chamber or the media with any government around the world.
Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Well, the Minister promised not to return from India, as a Trade Minister once did, promising that he had secured $500 million of potential orders when it was zero.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yes, most certainly when this government makes a commitment, we work hard to honour it. But what has happened since the election in just 15 months, Mr. Speaker, is whilst over the 6 years of Labor, our exports to India went down by $550 million, through working hard to get non-tariff barriers down, through the Deputy Prime Minister and I visiting India 6 times in total from memory, more than Labor did in their entire time in government. Our exports to India have grown by more than $300 million, which is good for New Zealand companies.
Mr. Speaker.
Damien O'Connell.
Mr. Speaker, was it correct for the Prime Minister to say on Radio New Zealand this morning, quote, "We didn't even have a relationship with India," unquote, given the commitment and efforts of Indian and New Zealand business people and politicians over many years to build that relationship?
Well, Mr. Speaker, yes, it was correct, and the reason for that is that member's foreign minister stood in public in Auckland beside the Indian foreign minister and said a trade agreement with India is not a priority for New Zealand. How unambitious can you be? Mr. Speaker, businesses around New Zealand, New Zealanders, Indian New Zealanders have worked hard on that relationship. They always did. They were let down by a Labor government over 6 years.
Amjit Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister, how will the relationship between New Zealand and India benefit from the trade delegation to India next week, which will include prominent Kiwi Indians and representatives from across Parliament?
Well, Mr. Speaker, when Prime Minister Luxon met Prime Minister Modi last year, a personal invitation was extended to our Prime Minister to visit to India with a delegation. Next week we will have a 120-strong group of delegation full of New Zealanders travelling to India with the Prime Minister. There are a number of Cabinet Ministers, cross-party 4 MPs from across this House, including the opposition, 19 members from our community groups, including a significant number of Indian New Zealanders, a strong business delegation, media, a Kapahaku group, senior officials from our ministries, and 2 notable New Zealand cricket representatives who will join us also. Mr. Speaker, we want to strengthen the relationship across the board with India. It is a significant strategic priority for us, from people to people, from culture, areas to work together in the Pacific, and certainly by growing trade between our two countries that is good for the citizens of India and will be good for the citizens of New Zealand.
That concludes our questions.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz.
Right. Good evening. The House is in committee on the Bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill. We are on part one. The Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Now, I've had a very fruitful dinner break, and I'm sure the clerks will assist soon, but I've tabled an amendment to assist the Minister and his hearty advisors, because this is an administrative action, and I took the time to go and look at the Legislation Design and Advisory Committee guidelines on administrative action, and essentially what they say around rights of appeal and review, which aren't the same, but they do say that legislation should provide a right of appeal if the rights or interests of a particular person are affected by an administrative decision. And this is bang on, right? The officers here, the electronic monitor assessor, makes very significant decisions about the rights of people on electronic bail. And so in the guidelines there, I'm sure the Minister knows them well, run through what you need to consider. It does then go on to say the value of an appeal must be balanced in the particular circumstances against consideration of costs, implication of delay, significance of the subject matter, competence and expertise of the decision maker, which here is quite low, by the way, by overall standards, and the need for finality. Now, can I just say, I have looked at this, and in fact this decision would be, a decision of the assessor would at least technically be appealable under section 42.3 of the Bail Act, because it's a decision about bail. And in fact 42.3 deals with decisions about bail conditions. In fact, we don't want appeals because they'll clog up the court, Minister. This is your whole big thing point. So what my new proposed section 30 MB 3 and 4 says is that in the event that a defendant is dissatisfied with the decision of an electronic monitoring assessor, he or she has the right to seek a review of that decision by a person authorised by the Chief Executive of Corrections or the Minister of Police to conduct such a review. The review should consider the merits of the decision in fact and law, as well as the procedure used to reach that decision. So it's a full review. It's not just did he get a fair hearing? Or was the right decision made? And then the next one's quite important, because it says there is no right of appeal to a decision under subsection 3 under section 42.3 of this Act. So the full-fledged right of appeal to the court that made the overall bail decision is actually clearly cut off, because you've got an internal review. It's essentially right-sizing the review to the shape and size of the decision. If you don't do this, there's two things that happen. Either you have an actual right of appeal to the courts or a judicial review, or you have nothing. And neither of those are quite right. So in terms of the decision-making power set out in, it's essentially an authorisation set out in section 30 MB, and we do need some sort of ability to revisit that decision, because just making the same application again and again isn't actually going to do that. So, I'd be very interested in that. And the other thing I'll say before I conclude this contribution is urgency. It is a little bit problematic. Select committees, this is a bill which I've only really started looking at it as it's been tabled and throughout today and started digging into it. It would really benefit from a select committee examination and a tidy up. So, and I'm sure Professor Dean Knight would agree with me, because he said so on LinkedIn, that he's looking at this very bill now. He's actually watching, or at least interested in these proceedings, and there's a really good argument that once this bill is passed, it should immediately be referred to select committee, because there's a lot of mechanics in it. There's a lot of moving parts, and whilst the objective is simple, the operation of it is quite difficult. So, Minister, two things: will you look at that right of review, that amendment paper, and secondly, will you refer this bill to select committee for post-legislative scrutiny, so that we can make sure we haven't made any mistakes or errors? Mr. Chair,
The Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm sure my friends on the other side have some thoughtful and deep contributions to make. The other point I'd like to raise is the fact that we need an immunity in this situation, because to date, and I touched on this briefly in a kind of policy basis, but I'm now referring to my amendment paper which proposes a new section 30ME to the Principal Act, which details immunity from prosecution, because the people who have been going about their life whilst on bail and leaving their homes have been in breach of their bail. And in bail breaches is a criminal offence under the Bail Act. So the new section 30ME, immunity from prosecution, would actually address this issue, and it would do it by saying that where a person has acted in a way which was in breach of bail conditions because they reasonably believed that they were entitled to do so by virtue of an apparent authorisation by, and then it lists them, an employee of the Department of Corrections, a constable, an employee of police, or, and this is the weird one, a person who had been delegated to provide that authorisation by one of the above. That covers your social workers. Then that person is immune from prosecution, but it's more than that, and is deemed to have acted in accordance with the relevant bail conditions. And that deemed to have acted is important, because even though you're not prosecuted, you still have committed a crime, right? Yep. So you need to have the law say, no, we're going to have a deeming provision which says your conduct is deemed to be legal. No one can say that you broke the law. Now, the flip side of that is civil liability, because there's a whole lot of people out there whose boss said to them, you've got the ability to authorise these, essentially leave applications to leave the electronically monitored premises, and they didn't. And so they're actually conceivably liable for any losses. So if someone got prosecuted or even just got outed for being a lawbreaker, when in fact they weren't, because they thought, or they shouldn't have been, because they thought they were entitled to do it, then you've got a problem. So my new proposed section 30ME provides immunity from civil suit, where a person is purported to vary bail conditions, notwithstanding the fact that they did not have the legal authority to do so. They're immune from civil liability, provided that they are one of these, and then I go through those naming provisions again, and then I say, and that their actions were reasonable and within the authority that they'd purportedly been given. Because this isn't like, just a usual agency provision. This is the delegation of a legal authority. And Mr. Chairman, there are people out there who've acted in good faith and honestly, but they're actually now in real strife. And so we need to give them the protection that they deserve. Now, I think the Act in some ham-fisted kind of way does that, but this is what you get in urgency. There's no clear speaking here, and the Minister hasn't really referred to a lot of the material, the points, the flaws in the Act that I've pointed out. So it'd be really appreciated if he could, those 2 or 3 things. Appeals is a big one, post-legislative scrutiny, and the deemed not to have breached bail and civil immunity would be really useful.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
In relation to the requirement for a review, the defendant can return to the court to obtain authorisation for their absence if they don't like the decision of the authorised assessor. And if they go to the court and obtain an authorisation, and if they don't like that, then they've got the right of appeal, and we think that is sufficient. And so,
Dan Bidwar.
I move the debate on this question now close.
Ingrid Leary.
Yeah, just picking up on the points made by my colleague, the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb, in relation to people who may have unwittingly broken the law and have not known that they have broken the law. My question to the Minister is, what steps has he taken to communicate to those people directly that they did not break the law, so that there is an element of certainty? And in doing this, Mr Chair, I raise the principle of certainty, which is so very important in our legal system jurisprudentially, not just for the so-called good upstanding citizens, but actually for all who fall under the rule of law. And so it's really important that those who have been caught in this conundrum, in this confusion, which could be seen as an operational confusion, and yet they have unwittingly broken the law, do need to have some certainty around what they can and can't do. So my question to the Minister is, what communication has happened to those particular people? How will they be able to know in future whether they can take the guidance from the said people that were referred to in the amendment by Dr Duncan Webb, certainly I think it was the one before 30ME, and has there been any advice given by officials or by the operational staff actually as to what the impact has been amongst prisoners who have unwittingly been able to have some freedom, thinking they were following the letter of the law, found themselves to be in breach? Now there's going to be a retrospective change. What impact is there on the ability for the system to be able to get those people to act with certainty? Because it just really feels like scrambled eggs. It feels like that to us. It's retrospective, which is never a good principle. And the principle of certainty means that all people under the law need to be able to rely on that certainty. And we know that those who would have been subject to this are amongst the most marginalised, and usually those who have the least amount of communication about what is going on. So I'd really like to know if the Minister has turned his advice to that, whether the officials have turned their minds to that, and whether operationally anything has been done, not to protect the rights of those people, but actually to protect the rights of the public at large, to know that there is still a form of a social and legal contract with those who otherwise might think, there is a saying, Mr Chair, the law is an ass, and in order to be able to have stability in the legal system, we need all citizens to be able to be part of that social contract.
Mr Chair. Tom Rutherford. The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to amend section 30L is ruled out of order as being outside the scope of the bill. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to insert subsection 3 in new section 30MB to clarify electronic monitoring assessor be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 in favour.
In silence. The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to insert subsection 3 in new section 30MB to require the EM assessor to provide details to the defendant be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to insert subsections 3 and 4 in new section 30MB be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to insert new section 30MD be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to insert new section 30ME, empowering the electronic monitoring assessor to approve authorised absent, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to insert new section 30ME in relation to immunity from prosecution be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to insert new section 30ME in relation to immunity from civil suit is ruled out of order, as being the same in substance as a previous amendment. The question is that Part 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. We come now to Part 2. This is a debate on Clause 6, other amendments and the schedule. The question is that Part 2 stand part. The Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Oh, I was expecting the Minister to have a bit of a yarn about this. Look, this does appear to be the main, the substance of the kind of fix-up, the fixing up things that have been done wrong already. And I have one question in particular that I'm sure the Minister is expecting, because in his legislative statement he refers to social workers and others who have made these decisions. Now, one thing is clear, that social work, and I'm very keen to know who the others are, but it's very clear that social workers and others are no longer authorised. You know, people who are not actually employees of corrections are no longer authorised. And those people, and it may be that there's only 2 or 3 of them, that would be helpful to know. And from my reading of the schedule, part 2, the actions of those social workers and others, non-employees of corrections, are not validated. And so you've got people who might be living their lives and they've got a routine to their life, might even be going to work, and come royal assent or a day thereafter, that will come to an end. Now, it may be that corrections has in place a system where they're going to kind of get a corrections officer to almost rubber stamp those decisions to make sure that there's not a gap. But I'm interested, have I got that right, that because going forward they're not going to be permitted, the validation of them doesn't exist either? And if so, how are we going to, what is the plan to address the people whose authorisations to leave their bail premises are expired? It's just really simple, but I think quite important question, Minister. Oh, thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if the Minister isn't going to answer that, I hope he does. I'm very happy to just have a pause to let him do that. But I guess I'm also interested to understand exactly how this is going to work, because you've got this general rule in clause 9, which says the amendments in part 1 are only forward-looking, and then you've got the fact that clauses 10 apply in other circumstances, apply to pre-commencement authorisations. Now, this, I guess, is where it really bites, because the question I have is, because how are you describing pre-commencement authorisations? Because it can't be any pre-commencement authorisation, and there's a real risk here because it's sloppy. I mean, I don't mean to be rude to our hard-working parliamentary council, because they've done this clearly in haste, but it really, I failed to see. I'm genuinely asking for you just get up and say, oh, here's how it works, read this, then go here and across there. That's what we'd be doing in select committee. You know, our advisors would be really helpful in doing that. So both for me, for the House and for the general public, can you just work through exactly how this works? Because it seems to me that there's no really good definition of an authorisation that occurred under the old law, because it can't be just that. It's got to be more than that. And, you know, although you've got a definition section there, I can't see, I mean, the old law means section 30M as in force. Well, that's not going to work, because that's exactly what was being breached. So, Minister, if you could just walk us through that, because at the moment it seems that an authorisation under the old law could be anything, no matter how flawed, whereas we're actually looking at a much narrower flaw. So if the Minister could do that, that would be appreciated.
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
The question was asked about the approvals by correction and others, and who might that be? My advice is very small numbers, but for example, it could be the staff at a residential treatment facility in the past, but going forward, only EM assessors from corrections will be able to approve absences. And so they're validated for 60 days and the conditions will be replaced in that time.
Point of order, Maramino Kapakingi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My apologies. I seek leave to ask for my no vote to be recorded in the previous vote. My apologies. I was too busy reading something else and missed the call for one no vote.
Okay, that's the end of part one. That's
Yes.
part one, stand part. Leave is sought for that purpose. And is there any objection? There is no objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your vote will be so recorded. Dr. Lawrence Zunan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the Minister, similar to the previous speaker, but kind of coming from another perspective. I'm looking at the interaction between Section 9 of the schedule, the new Part 3, and sort of how it interacts with Section 10. And I have to say that, we have seen, and I think the previous speakers also stated, we have seen a number of transitional arrangements being made as a various schedules as part of a bill, but I have to say this one is kind of one of the more peculiar and obscure ones. And I think in Section 9, it talks about amendments generally applying only to post-commencement authorization. So my understanding, and again, this is why I'm seeking clarification from the Minister, my understanding is that that the amendment applied to authorization after commencement, even if the following occurs, i.e., if there's a varying or substituting or imposing an EM condition after commencement as something for pre-commencement, the idea that we're varying an EM electronic monitoring condition or substituting or imposing an electronic monitoring condition, how does that work in the context of Section 10(2)(b), which talks about authorizations that occurred under the old law? Because in Section 9(2), it says the exceptions are clause 10 and 11, and then in Section 10, you have the exception, which means that anything with authorization that occurred under the old law stands and is validated, but Section 9(1)(a) to D invalidates all of the conditions and authorization that was mentioned before. So are the authorization under 9(1) invalidated or not? I think that's my first question, if the Minister wouldn't mind clarifying.
Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Yeah. Couple of things. First of all, in this part 2 in schedule, all of the Bail Act refers to police and corrections, and I understand that the Minister of Justice, that's you, gets to choose whether it's corrections after consultation or police who administer electronic bail. And so the part 1 was in fact quite neutral. It didn't actually refer to police or corrections. Whereas here in part 2, you've kind of locked in that it's corrections that does it, and it's really a point. It's an important point, but it's because we do drafting at committee stage. So when you refer to, in for example 11(1)(b)(1), that the employee or agent of the Chief Executive of the Department of Corrections, it should arguably also refer to police. Now, so that's the first thing, that you've got a corrections-focused amendment when in fact it should be corrections and police, because that's what the Bail Act itself does. So there's a mismatch. The second one is I touched on it in part 1, but this is where it really comes up. Because the Act itself talks about assessors, EM assessors, whereas in 11(2) you talk about reference to the Department of Corrections EM bail team. Now, there's a real question here about upgrade. There's a real question here about whether you can, in fact, under the Principal Act, refer something to a loose class of people who are loosely authorised to be assessors. So to say the authorisation need not specify precisely and may refer only generally, that may be okay for certain validated authorisations, but you haven't done the job. because it needs to apply to all authorisations, because the Department of Corrections will continue to write on their bail application forms, you know, that their nominated assessor is the Department of Corrections EM bail team. So that's something which needs to be addressed.
Dr. Duncan, sorry, Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While we are still waiting, I think a number of us are still waiting for a response from the Minister or their advisor. I would like to ask another question. This is to do with Section 11(1)(b). I think, first of all, something that the Minister mentioned before in terms of some of these employees currently, and please correct me if I'm wrong or misheard, because it's very important, that currently there's a small number of residential employees from residential treatment centres who are granting some of these bail leaves or some of these EM are in the capacity of some of these EM assessors. But I'm just checking, are residential treatment centres an employee of either the Department of Corrections or police? Because those two are the only two that, unless there is another agreement that we don't know, because there's been no definition that I can see, again, please correct me if I'm wrong, of what is the current criteria for approving an EM assessor. I'm just checking. No, I can't see anything at this stage. So yes, so please correct me if I'm wrong, whether the residential treatment centres are either the employee of Department of Corrections or the Department of Police. How do we actually then determine an EA assessor? But I think those are my two questions. My third question is around the definition of an employee under 11 Section 1B, because it says here, an employee of the Chief Executive of the Department of Corrections and not authorized under Section 30E2. Now, I had a look at Section 30E2 as well as adjacent 30E1, which is the Chief Executive of the Department of Corrections and the Commissioner of Police. So what we're seeing here is it has to be an employee of the Chief of Executive of the Department of Corrections and not authorized by the Chief Executive of the Department of Corrections. So which one is it? Is the person meant to be or not meant to be authorized by the Department of Corrections? Thank you.
Takutai Tash Kim.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Chair. Tēnā tātou e te whare. Just a couple of queries. You know, we're in extended hours, so it's always a little bit hard to be able to get the feel from our constituents, our groups that help determine our kōrero and whakaaro around Te Pāti Māori. But we have managed to get some questions from our external rōpū. So one of the questions that's come up is whether the use of discretion will be equitable, i.e. that Māori will not be discriminated against by the EM assessor. Is there a breach of tiriti rights? Corrections or police, or there have also been known as private companies or private security groups in these assessor roles. We must remember that private security are not Crown, and therefore it's a breach of tiriti. So we'd like to just know where the Minister stands in this, and is this bill tiriti centric?
I just will remind them that we're on part 2 and the schedule, so questions in relation to this need to be related directly to the part that we are actually discussing. But if the Minister did want to answer that question. Yeah. Tom Rutherford.
On this question now closed.
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
I I thought that Mr. Tom Rutherford was going to have a serious call because we're still waiting on the responses to all of our questions previously. But if the minister isn't going to respond or waiting to respond, we're still waiting for advisors, then we are happy to kind of keep going while we buy the minister some time to seek advice. My next question for the Minister is around section 11.3.
And I'll indicate that the Chair would be looking for the Minister's involvement at some stage before any closure was to be entertained.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Very much appreciate that. And also to taking a very small interlude and sidetrack, and just to welcome back Tash Kemp, who I assume this is probably one of your first features in the committee stage since your return. So welcome back to the fold as part of the committee stage. So my question is around section 11.1.3, which is around the authorization ended at the start of 61 working days. And actually, it's a very simple question to the Minister. I would like to know the rationale behind 61 working days, i.e. I'm assuming a little over 2 months, but 61 is a very interesting and precise time, and whether that's taken from an existing provision from other acts or other bills, or is it something that is very specific to this bill, and how would that relate to what we see in section 9? So if the authorization is ended at the start of 61 working days, would that mean that the provisions and exception we see under clause 10 and 11 will be void, but 9 will still stand? Thank you.
Kamala Belich.
To this committee stage, and I just wanted to ask the Minister some questions in relation to the schedule which is listed in Part 3 but is empowered by Part 2, which we're discussing at the moment, and that's just in relation to some of the definitions which are here. I know that my colleague Dr. Duncan Webb has already referred to the quite unusual definition of old law, which is defined in the interpretation section here, and I think readers of this bill will note immediately that there isn't a definition of EM assessor in this bill, and we've had a couple of questions around what that who an EM assessor can be, and I think those are valid questions which I understand remain unanswered. But I did double check with my learned colleague as to whether this was defined somewhere in the bill, because it's very difficult to understand the bill without knowing that, and he referred me back to the primary piece of legislation which does talk about EM assessor. And what I wanted to ask the Minister is whether it would have been, or perhaps whether he would agree to an amendment to include clarification that that same definition applies to this new bill, because it's really fundamental to the work that has to be undertaken in this bill. And for me, in my reading of it, it isn't clear that it does apply to that, because when you look at the definition in the original Bail Act, it talks about 30M, and obviously we are amending the Bail Act, but we are additionally putting in other sections, and so perhaps the original Bail Act could be clarified to include that it does in fact cover the EM assessor references in this Act, or the exact same definition could be included within this particular part as well. So just a relatively straightforward question following up on some other questions around definitions that I hope the Minister can address.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Matt Douce.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just following up from Lawrence Zunan, who is ably leading the charge once again for the opposition, holding them up for his persistent lines of questioning. He asked, what does Clause 9 and 10 do? I've been advised that Clause 9 is about how the amendments will apply to authorisation after the bill commences. Clause 9 does not invalidate anything. Clause 10 is about validation of past conditions, authorisations made before commencement. The member Lawrence Zunan also asked about residential treatment facilities and whether the facility staff, employees of corrections and or police, if I understood the question right, residential treatment facilities are not employees of corrections or police. Going forward, only the electronic monitoring assessors who are currently from corrections will be able to be enabled to approve absences.
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Lawrence Zunan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, for the response to my questions. And just to signal to the Minister that there were 2 other questions that I'm still waiting response or clarification or acknowledge of, and that is section 11(1)(b) Roman numeral 1 and 2, because both of them it refers to the Chief Executive of Department Corrections, and I don't know what that section means when it says the employee has to be an employee that's appointed by the Chief Executive, the CEO of Department of Corrections, and at the same time not authorized by the Chief Executive of the Department of Corrections under Roman numeral 2. So that clarification would be very much appreciated. I think my question then comes from, again, clarification from what the previous minister was saying in terms of the fact that currently you do have EM assessors who are not an employee of either of those 2. And I'm assuming that in that case, those EM assessors would be covered under section 11(1)(a) as a existing EM assessor, as opposed to having to be an employee of either Department of Corrections or the police. But then if it's not covered under 11(1)(a), therefore any decisions that are currently made or has previously made by residential treatment centers would not be validated by this amendment and by this particular schedule, which just tying into some of the discussions we had before in terms of judiciary review, whether that was then still create the same potential legal challenge that the minister is trying to avoid in the first place by bringing all of this under urgency. And I think that's and then the other thing, lastly, in terms of section 9, thank you so much for that clarification. But my reading, again, I could be wrong, so clarification would be very helpful. It says the amendment applies only to authorization that occurs after, even if they occur in any of the following. Ergo, any of the following would not be applicable, which means that they would be ruled out. But if they are to ruled out, again, it comes down to I'm not sure if they are then in effect or not under section 10. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, thank you, and once again just following up for very hard-working opposition MP Dr. Lawrence Zunan. Why 60 days for the validation in clause 11? The rationale for 60 days allows times for defendants in the youth court to get their conditions varied. Some youth courts only sit once a month. This will also give time to replace any other conditions not involving corrections. Why is there not a definition of EM assessor in the bill, was another question. EM assessor is defined in section 3 of the Bail Act. References to EM assessor in the bill refer to the Bail Act definition, and that's consistent with standard practice.
The question is that part 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour. In favour. Yeah. 49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. We come now to the schedule. Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to the schedule is ruled out of order as not being a serious amendment. The question is that the schedule stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Okay, a party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote. I just need to hear it a little bit higher. Thank you.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 117, the noes are 6. The question is agreed. We come now to clause 1 to 3. This is the debate on clauses 1 to 3, title, commencement and principal act. The Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Thank you. Just about to David Seymour there, but no, I'm all right. Thank you, Mr Chair. Just a couple of things as this kind of get towards the last hour or two of this debate. And the first one is... The first one is just a question about commencement. And I'm not proposing an amendment, but it's just a little odd to say the Act comes into force the day after Royal Assent. You kind of got a day in there that you're leaving begging. Why not just have it come into force at the moment of Royal Assent, which is what you see in other legislation? I'd just be curious as to why you've decided to have that extra day of illegal activity when you could fix it up a day sooner. So that's my first one. And then in terms of the title, this isn't really... this isn't creating electronic monitoring. So the title we've got is actually a little misleading. And you could run through any number of more accurate titles like Oops or something like that. But because that's what it is, right? It's fixing up an oops that has grown over time, over the past 9 odd years since 2013. So my amendment paper just suggests making actually very sensible amendment paper, just making it a little more accurate. Because what you're trying to do is corrections to make electronic bail workable and consistent with the legislative framework. You're kind of getting the legislative framework to catch up with the kind of misbehaviours of corrections. So my suggestion is we just call it the Bail Corrections to Run Electronic Bail Amendment Act, because it's both. It actually does double duty, that doesn't it? Because it's corrections to the legislation, and it's also corrections that run electronic bail. So a very clever, quite witty, if I may say so, double entendre in there. So if you'd be so kind, as to adopt that title, it would give greater literary merit to our legislative book, and also be a better reflection of the nature, purpose, and effect of this bill.
Mr Chair.
The Honourable Matt Ducey.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr Chair. Just responding to the Honourable Dr Duncan Webb and his question about commencement a day after the Royal Assent. I've been advised by officials that's a standard approach.
Dr Lawrence Nunan.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I want to start with Clause 3, Section 3 on the Principal Act before coming back to Section 1 title. I think in terms of the Principal Act, it does say that the Act amends the Bail Act 2000, but I think as we see throughout this debate, the committee stage, we've seen that there was a number of potential fishhooks and the way they are linked up and interacts with the Primary Act that makes me think what else, that whether what we see in front of us actually covers everything that the bill is meant to cover. So for example, I think the minister previously mentioned quite accurately that there is a definition of EM assessor under Section 3 of the Principal Act, the Bail Act 2000, but all it says is that the EM assessor's definition is the same definition as Section 30E. And 30E was precisely what we discussed before around what is the definition of EM assessor. So what we're seeing is sort of this Ouroboros circle that we are not really getting the clarification because, all of them just says, please refer to this one section, and neither of those sections actually refer to it very clearly and succinctly. But onto the title, and we fully endorse the amendment paper that the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb proposes because, again, the issue that we see here in terms of the title, other than the fact that if it can go broadly, is that we are seeing this bill being introduced under urgency with a very rushed job. We talked a lot during the committee stage about the fact that, just because it's current practice doesn't mean necessarily it's the best practice, and the fact that we have not been allowed to hear from the general public. And I think before our colleague from Te Pāti Māori, Takuta Moana Tashkemp, also mentioned in terms of the fact that we haven't been able to go to our constituents to seek advice, and particularly other implications that this bill will introduce, despite it being the current process. So I think, for the minister, I think there is something to be said about whether the title actually accurately represent the process that we have gone through today, and whether something else should be proposed instead. But I think most importantly, like the previous speaker, the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb has mentioned, that the Act, electronic monitoring isn't what really is the issue here. It is the authorization of the electronic monitoring that is creating the issue that we have here. So I wanted to check with the minister if the minister would consider amending the title to, this act is the Bail Electronic Monitoring Authorization Amendment Act 2025, or even alternatively, Electronic Monitoring Authorization Reform or Authorization Improvements, or Retrospective Authorization Amendment Bill, because again, that more accurately captures the definition of this bill, because it's not just simply, in general, we're seeing an electronic monitoring reform, because as we have again discussed during the committee stage, and particularly previously under other parts, and I think there have been a number of members who contributed around the broader policy question around remand and around the issue of electronic monitoring in general, but we're not actually seeing any of that as a part of this. So basically, would the minister consider Bail Electronic Monitoring Authorization Amendment Bill or Bail Electronic Monitoring Retrospective Authorization Amendment Bill 2025?
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
In answer to that member's question, Dr. Lawrence Unan, the answer is no.
Kamala Belich.
Yeah, this is somewhat overlooked part of the committee stage, but nonetheless, the title and commencement clause are just as important, if not more important, than many other sections, and it's important that we scrutinise them as well, as our role. So I have a question in relation to the commencement. The bill refers to a definition of the old law, which is essentially the law that applies after the 3rd of September 2013 and before this bill commences. So essentially the retrospectivity aspect of this bill, which has been discussed at length, means that once the passage of this bill occurs, which is the day after a royal assent, it won't actually be effective the day after royal assent, which is what it says in the commencement clause. It will actually be effective right back to the 4th of September 2013. So my question to the minister is...
You were wrong.
My question to the minister is the commencement clause appropriate given the inherent retrospectivity of this Act? And I ask that question because we acknowledge that it needs to be retrospective. We are voting for this Act, this bill that will very shortly be an Act, but it doesn't seem to recognise the fact that the effective change that this law makes through its commencement is to essentially change the law right up until the 4th of September 2013. So that's my question to the Minister.
Oh, Mr Chair,
Honourable
I
Minister.
can confirm for that member that the commencement date is correct.
Honourable Dr Duncan's Webb, tabled amendment to clause 1 is ruled out of order as not being a serious amendment. The question is that clause 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 117, the noes are 6. The question is agreed. The question is that clause 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 117, the noes are 6. The question is agreed. The question is that clause 3 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 117, the noes are 6. The question is agreed. I'll report this bill without amendment.
The House is resumed.
Madam Speaker, the committee has considered the Bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill and reports it without amendment. Madam Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is agreed. This bill is set down for third reading immediately. Honourable Matt Ducey.
I move that the Bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill be now read a third time. Thank you for all your time in the first and second reading speeches and for the insightful debate during the Committee of the Whole House. This bill amends the Bail Act 2000 to clarify that the court can enable corrections to approve absences from the EM bail address for defendants on EM bail. For over 10 years, the practice has been for the courts to enable corrections to approve absences for defendants from EM bail. This allows for the efficient and safe management of defendants by corrections and prevents the courts from needing to be involved in frequent day-to-day decisions. What this bill does is enable corrections to continue to manage the day-to-day absences of defendants, specifically if It does this by enabling the courts to continue to enable corrections, to approve absences in accordance with purposes specific by the courts. This bill will also validate conditions that involved corrections and others to prevent the need to reissue conditions for the over 2,000 current defendants and to provide certainty for agencies and defendants. I think it's important to prevent the negative impacts on the courts, agencies and defendants of requiring the courts to approve specific absences. Hence the use of urgency to progress the bill through all stages. I extend my thanks to the policy teams at Justice and Corrections and the Parliamentary Council Office for their work to support the passage of the bill through the House. I would like to thank MPs from around the House for their support of this important bill. On this basis, Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, we do support doing things legally, so that's essentially what this bill is fixing up. Because, I mean, look, I've said it before, corrections was illegally granting people, indulgences to leave their approved premises. Now, we also think it's really important that we get this right and that the decision's made at the right level. Electronic bail is good. And the principles in the Bail Act are clear that people should be on bail wherever it's consistent with community safety and, other things such as the likelihood of them absconding. That's good. And if the best way to achieve that, the best way to strike that balance is to put them on electronic bail rather than put them on remand in our crowded prisons, then that also is good and that should occur. I guess the challenge is, the other thing I'd say is we also absolutely agree that enabling people to remain connected with their communities gives them the best chance of changing their ways and averting disaster. So electronically monitored bail, where you can, go to your kids' school play or attend work or visit your sick mum, and all of those kinds of things are actually critical parts of having a rehabilitation-focused corrections system, a system which doesn't fracture the relationship between the offender, or in this case defendant, and the community. So that's good. But I'm not sure we needed to do this under urgency. And if we did need to do it under urgency, my very strong view is that the Justice Committee should have a look at it, because the more I kind of tried to draw the threads together to kind of put the pieces of the legislation together and confirm how they worked, the less convinced I was that it worked effectively. Now, I'm hopeful that it'll muddle along. It's a patch, because that's what it is, right? It's a running patchwork on the hull of the justice system. But I'm certainly not convinced it's the most effective one. And I mean, I put a number of amendments up, and some of them, were perhaps a little too Labor for the other side, but others of them were perfectly reasonable suggestions. My suggestion that there be a kind of quick-fire right of review, rather than having to go back and making an application to the courts for variation of bail, was in fact focused on the efficiency of the bail system and balancing the rights of someone who's had an administrative action done that affects their rights, the right to have that reviewed or appealed in some way, and the size of that decision. But the minister was not interested, and kind of the words in the minister's mouth when he says, "Oh, thanks to everyone around the House for their cooperation." Well, no thanks to you, because we come here prepared to support the government in fixing things up. It'd be nice if, for a change, we've seen this bill today, and yet we've come up with sensible amendments, but none of them are seriously considered. You don't have to like them all. You can have a think about them, but none of them are seriously considered. And that's just disappointing. I'm also concerned that the Act itself doesn't it loosely kind of points to the electronic bail assessors and says, and the judges can give them some role in managing the extent and detail of bail arrangements, but it doesn't actually empower them. And I'm concerned that the very crux, the very problem that is being sought to be solved, people have been wondering about making decisions which they have no legal power to do, isn't actually solved by this legislation. That in fact, if you look at it, if you go to the legislation and you look at this new, that this is section 30MB, the court must specify all required details of authorisations or enable EM assessor to approve authorised absence. So in the way they do it, in authorising a defendant to be absent from the EM address under section 30M, the court must specify all required details of an authorisation, so that's option one, or enable an EM assessor to approve. But nowhere does it say that these EM assessors have the power to approve. Now, identifying an EM assessor is one thing, empowering them to make a bail decision is actually this is a bail decision. The court might give the general outline, yes, this person is on electronically monitored bail. The court actually doesn't have to give any further details. They can just say that the rest of it is delegated. So if they go to work and what hours it is, if they pick up their kids, what hours it is, medical appointments and all those things. But there's no actual conferment of power in there. So that's actually a real concern. Also, a little concerned at the lack of clarity around some of the things that were going on. And the Minister, at one point, I talked about people who weren't corrections employees giving these authorisations. And the Minister kind of said, not much, it's not a big deal. And I'm still yet to be convinced that the people whose authorisations were by social workers or people in, I think it was rehab facilities, that the authorisations to, leave authorised premises given by those people, that they're not actually simply void. That those people are still, they're now illegally breaching their bail conditions. And come the day after royal assent, any shred of pretence will be gone, because I don't understand that those people are captured in the pretty lengthy and confusing transitional provisions. And this is what you get when you make legislation on the hoof. Now, I accept that once the government has taken advice and has accepted the advice that there is a breach of law, that it does need to move to address it. But this has all the hallmarks of undue haste. So I'm concerned about that. I guess, look, so fundamentally, in conclusion, yes, we get it, but and this is the way the government has chosen to address this problem, but because there's these 2,000 people out on electronic bail, and the fact of the matter is this government's been quite clear, and in fact a number of the backbench of government MPs stood up and said we're going to be tough on crime, which is essentially saying there's going to be more of these, both in remand, on bail and on electronically monitored bail, so the problem's going to get bigger. So, we get it. We actually want to make sure the bail system does work effectively, but we do think it should be both legal and legitimate. And at the moment, we're not sure it's either, particularly around the ability to revisit those decisions. And there are a whole lot of people out there who have been essentially breaching their bail. Under the current law, they're in breach of their bail. And I was surprised that one of my amendments, which talked about civil liability, was considered out of order, because that's a real thing. You know, and equally surprised that my title was considered to be not serious, because it was actually a perfectly reasonable title amendment. But I do think that this bill, and if the Minister won't address Select Committee, certainly it may be something that on this side of the House will go to Select Committee and say, let's give this a good bit of working over, because we didn't have the benefit of official advice, which is really useful for people like the opposition to do genuine scrutiny rather than scrutiny on the hoof. If you don't like the quality of my amendment papers, well, they were all drafted in the past hour or two, so there's a reason for that. But I do think the Select Committee should have a really good look at this and make sure that it does actually work. And if it doesn't work, if there's flaws in it, to identify those and report back to this House and make recommendations to the government to change. Because we do need to get bail right. It's an important part of our justice system, and this really just feels a little hurried for my liking.
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Green Party of Aotearoa and to support this bill, but I have to say that there were moments during the committee stage where I feel like I wasn't getting the clarity that that we really needed for this particular bill, in light of the fact that we are doing this bill under urgency and we are going through all of the processes this week. And you know, Madam Speaker, you do hear certain people who might say that the way that we scrutinize a piece of legislation might be alarmist or scaremongering, but I think it's important to reassure people that the work that we do as a legislature, and to be able to scrutinize a bill without the ability to have public consultation, is anything such. But in terms of the bill itself, there are a number of things that I would like to address, predominantly from some of the observations and some of the responses that we received from the Minister during the committee stage. And I think, first of all, Madam Speaker, we do see that predominantly the bill is actually about the issue that we have right now in terms of the authorization of the absence of those who are on electronic monitoring. But it wasn't until after actually asking the Minister a number of times on what spawned all of these sort of urgency and the need for us to do this today through all stages, we're able to get something out of the Minister around that it wasn't simply just to do with operational review from the Ministry of Justice and, you know, sort of bringing everything up to a piece of standard practice, but mainly because there has been concerns around legal challenges of the current practice, because it is not strictly adhering to the current Bail Act 2000, and there has been instances of potentially judicial review as a result of that. And I think, Madam Chair, I think the first part of this, what it does highlight is very much the issue of process, that when we are seeing something like this being done throughout the thing, when only during the committee stage we actually have something that as major as this has been challenged as part of judicial review by the court system, that we need to look at it at this stage, that you realize after first and second reading the magnitude and the implication of this bill in terms of our constitutional arrangement, but also in terms of our court and our legal system in general. So I think definitely there is something to be said about the process. And then the other thing that we have heard during the committee stage is the fact that that when we are looking at this particular bill, it's a standard practice that has already been implemented. We are just putting in a legislation of something that is existing. But Madam Speaker, as we have seen with other regulatory systems bill that we introduced in this very House, just because it's minor improvement and technical improvement, again, it doesn't mean that it doesn't go through a full and robust process, particularly with select committee and public consultation. Again, we may not receive all that many submissions, but it is important to be able for people to actually contribute to that, and for people to say, hey, is the current practice actually a good thing or not? I think just making the assumption that it is a good thing is not entirely accurate, considering that it's currently being challenged through both in terms of standard operational review and also judicial review. So that's the first concern that we have from a process perspective. I think from a second concern we have is in terms of the way the bill is drafted. Madam Speaker, during the committee stage, it was the best opportunity and actually, frankly, the only opportunity for us to seek guidance and clarifications on the details and the specificity of each of the clause and lines of this bill. And Madam Speaker, there are definitely moments where we do not feel like we are reassured by the policy intent and by the way some of these framings and phrases have been drafted. So again, this bill amends the Bail Act 2000. And there are a number of instances where we are trying to find an ounce of consistency or inconsistency potentially between this particular bill and also the Bail Act 2000. The main purpose of that is because of the fact that, we've heard about the fact that this was something that the minister has said that it was needed, that we needed to do this, and was mentioned a timeline of only was consulted on this in February and etc. So we had a very quick turnover for this. And again, the rush job means that there are a number of instances that we weren't able to get specific clarifications on how this bill will work in practice and whether this bill will achieve what is intended, which is to ensure that we don't have the same issue of people being able to challenge the existing system and the existing practice as a matter of legality. So to give you some examples of where we weren't convinced in terms of its consistency with the Principal Act, things like in the Schedule Clause 11, 1B, Roman numeral 1 and 2, I ask about the fact that both of them refers to the Chief Executive of the Department of Corrections. One says it is an employee of the Chief Executive of the Department of Corrections and at the same time not authorized by the Chief Executive of the Department of Corrections. So things like this, what does it mean? Is it consistent? And I mentioned before during the committee stage that we're seeing constant referral of the definition of the EM assessor, but without realizing or without clarification that the way that the EM assessor is currently defined under Clause 30E2 of the Principal Act and also under Clause 3 of the Principal Act, and the interpretation kind of goes around in a bit of a circle. So again, there are issues and concerns from the perspective of consistency. Madam Speaker, the third concern I would like to raise is around the idea of the ability to review. And again, we hear that this is to make sure that it is legal and what we do is legal, which would be very much appreciated because, like the previous speaker, the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb mentioned, it is nice when we do things legally in Aotearoa. But in this case, one of the things that we weren't able to clarify, for example, is the fact that the whole point of this is to ensure that the EM assessors is able to have a level of certainty that they're able to issue some of these absences, but without the ability to challenge any of the decisions that are made because there are no provisions in place in terms of an independent review, which is normally what we see in other bills of a similar nature when you have a member of the executive, which includes our departments, and how they are being, and decisions that they make that affects others, and how they are able to be held accountable by matter of specific provisions within the legislation. But we are not actually seeing that in here. But I think what is concerning in some regard is the fact that the minister said that under clause 30MB 2B, Roman numeral 1, that if there is an instance of inconsistency, the court ultimately is able to make the rule and has the final say. So what I'm seeing hypothetically as a scenario is, in order for, if a person was to challenge the conditions or their application to grant absence for electronic monitoring absence from electronic monitoring under the conditions of this bill, what we're seeing is that if they are rejected, rather than being able to go through the route that they're going through now, which is through various processes, judicial review, for example, what we'll see is that they then will make an application to court, because court then is able to decide whether this particular decision as made by an EAM assessor stand. And my concern is what sort of, I guess, burden would this add on to the court system if we're seeing that one route has been closed to these people, but another route has opened through the court system. So again, that is something that we haven't been able to tease out and being able to seek advice on. Lastly, Madam Chair, going back to the fact that, again, during the committee stage, we are very grateful that the Ministry of Justice uploaded and corrected the link for the BORA report so that we're able to see the concerns or the analysis done by the Attorney General on consistency with Section 18 of BORA. That was very helpful, and upon balance, it is still something that we see as not being a retrospective penalty. Again, we weren't able to consult broader than what we're able to consult today. But with those concerns, Madam Speaker, we do support the bill, but we're interested to see how it will be implemented.
Todd Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on this third reading of the Bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill. Look, it's not just nice that we obey the law in New Zealand, it is in fact essential. And this bill is being done under urgency because a problem was identified by Ministry of Justice officials and was brought to the Minister's attention. And I want to thank those officials for doing that. They saw that there could be potentially some issues with the electronic monitoring provisions of bail. But let's be clear, the courts remain the body that determines if someone gets bail and if they are eligible for electronic monitoring for that bail. That remains. The very strong judicial oversight of bail remains, and the opportunity for defendants to apply to the court to vary bail remains. What we are doing here is in fact codifying current practice where corrections can ensure that a defendant can be absent from their residence when they're on electronic monitoring for purposes already specified by the court, but they may need to vary some of the hours or days when they're doing that. This is a very sensible piece of law, clarifying the fact that corrections can make these changes and codifying what is usual practice. This will mean that we do not need to have people going back to the court all of the time, reducing pressure on the courts, and I know everyone in this House is very concerned about timeliness of justice and making sure our courts are not overburdened. So with that, I will be commending this bill to the House on behalf of ACT.
Honourable Casey Costello.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Following on from my colleagues' learned words, the Bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill will be supported by New Zealand First. It is important to clarify that what we are dealing with is that the Bail Act did not adequately provide for the approach that was in place. The Minister of Justice, who is focused on effective and efficient justice, identified this anomaly and acted as he should to ensure that we rectified this and continued on a pathway of effective and efficient justice. This is not a running patchwork. This is an active, proactive approach to an issue that was needing to be rectified, and therefore it is being done as it should be, as a priority in this House, to ensure that electronic monitoring continues to be a useful tool, that we don't overburden the court system, that we continue to work proactively to identify future anomalies in our justice system in such a manner would be appreciated as we continue to a common objective, I think, in this House to ensure that we do the best within our justice system, and therefore New Zealand First commends this bill to the House.
Takatai Tash Kemp.
Tēnā koe I te pika, tēnā tātou anō I te whare. I rise on behalf of Te Pāti Māori to oppose this bill. And why? Well, the first statement we want to make is that the system is broken and the system doesn't work for our people. And so, is this justice or injustice? Why? We're in urgency, and Te Pāti Māori do not support any bills when they're going through urgency. Why? Because we need to have the time to actually meet and discuss these amendments and bills with our communities. Our whānau are important to us, our communities are important to us, and our community voices are important. And this step has not seen this process go through. And we've heard that from many of the members here tonight and throughout the day, that we've all said that this needed more time to go back out to our constituents and our communities to have their say so that they could provide a voice here in this parliament. That's what this parliament is about, you're right. And so this is how we've decided we oppose this bill. I want to remind our whānau at home that there are 2,000 Māori on electronic monitoring bail. There are 30,000 queries and responses for leave requests. So this affects our people. And this government puts pressure on our people, on our whānau, in terms of how we get to respond. We've put up with a lot as a Māori community. We have put up with the defunding of Section 27 reports, which lead to Māori and lower income people in prison, the gang legislation, 3 strikes legislation, the removal of prison reduction targets. We have put up with all of that. And all we're saying is that we want our whānau to have a say, to have the opportunity to join select committees, put in submissions so that they have the right to make some decisions. Te Pāti Māori do not support the bill. Kia ora.
Francisco Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to take a call on behalf of the Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand, to support this bill for the reasons that my learned colleague, Dr. Lawrence Zunan, has already articulated, but I'll repeat it anyway as a sort of repeat double act. So there's 3 key reasons that we're supporting this bill, and the first is that we do believe that people who are being electronically monitored should be able to have timely access to being able to do things like apply for absence so that they can go to the shop and go to the other things that are in their approved list. The second is that not passing this legislation has the potential to create an unacceptable backlog in our already overburdened court system. So we wouldn't want to see that either. And look, the third is that it's pretty, as my colleague Dr. Duncan Webb already said, it's pretty good for things to be legal. We support things being legal here. So these 3 things are all very important to us, so that's why we're supporting the bill. I do acknowledge the concerns that have been articulated by the previous speaker. Obviously urgency is never an ideal way to do business, and I think all of us in the House would much rather prefer if we avoided the use of urgency, but I think in this instance not using urgency could create the risk that some people who through no fault of their own are unfairly legalized for a mistake that was made almost over a decade ago. So that's not ideal. So I just wanted to acknowledge that the hard work of the officials that have drafted this, and the hard work of the wider public service sector and the wider infrastructure that supports it. The corrections, the police, and the wider judiciary, because it's really important that we actually keep in mind that it's hard working out there. There's been a lot of increases in the offences. There's growing work pressure, and there's growing I guess, kind of demands on that sector. So it's important to acknowledge them for the good work they're doing. I mean, obviously, nobody's perfect, but this will help all those hardworking people, not only in the front lines, but it's also important to acknowledge the people in the back lines who've the so-called frontline division, the policy officials who spotted this mistake and brought it to the attention of the minister. I think it's really, I guess, notable that we've been able to, I guess, pass this correction to the mistake in just a single day. We progressed through all aspects of the legislation in a single day, which I guess testifies to how efficient lawmaking can be when we put our minds to it, and how efficient the drafting of legislation and how efficient just the wider public service really is. So I think it's important to acknowledge that. I also wanted to, I guess, repeat the words of phrase that have already been lavished on my colleague, Dr. Lawrence Zunan. I think that when the minister said that he was ably leading the opposition, and one of the ACT Party colleagues says that he's the hardest working opposition MP. So certainly that's been our experience with Dr. Lawrence Zunan, and I think it's thanks to the efforts of people like, well, look, the successes of our colleagues are celebrated by everyone from the leadership to, the lowliest backbenchers such as myself. There's no hierarchical division in the Greens. We're all co-leaders and we're all backbenchers at the same time. And look, it's that inclusive leadership style is why the Greens are at 15.5% in the recently released Roy Morgan poll. Now, I'll pivot back to the real importance of this. It's good to appreciate your colleagues. I also wanted to appreciate what has been said by other colleagues in the opposition. I really like the turn of phrase that Dr. Duncan Webb used, which is running patchwork on the whole of the legislation. So it's these sort of colourful turns of phrases that we get an opportunity to really explore in the House. So in closing, we all know that it's really important that we humanize, people, even though there might be an electronic monitoring. And this is why the Green Party is supporting this legislation. Thank you.
Tom Rutherford.
But I do want to put on record the comment that was made by Te Pāti Māori, which is they do not ever support the use of urgency, ever, full stop. I would love to see them pass a budget or any other future legislation if they ever get the privilege to serve in government, heaven forbid. I commend this bill to the House.
Dr. Tracy McClellan.
Thank you. I'm not entirely sure what the purpose of that was, but never mind.
No purpose. Purposeless.
Purposeless. Madam Speaker, Labor, as we have said, obviously will be supporting this at third reading, as we have done at first reading and at second reading. But certainly the Committee of the Whole House stage highlighted the fact that there are several holes, a few gaps, and so our support is somewhat begrudging insofar as this doesn't feel like it's a well planned out piece of legislation, and that's not to be disparaging of the people that have done that work, but rather the need for the rush behind it and the fact that it's an urgency and therefore has quite obviously missed out as a good process should be in the benefits of going through a select committee process. The select committee process exists for a reason, and those reasons are, to be able to find those things that need to be amended, to make those changes, to listen to advice, and to improve the legislation once and for all. So under urgency, which this bill has been afforded or accorded, it has missed out on that, but we nevertheless understand that behind that is a need to pass this bill. So the government has been forced essentially into rushing through this bill. That's right. Mainly because, and this is the underlying issue, is that the justice system simply isn't in a position to be able to cope with the ensuing chaos that would happen should this not be corrected, and should there need to be a different way, having identified the problem and not fixed it, should there be a different way for the courts to have to address with this issue? And obviously on this side of the House, we're not interested in participating or causing that type of chaos. But it doesn't necessarily mean that the government haven't had sufficient time to have themselves identified some of the gaps and some of the potential issues that my colleagues in particular on this side of the House were able to raise during that committee process and were able to ask questions about. Unfortunately, those answers weren't necessarily forthcoming, and we find ourselves being none the wiser on some of the more important things. But as I said, that's where the begrudgingly comes from, because we nevertheless still need to support this bill. So, as I said, Madam Chair, if we were to reject this legislation, quite literally thousands of people on electronic bail could see their absence approvals suddenly invalidated. The courts, who are already under immense strain, would be, again, quite literally, swamped with thousands of additional applications, and that, would be an absolute mess. So that is why we're voting for it. It's not good lawmaking. The bill also is just essentially the bare minimum. And to reiterate, this process, whilst an urgency and not ideal, does at least force a little bit of concrete, just at least force some focus onto the very, very obvious flaws, which I think have been well ventilated tonight. And with that lack of critical detail, it will be interesting to see if there are some other workarounds required as the operational phase of this kicks into gear, because particularly my colleague, the Honourable Dr Duncan Webb, isolated two specific things that I think will rear its ugly head in the future to raise some issues. Madam Speaker, it's been a decade of legal non-compliance, and it's good that this has been noticed. For more than 10 years, the Department of Corrections has just been operating outside the law when it comes to this, and approving absences for those on electronic bail. And we've heard through this process that something like 30,000 of those applications are approved, let alone the ones that are not approved, every single month, and have done for such a long time. During the course of examining this bill through this urgency rushed process, there were the opportunity to also table some amendments, as is normal, and there were some really sensible amendments that were generated from this side of the House, particularly when we think about probably the biggest risk here, which was the issue of liability, and even civil liability, which was ruled out of scope, but it certainly didn't seem to be out of scope from our perspective, and one of those things that therefore still lingers as a concern. So it took legal opinion, we think, from Crown Law, but the other point that we would really like to make sure that is focused on in this final opportunity for us to say anything on this bill is that we're still really none the wiser about the impetus. Where did this information come from? We've heard some information from the Minister about the potential for two, for lack of a better word, cases in Christchurch that are pending resolution, and so we didn't want to elucidate on that further, which is his prerogative, but we still really don't know what that advice was, and my colleague Helen White implored the Minister to think about ways in which that information could be released, to just provide the necessary context, which of course is why we're here. We're literally passing a bill into legislation without an important part of that puzzle, so that feels a bit undercooked as well. Madam Speaker, as I have said, there are some alarming vagaries in this. It lacks some key details. The retrospective immunity certainly comes to mind, and I've mentioned that liability for civil liability, but the bill retroactively legalises past absence approvals. But at the end of almost the end of this process, I still don't feel like there's an awful lot of clarity about how that immunity for those who had previously relied on the old system is conferred, and how that necessarily will be communicated, and various other aspects of that operation of that. We're in a situation where those people, those EM assessors, we're told to believe will be protected from legal action for unknowingly breaching the Bail Act, and protected from that civil liability. But are defendants who acted in accordance with previous approvals fully protected from all of those legal consequences? And I think that remains an outstanding question as well. In terms of future oversight, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, I should say, future oversight and accountability, again, this process, whilst talking about what could be perceived as quite a narrow bill, does raise the question about administrative oversights and not essentially allowing this to happen again. There was questions posed during the committee stage about what safeguards would be in place to ensure that all of the aspects, has that fine-tooth comb been run over various other aspects? If we knew the provenance of the identification of this problem, we may have been able to answer that for ourselves. So whilst technically a technical fix, the courts, it would have been much preferable to have a little bit more information about how this could impact future things. So if the legislation is meant to streamline the justice system and prevent delays, which is certainly why we're supporting this bill, it just kind of conjures up all sorts of other things that the government should be doing, and should be taking the opportunity to make contributions on, even whilst talking on this bill about the much bigger problems that exist in our justice system when it comes to court delays, when it comes to all sorts of practical implications of navigating that system. The backlog in our courts is growing, the remand population is increasing, and whilst that might not seem overly specific to this bill, but one of the reasons that this is so important and the implications of this are important is, quite frankly, because of the really high numbers of people on remand. Electronic monitoring is being used more than ever. We do support the use of electronic monitoring. It's an important part of keeping people tied to their communities. People who haven't almost certainly been necessarily convicted or not yet, or certainly haven't been sentenced. So we wouldn't want the issues that have been raised through this process to sully the concept of electronic monitoring. And having said that, Madam Speaker, we commend the bill to the House.
Greg Freeman.
10 minutes.
Ki te whare.
Camilla Bellich.
Speaker, that was an incredibly short speech. Incredibly short speech, perhaps the shortest that I've heard that member give. Madam Speaker, it is a pleasure to be able to take another call on this bill. At the last reading, which I believe was the second reading that I spoke on, I said I would try and find the Bill of Rights vet, which was not tabled there, but is mentioned in the regulatory impact statement. And so I kept my word to the House, and I found the Bill of Rights vet for this bill. And the reason that I decided to dig it out is I thought, when we have bills like this which are passed under urgency, which are related to people's fundamental freedoms and detention and the deprivation of liberty, it is very important to make sure that these bills are consistent with our fundamental rights. So I thought it was important that at least it was touched on in this debate. And so to briefly go over some of the content of it, the ORA vet, I think, was signed off only yesterday. So this is a very, very quick ascension of this bill to the House. We saw it earlier in the week as, I can't remember exactly what it was called. It was Urgent Bill or something like that. Anyway, it was very mysterious. And then when we actually found out what it was about, it was not disappointing, but maybe slightly less impactful than we may have thought. So this was signed off yesterday by the Attorney General, the Honourable Judith Collins KC, and it does discuss some of the issues in relation to this bill. It does conclude that it's compliant with the Bill of Rights, and I think it's important to note that for the House, because although we are talking about a retrospective law and we are talking about restriction of movement, the conclusion was that those fundamental rights are not breached. And so I personally believe, and I'm sure that many others hold the view in this House, that the Bill of Rights vet is very important and something that we should maintain. And so I think referring to it is helpful. The thing that I did find particularly revealing about this, though, is that the main right that it focuses on is the focus of restricting movement of the persons on bail. And the vet concludes that it's demonstrably justified, this limit on freedom of movement. However, doesn't really address the retrospectivity aspect of it, which I would have thought would have been the main aspect that we would have been concerned about. And thinking about it, Madam Speaker, I do think perhaps it's due to the fact that this is maybe more of an immediate right, I don't know, anyway, it's a very short document, only less than 2 pages, just over 1 really, and that wasn't discussed. So I'll just leave that with the House as something that I thought was interesting to reflect on, that I don't think has been covered in the debate to date. The other issues that I wanted to raise about this bill is I still really don't know exactly the reasons as to why this bill has suddenly come about in such an urgent fashion. And I was thinking through, well, what are the reasons that this might be the case? And we've had other urgent bills through the House recently. We had one on the greyhound racing ban. It was very evident why that needed to be brought through. We had another recent bill, which I think was around people being able to challenge perhaps convictions or something in court, that was very obvious as to why it had to be brought with such urgency. This, though, Madam Speaker, this is in the interests of the people who are on bail to have this flexibility, because essentially the decisions that the monitors are making are, oh yes, you can go and buy groceries, you can go to your medical appointment, you can do things like go and see your lawyer, essential things really to allow the person who's on bail to have access to justice, and so it's in their benefit. So I don't imagine that they would complain about it. However, obviously, as everyone has said, it is important that we make sure that we are compliant with the law. That's why we are supporting this bill. That's why, even though it's come through with urgency, we've made sure to scrutinise it at committee stage, we've made sure to go through every clause, we've made sure to do things like look through the Bill of Rights vet, suggest amendments to make sure we do our part to ensure that this particular law is fit for purpose. It has been a very rushed process, but these things do sometimes happen, and I think the whole House has really played a role in allowing the government to fix this problem, so I commend it to the House.
Dr. Hamish Campbell.
I rise to speak in this third reading in support of the Bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill. It's an urgent legislative change that was required to ensure the long-standing and efficient practice of management for defendants on electronic monitored bail. Most of the parties in this House support it, therefore any more debate would just be a waste of time, so therefore I commend the bill to the House.
Madam Speaker.
Helen White.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While most of the parties are supporting this bill, I'd first of all like to take a moment just to respect the views of a party that haven't supported the bill. They've been concerned that it's too flippant because this is an important area and that urgency is being overused. And I take on board the reasons for that. There's been a lot of trauma in the Māori population over the use of prison, and I can understand a party that is looking at that particular lens, or through that particular lens, as being really wary of where we use urgency. I don't intend to be wary in the use of urgency when I look at the problem before us. And our party has decided to be pragmatic about this, but that does not mean that you haven't heard quite a vigorous opposition tonight to a flippant use of urgency. Now, in committee stage, I asked some questions about what had motivated this bill, and I couldn't get a lot of answers. I still only have a vague idea what provoked it. I know, because the minister seemed to relent and give us a bit more information, that there were perhaps 4 cases that where somehow this electronic bail and its legality reared their heads, and that they were oral cases. I also know that there was some sort of report done by officials who raised concerns about the legality of these actions. Now, I absolutely take the point that has been made quite often that this is a law that allows, or will retrospectively allow, the legality of something which in fact has given people perhaps more liberation than they otherwise would have. So they're on electronic bail, and they've been given an opportunity to go to perhaps a funeral or shopping, etc. I do appreciate that that's a different circumstance from where you're restricting people in lots of ways. But we've always got to remember also that there are victims in that situation. There's always 2 sides. When somebody is given that kind of freedom and they've committed a crime, there's another person on the other side of that. And I actually haven't heard that point of view raised at all tonight, that there are victims in this situation. We obviously had a court that chose many years ago a legislature that chose many years ago to put the courts in charge of these decisions. And I appreciate that time has rolled on, and if you have 30,000 decisions, some of which are probably quite minor, that's not really something that the court is equipped to make. And maybe it never was. Maybe it was the wrong decision at that time. Maybe it should have been more streamlined than that. But that doesn't mean that the solution before us tonight is perfect either. I heard my friend, the Honourable David Parker, suggest at one point in the committee that there perhaps was a very different way of dealing with this situation where we would have had more specificity in the bill. And I was interested in that because I was concerned. I didn't know what these decision makers would do in this situation, what they had been doing. There was no review of the last 13 years of decisions to see whether the system was working or broken. There was no consideration of what was going on here when you take a decision that's being made or is supposed to be made by a court which has got distance from the situation, doesn't know the personalities involved, and actually is listening in an objective way. And you give that decision to another party which is not so far away, may well be someone who is much closer to the situation, but also may lack the very objectivity we're looking at. So, for example, there's 2 things that can go wrong there. One is it can be used, this power, in an abusive way towards the person who's on electronic bail, but it also could be used negligently with regard to the person on electronic bail. Those are things which we train our judges to guard against, to be very careful about, and they're away from it. If somebody is perhaps in a closer relationship, they are more tempted to use those powers punitively or when in fact somebody has just annoyed them. So those are the kinds of things which I think are part of a human difference. And I don't propose that everything goes back to the court here, but I would have liked to see a thought process around the checks and balances in this system. So, okay, we've got somebody who's on electronic bail. What is the system they are now going into? Who's going to make those decisions, and who's going to make sure that those decisions are fair and reasonable decisions towards them and towards the victims of perhaps their crimes? Both of those things need to be looked at. And I haven't really been satisfied tonight that what's come up with here is anything other than just we're just going to roll on with what we're doing without actually knowing what it is. And that's why I asked the Minister several times. I said, who's making these decisions? It was as plain as that. And I never really got an answer to who's making these decisions. What checks and balances are in place? Again, I didn't get those answers. And that's because probably this matter is being rushed. That's actually the point that was being made by the Māori Party tonight. They were very wary of a rushed decision. So I am not at all sure that everything is good here. I know that it is better than the alternative. The alternative is that we send all this stuff back to the courts and no one gets anywhere. We already have those roadblocks in other areas in our court system. For example, we actually at the present time have situations where someone will apply for bail and they will be going in front of the judge to talk about bail at the same time as they're going to talk about their substantive hearing. They've been inside so long, or their solution has been found, that it never actually happens in time. That's because we have terrible delays in our system, not because they're working well. So yes, delay is a huge issue, and I don't want to add to it tonight by any kind of objection to this pragmatic attempt to make sure that the law functions and that people can get their electronic bail. Because if somebody's got a funeral, I want them to be able to get there. If they've got an urgent medical appointment, I want them to be able to get there. All of that is good. And I'm wary of questioning the people who've made those decisions in terms of their integrity, and I think I made that clear in my questioning. I am, however, really concerned that I still don't know whether those checks and balances are in place. It may be that the people who are making the decisions have already thought of that. They've already got nice, good, safe systems in place. But when I asked the Minister about that tonight, I got absolutely no assurance that he even understood or had inquired about what those systems look like. So our job, when we have something in here that is particularly something that's retroactive, when we're having something come in before us like this, our job is to make sure that we are asking those questions, but it's also the Minister's job to answer them. And when there is cooperation around the House, when we're all on the same page, or almost all of us are on the same page, saying, look, we want to make sure this comes through tonight. We want to make sure we've fixed the situation as far as we can. That's a good thing. But what actually any good government needs to do is make sure that it fronts with the answers. And actually what this needs, given it's gone through so urgently, is it needs a review at some point. I would really like information about how this policy has been used and how it has been working out and what those cases were that came before the court, because I don't know whether they were complaints that the system had been abused. I don't know whether they were complaints that there was negligence and some victim had missed out as a consequence. And thank you.
Remo Nakle.
Mr. Speaker, it really is a pleasure to be the lucky last speaker on this bill. And what I would like to say is I really appreciate the expressions of concern from across the House about urgency. But what I will say is this, that when we have the best Justice Minister in over 7 years at the helm of the Justice ship, Mr. Speaker, I know that this urgency for this bill is a sound move, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 in favour.
ACT New Zealand. 11 votes in favour. New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 117, the noes are 6. The question is agreed.
Bail Electronic Monitoring Amendment Bill, third reading.
Call on Government Order of the Day numbers 1 to 4.
Land Transport Drug Driving Amendment Bill, committee stage. Taxation, annual rates for 24-25, Emergency Response and Remedial Matters Bill, committee stage continued. Sentencing Reform Amendment Bill, committee stage continued. Customer and Product Data Bill, committee stage.
I declare the House in committee for consideration of those bills.
Members, the House is in committee on the Land Transport Drug Driving Amendment Bill, the Taxation Annual Rates for 2024-25 Emergency Response and Remedial Measures Bill, the Sentencing Reform Amendment Bill, and the Customer and Product Data Bill. We come first to the Land Transport Drug Driving Amendment Bill, and we begin with the debate on Part 1. This is the Part 1 is the debate on clauses 4 to 6, amendments to Parts 1 and 2. The question is that Part 1 stand part.
Oh, Madam Chair.
Honourable James Meaker.
Oh, point of order, Madam Chair. I seek leave for all provisions to be taken as one question.
There is the question has been asked for this to be taken as one question. Is there any objection? Yes. There is objection.
Very well, Madam Chair.
Honourable James
Madam
Meaker.
Chair, I am pleased to speak on the debate in Part 1 of the committee stage of the Land Transport Drug Driving Amendment Bill. I know members opposite were very, very keen to get up and head me off at the pass, but I'm very, very proud to be speaking in support of this bill. Because, Madam Chair, this government is committed to improving road safety by targeting the highest contributors to fatal road crashes. In recent years, an average of over 100 people were killed in crashes where a driver had consumed impairing, prescription or illicit drugs. Madam Chair, this represents around 1 in 3 road deaths, and it is too high, too many, and something must be done. So, Madam Chair, this bill will introduce roadside oral fluid testing to better detect and deter drug driving. It amends the Land Transport Act to fix the current issues with the oral fluid testing regime that prevented it from being implemented when it was passed under the previous regime. It moves to a roadside drug screening regime with infringement notices issued following positive laboratory tests. This is a change from the current regime, which attempted to implement a testing regime resulting in infringement notices issued at the roadside, despite device technology not being sufficiently advanced to meet the required evidential threshold. This government identified that this was an issue and moved quickly to resolve it. Part 1 sets out the preliminary provisions, including key definitions and consequential changes to the sections in the Land Transport Act that set out the responsibilities of drivers. These responsibilities include to not drive if the concentration level of a listed qualifying drug in their oral fluid equals or exceeds the concentration level in a notice issued by the Minister of Police. The Government is committed to bringing these new powers into force as soon as possible. We are targeting December 2025 once the necessary operational matters and regulations are in place. And Madam Chair, I note that there is an amendment paper in the name of the Honourable Chris Bishop that obviously the Government is supporting and will help address some of the issues raised in the Select Committee stage. But with that, Madam Chair, I look forward to the contributions of the members in this debate.
Tangi Aotearoa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to take the first call in this committee stage for this bill. As a member of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee and as Labour's transport spokesperson, it was a pleasure to be part of this process. I want to acknowledge and thank the Minister for those introductory remarks. He has touched on a number of factors that we'll sort of work our way through this evening and tomorrow. A lot of those I think will fall in part... Sorry, Minister?
We'll finish tonight, won't we?
Very, very hopeful, I would suggest, but I doubt it. There are a number of issues that particularly touch on part two. The overriding consideration that the Minister hasn't touched on in addressing this bill is that there are a number of concerns that had been addressed by the Attorney-General in her report to the House. And I know that we'll obviously be working our way through those because there are some of them, well, there are two issues, but they need to nonetheless be addressed. The Minister indicated in his introductory comments there that the intention was the Government for this to be operational in December of this year. And my first question to the Minister would be, what confidence does he have that that can actually be implemented, given the tension around the procurement of devices? I only ask that, Madam Chair, because he has raised it himself, even though that comes in a latter part of the bill. The Minister nonetheless raise it. In terms of part one specifically, the interesting thing there, Madam Chair, is the interpretation section. And I think it's fair to say that the Select Committee didn't turn its mind to the interpretation section much because there wasn't much in there. But one thing that does come to mind, however, is that when you look at the definition that's provided for a family of qualifying drugs in clause 2, it identifies two examples there and gives a specific for example. And my question to the Minister is he comfortable that the examples that are given there are such that they are purely an indicative list? Why is it that an example is given as opposed to just leaving it to the fact that there are a list of drugs that have a similar chemical structure instead of identifying them? In that case, is he comfortable that that carries it on? It might be that that is the case because that's why the for example is given there. My other question is, there was a lot of conversation around who was going to approve the screening devices, and whilst the definition that's there for an oral fluid screening device is one that is approved by the Minister of Police, whether the Associate Transport Minister is comfortable that that is actually the appropriate minister. I know there are subsequent clauses further on in the bill, Madam Chair, that touch on what that Minister of Police needs to do in terms of consultation with other ministers. But my question for the Minister is whether the definition of the Minister of Police in the interpretation section is appropriate. And it might be that there is no suggestion that it's not going to be the Minister of Police there, but whether that's listed there as appropriate. So perhaps I'll leave it with those few questions. I've certainly got a few more.
Irene Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A pleasure to be able to take a call in this committee stage. This was a very well debated bill at Select Committee, so the questions will from us be quite targeted about those things which still remain as a concern. You will be aware that the committee managed to find cross-partisan consensus on many of these issues. Labor does support an approach that's been broadly outlined by the Minister, but there were some particular concerns around the way that we stop people and how that will be reasonable, but also, just provisions that help us all to maintain the public's confidence and trust in the system when they are being brought to the roadside by police officers. Everyone needs to buy into that. for it to work. There have been several jurisdictions around the world where things have gone wrong and where parliaments have needed to come back and revisit those provisions that they've put in place in the last 10 years. So we want to make sure we get this right, and we get it right now. I want to ask the Minister a simple question. The amendment paper number 256 in the name of Chris Bishop is something new since we were able to traverse the many rights implications. It's also new since the Attorney-General gave her opinion on the way that rights were being limited in this case. So I'd like the Minister to step the House through the provisions in the amendment paper that apply to Part 1, please.
Honourable Julianne Genter.
Madam Chair, I'll rise to take a first call on this first part, seeing as how the Minister isn't standing to respond to questions that have been put forward thus far. And I want to broadly start with raising the concerns that were raised by many submitters and then a series of questions to the Minister. So submitters at the Select Committee, we heard from a range of expert submitters who made the case that there is simply not enough evidence to correlate impairment with either oral fluid levels and with blood levels. And so the Minister opened up his statements this evening saying that this was a key part of the government's road safety strategy. So I wanted to ask, because we didn't hear any evidence at the Select Committee, does the Minister have any evidence about the estimated reduction in deaths and serious injuries that will be achieved through oral fluid testing, firstly? And if not, and I do understand that, you know, there's some pretty large claims being made about the improvements to road safety that can be achieved through compulsory oral fluid testing. But rather than just relying on numbers of deaths and serious injuries or fatal crashes where people may have tested positive for a qualifying substance, I think it would be useful to understand how many fatal crashes would have been prevented by oral fluid testing, like that we would have any reason to believe that they would be prevented by having mandatory oral fluid testing. Because obviously it's not going to prevent every single instance of impaired driving or driving under the influence of qualifying substance, but also when the government uses those broad numbers about how many fatal crashes had drivers who would have tested positive, who have had some sort of potentially impairing substance, the reality is, and we heard this at the Select Committee, that oral fluid testing devices are likely to only be able to test for 1 or 2 substances. So even if it's the 1 or 2 or 3 most common substances, it's not going to capture all of the substances that fatal crashes have drivers testing positive for. So if we assume, and will it be possible that drivers will know which substances the oral fluid tests will be testing for at the time that they're in operation? So it's a whole lot of questions related to the overall objective of the bill, and then we'll get into more detail on the specifics of each part further in this debate.
Madam Chair.
Honourable James Meeker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members, for the questions. I'll start with Tangi Utikeri. I like the question where he asked who will approve screening devices. Asked and answered, Minister of Police. The Mentor asked whether I'm comfortable that the Minister of Police's definition in the Act is the right one. Yes, I'm very comfortable with that. The Minister of Police is also defined already in the Land Transport Act as well. The member asked, do we have confidence that the provisions can be enacted in time for Christmas? Yes, we have the utmost confidence in the police to deliver on this, although we have, if you note in the amendment to the commencement clause is going to be amended to April, I believe, or sooner, depending on regulations. So the intent is to try and get this implemented by December, but the Act, if you look in commencement clause, I know we're skipping into commencement clause, but we might as well get this covered off now. If that has not come into force by 1 April 2026, comes into force then, and the Act comes into force when set by Order in Council. So that's how that one works. But yes, we're fully focused on implementing and working hard to meet the December 2025 timeline. And the member also asked, are we comfortable with the indicative examples in the definition of family of drugs? Yes, they are illustrative examples to illustrate the nature of the different types of drugs and the families of drugs anticipated. Arina Williams asked if we can step the committee through the changes or the amendments in Part 1. Absolutely, there are only two. The first is to insert a definition of elective oral fluid sample, which means a sample of oral fluid taken from a person under Section 71 DC sub 2. The second change is that a change from, in the oral fluid sample definition, from 71DA1A, that's struck out, replaced by 71DA2. And I actually think that is all in Part 1. Let me just triple check that for the member. No, there is in Clause 6. We are striking out 71D, 71DA, replacing it with 71DE, and then in subclause 2 of clause 6, we're striking out 71D, 71DA, replacing it with 71DE.
Diana Williams.
What I'm looking for is the committee spent quite a lot of time with how the testing regime would work for people who might for some reason not be able to meet the requirements of the first oral test. And what the committee was really concerned about wasn't the people who were trying to somehow evade it or get around it or take a long time because they were being uncooperative. We were thinking here about the mum on her way home from school with the kids in the car who might be trying her very best to comply with police instructions but might not be able to produce the right amount of oral fluid. And I'm sorry, I am going to be talking about oral fluid here and the amount of it required, because the committee sat around the room and all got to do one of these tests. And Andy Foster was one of the people who, for whom, you know, it is not unusual, could not produce the right amount of oral fluid. He was chatting a bit, as you might if you are on the roadside with some people in the car with you interacting with the police. And my point here is, if we've got this group of people, perhaps it's 1 in 8 people, like the people who were sitting around the committee room. We don't know how many people it is. It's quite a few people. And so at the second stage of the test, it requires a blood test, or at least the original framing of this testing regime does. And you might think, well, that's reasonable. You know, you need a way of making sure that people aren't somehow gaming the system by trying to avoid it. And so what I'm really asking the Minister is this creating a second step of a second oral fluid test, because there are policy reasons for doing that, reasons we would be broadly supportive of and like to hear about. There are also policy reasons why you would not do that, as the committee also heard about from the experts. So we would like to be very clear what's being created there. But this does lead to some broader questions, Madam Chair, which I will pose to the Minister a little bit later in this, which do relate to Part 1. They're about what the Attorney General sort of set out for the committee when she was giving her view on whether this was an unreasonable search and seizure. Because the number of times that you might be required to do a test goes to the amount of time that police might be asking Parliament to authorise them to keep someone on the roadside, to detain them, and the degree of invasiveness of the search. Because one breathalyser test, as is required now for alcohol testing, and is reasonable, and we think that's reasonable, we suggest no change to that, but that is quite different from even the oral test that someone has to do, where they have to produce an amount of oral fluid. I'm sorry. And that amount is, for some people, quite hard to produce in the time frame. And so we will have people who are then either required to have another oral fluid sample, or are then required to take what is a pretty invasive search. And that is, the invasive search here is the blood test. And that is also something that might not be administered on the roadside, that it might be administered elsewhere. And so we get into these sort of compounding issues of whether it is reasonable for Parliament to set aside a special set of powers for police to conduct what are increasingly more invasive searches with increasingly onerous powers of detention. So what I'm trying to understand here is the amendment intended to deal with that? Can we stretch through the policy issues of how we're going to deal with that? This is coming from a Labour Party that supports this regime and wants to make it as effective as possible and as reasonable as possible so that people do comply with it.
Madam Chair.
Honourable James Meagher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just indicate to members I am getting some advice on the specific numbers requested by Ms Genter. But just on the point from Aotearoa Williams around the Section 7 report and the issue of unreasonable search and seizure, we think it is a justifiable limit on the right to be free from unreasonable. Well, if the member would like me to continue the sentence, I can finish off. We think it is a justified limit on the right to be free from unreasonable search and seizure, because the policy purpose of the bill is to prevent road incidents and road deaths in New Zealand. We think this is not an unreasonable step to take in order to prevent that kind of behaviour, and so therefore we think the steps taken to require people to provide oral fluid, and I know we don't want to talk too much at length about oral fluid from any particular individual in the House, but that is part of the system that's going to be in place. We think that's not an unfair expectation of those who may well be putting others at risk through their own behaviour. So that's to address the first point, and the second point around does it create a second oral fluid test, I'll get some advice from officials and come back to the member very shortly.
Cameron Luxton.
I'm not a common appearance at these committee stages, so bear with me, Madam Chair, as I muddle my way through this. But as a member of the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee that oversaw this bill going through the Select Committee stage, I did have some issues that I would like to test with the Minister, because one of the things that the committee has been asked to do in examining this bill was take on advice from officials that there wasn't an ability to provide specific examples of oral fluid screening devices for the purposes set out in this bill, which is to introduce new criteria for approving oral fluid screening devices that better reflect their limitations. And Minister, there is an attempt here to introduce a new scheme of oral fluid screening tests that will come along with other impositions, as we've heard, on civil liberties for New Zealanders who are going about their lawful business. I would just like to understand from you, Minister, what do you think should be going into these calculations on approving a oral fluid screening test based on timeframes? Because I've had a look through the bill and I couldn't see anything regarding time limits for these new devices. So I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on that, Minister.
Madam Chair.
Honourable James Meagher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll address Mr Luxton's question in 1 second, but just to address Aotearoa Williams' question from a couple of contributions ago. The question was around whether this is creating a second step in the process. The bill requires an officer to collect an oral fluid sample to send for laboratory analysis, but the amendment paper before the House or before the committee provides an opt-in regime where a person can elect to provide a further sample where any sample already obtained is not sufficient for that person to seek private analysis. So in the instance where on the spot they were unable to produce the required level of oral fluid, they are able to elect to provide a further sample.
Lawrence Shunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the Minister, and it's starting with Clause 4, Subclause 2, around the family of qualifying drugs. But I think I would like to come back to the conversation around the Bill of Rights, because, again, I'm sure that the Minister is very conscious as well that this is one of the few bills which has a specific Section 7 report, in which case that has an incredibly high threshold. So I think it does warrant for us to come back in terms of some of the potential borrower violations that we do see here and some of the concerns around that, which I'll discussing a bit. But I think to start with, I would like to kind of ask the Minister around the definition for the family of qualifying drugs, and assuming that the qualifying drugs is the same definition as the Principal Act. But what is different here is that it talks about sharing a substantially similar chemical structure, for example, with benzodiazepine. And I'm sure the Minister is aware that with all benzodiazepines, it is a chemical compound that includes both the benzene ring as well as the diazepine ring as part of its chemical structure. But I think what I wanted to check with the Minister is in Schedule 5, Part 1 of the Principal Act, it does list a number of benzodiazepines as a part of that already, in which case, are we anticipating, first question, additional chemical structures that are similar to benzodiazepine that isn't listed in Schedule 5, Part 1 of the Principal Act? And if so, what are we looking at? Because just by looking at the bill, and apologies, I was not part of the Select Committee of this, so I did not have a time to scrutinize this bill very carefully. But one of the things that is very specific in Schedule 5, Part 1 of the Principal Act is the amount that is able to be detected in the system for, I guess, for drug testing purpose. But if the minister has additional benzodiazepine-like chemicals that are not part of that, I can't see in this bill in terms of the actual volume that is allowed to be able to pass a particular threshold. So I guess the question is, what other benzodiazepines are we looking at that's not listed in Schedule 5 of Part 1? I think second question, as we are talking about, and other people have addressed it as well in terms of some of the BORA implications. It comes down to what I see on page 19 of the regulatory impact statement around the fact that there is a concern that was raised in there, and I wanted to check with the minister if this has been teased out as part of the new bill already, on the potential consistent issue and legal challenge around the accuracy. Because I think what we are seeing here in terms of freedom from unreasonable search and seizure and right not to be arbitrarily detained potentially would meet the threshold of limitation on a person's right under NZ-BORA, under Section 5 of NZ-BORA. But I think the key focus here is around the reliability of the test. Does the minister then have the confidence that the test is reliable enough that it meets this threshold for limitation under Section 5 of BORA? And if not, then is there any way for us to potentially looking at this bill from a more BORA consistent way? So I guess my three questions. First question is, if the definition of qualifying drug is the same as the Principal Act, Schedule 5 of the Part 1 of the Principal Act specifies a list of benzodiazepine that is already listed, but this here, it mentions additional or similar chemical structure that may not be listed as a part of that. Is that the intention of this particular clause? If it is, and there are other benzodiazepines that are considered, is there a limit that is being given in this bill or in the Principal Act? Because Schedule 5 and Part 1 is very specific. And in terms of the BORA implications, are the tests reliable or accurate enough to warrant the limitation on BORA under Section 5?
Madam Chair.
Honourable James Meagher.
Madam Chair, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll address Mr Luxton's question. I have some advice here. The question was around the approval of screening devices. Any thoughts on how the timeframes to undertake the test is reflected in the legislation? I'm advised the bill requires the Police Minister to consider the accuracy and the extent to which the positive screening threshold indicates recent drug use. And while the time it takes a device to return a result is not a consideration, the Minister must take into account that it will be a relevant operational consideration for police. So that may go some way to addressing that point. I understand there's probably not enough time left in the night to answer all the questions from members, so I'm sure there'll be some time in the morning when we get up and have some beauty sleep. But I wanted to address Mr Shunan's points around BORA. And I'm not here to provide legal advice, but if I was to provide some guidance as to why we think it is a justified limit, there are a number of limits to any BORA test. The policy must have a sufficiently important purpose, and so I believe that the prevention of road deaths on New Zealand's roads, especially given that we've heard that 1 in 3 are caused by this kind of impairment, is a sufficiently important purpose. Is the mechanism being used relevant to the policy goal? Yes, we think it's directly relevant. I think that test is clearly met. Is it no more than is reasonably necessary to produce that outcome, or not more than minimal impairment? We think that it is requiring a small oral fluid sample to prove an absence of impairment or of drugs in the system, sorry, it's not necessarily impairment, is about the minimal threshold you can go to try and reduce this kind of impact on our roads. And overall, is the impact of the policy proportional to what we're trying to achieve. We think that requiring some roadside drug testing is proportional to the overall policy outcome, which is to try and reduce the number of horrific road deaths on our roads caused by drivers who take it upon themselves to intoxicate themselves, take drugs and drive on our roads. Now, I'm sure there will be a number of questions in the short time we have available on this part, and I look forward to continuing those in the morning.
Members, the time has come for me to leave the chair. The House is suspended until 9 a.m.